Hello, wishing you moments of comfortable entertainment. This is an engaging audio channel exclusively dedicated to your favorite audiobooks.
Chapter 1. Karina. The wind whips around the coffee shop each time the old wooden door creaks open. It's unusually cold for September, and I'm pretty sure it's some kind of punishment from the universe for agreeing to meet up with him. Today of all days. What was I thinking? I barely had time to put makeup on the swollen pockets under my eyes. I held 2 freezing ice cubes to my face and moved around my kitchen while they dripped down my cheeks, melting quickly. It was humid in my house, and the smell of cool Georgia rain filled the whole place, not that it took much. And this outfit I'm wearing? A simple fall ensemble that took me an hour of digging around my drawers in my closet, with a mini fashion show in front of my bedroom mirror, to decide on the same thing I usually wore to anything formal. An all-black outfit, pants with a crease that looked very grown up and like I tried, even though I felt like wearing sweatpants. To go with them, I put on a thick black turtleneck and only discovered an annoying drop of toothpaste on it as I turned the speck into a big spot, rubbing it with water and a paper towel while driving. After so much effort, I look like shit. Complete shit. Sitting here, my head aches, but I'm not sure I have any ibuprofen in my purse. I'm thinking that it was smart of me to choose the table closest to the door of the coffee shop, in case I need to get away quickly. Or if he needs to. This little place in the middle of Edgewood? Another good choice. It's neutral and not the least bit intimate. I've been here only a few times, but it's my favorite coffee house in Atlanta. The seating is pretty limited, just about 10 tables, so I guess they want to encourage a quick turnaround. There are a couple of Instagram-worthy features, like the succulent wall and that clean black and white tile behind the baristas, but overall, it's quite austere. Harsh gray and concrete everywhere. The whistle of an espresso machine. Loud blenders mixing kale and whatever fruit is trendy. There is a single door. One way in, one way out. I look down at my phone and wipe my palms on my black pants. Another stain. I need to get my shit together. Will he hug me? Shake my hand? Is he preparing for our reunion obsessively, the way that I am? Did he toss and turn like I did, thinking about what to say and how to present himself? The new awkward. Mature and like I've gotten my shit together. That's who I want him to think I am. A better version of the girl he knew so well. I can't imagine him shaking my hand and using such a formal gesture. Not with me. But maybe he's just as anxious as I am. Maybe his head is spinning with memories and regrets like mine. He isn't even here yet, and my heart is pounding in my chest. For about the 4th time today, I can feel the panic bubbling just below my ribcage, and it pisses me off that I can't control the physical effect he has on me. It pisses me off even more that he will probably walk in completely calm and steady, his own version of masking. I have no idea which mood of his I'll get today, controlled or turbulent. Will he bring up the one thing I don't want him to? I haven't seen him since last winter, and I don't even know who he is now, and really, did I ever? There were little things I should have let go of, but there was one big thing that I still can't accept. Even now, the thought twists my insides and makes me want to change my mind about this whole Atlanta ordeal. I could go check out of my hotel, pack up my carry-on suitcase, and drive 2 hours back to my house, a place now off-limits to him. Did he remember that? I'll be able to tell if he often thinks of me by the way he looks at me. He isn't a mystery anymore. He is now a memory. Maybe I only ever knew a version of him. A bright and hollow form of the man I'm waiting on now. I have to keep reminding myself that this trip isn't about him. It's bigger than him. Bigger than both of us. Cale would be hurting. He would hide it like a professional soldier, but I knew he would be hurting. I didn't know how much contact he'd had with our friend over the last year, but I knew Cale couldn't afford to lose anyone else around him. I suppose I could have avoided him for the rest of my life, but the thought of never seeing Cale again seemed impossible, and worse than sitting here now, driving myself insane with anxiety. At least I can admit that. Here I am, warming my hands on a coffee cup, waiting for him to come through that raspy door after swearing to him, to myself, to anyone who would listen for the last few months, that I would never. He's not due for another 5 minutes. It feels like the longest 5 minutes of my existence, but if he's anything like the man I knew, he'll strut in exactly on time with a straight face, not showing one hint of emotion. When the door tears open, it's a woman who walks in. Her blonde hair is a nest stuck to the top of her tiny head, and she's holding a cell phone against her red cheek. "I don't give a shit, Howie. Get it done," she snaps, pulling the phone away with a string of curse words. God, I hate this about Atlanta. Too many people here are like her, tetchy and forever in a hurry. Zero patience and not seeming to care that other people have shit to do too. The city wasn't always like this. Well, maybe it was. I wasn't always like this, though. Or maybe I was. But things and people change. I have. He probably has. I look around the shop again and watch the door for a few seconds. If he doesn't arrive soon, I'm going to end up talking myself out of this whole meetup. I used to love this city, especially downtown. The dining scene is full of small, privately owned restaurants, not just chains, with actual chefs who create dishes that I've never even heard of, but love. There's always something to do in Atlanta, and everything is open later than it is around Fort Benning. The exception, of course, the strip club. There's always at least one outside every military base. But the biggest draw to Atlanta for me back then was that I wasn't constantly reminded of military life. No camo everywhere you look. No ACUs on the men and women waiting in line for the movies, at the gas station, at Dunkin' Donuts. People speak real words, not just acronyms. And there are plenty of non-military haircuts to admire. I loved Atlanta. But he ruined that. We ruined that. We. That was the closest I'd get to admitting any fault in what went down. Chapter 2. What are you staring at? Just a few words, but they pour into and over me, shocking every one of my senses and all of my sense. And yet there's that calm, too, that seems to be hardwired into me whenever he's around. I look up to make sure it's him, though I know it is. Sure enough, he's standing over me with his hickory eyes on my face, searching. Reminiscing? I wish he wouldn't look at me like that. The small cafe is actually pretty packed, but I hardly notice. I'd had this meeting all scripted, and now, with 5 words, he's disrupted everything, and I'm unnerved. How do you do that? I ask him. I didn't see you come in. I worry that my voice sounds like I'm accusing him of something, or that I'm nervous, and that's the last thing I want. I need to be cool and make it clear that he doesn't have the power to get to me, not anymore. But still, I wonder, how does he do that, really? He was always so good at silence, at moving around undetected. Another skill honed in the army, I guess. I gesture for him to sit down. He slides into the chair, and that's when I realize he has a full beard. Sharp, precise lines graze his cheekbones, and his jawline is covered in dark hair. This is new. Of course it is. He always had to keep up with army regulations. Hair must be short and well-groomed. Mustaches are allowed, but only if they're neatly trimmed and don't grow over the upper lip. He told me once that he was thinking of growing a mustache, but I talked him out of it. He grabs the coffee menu from the table. Cappuccino, macchiato, latte, flat white, long black. When did everything get so complicated? You like coffee now? I don't try to hide my surprise. He shakes his head. No. You like hot coffee now? He questions. I look down at the mug between my hands and shake my head. No. I hate that he remembers small things about me. I wish I could erase them all from his memory. And from mine. A half-smile crosses his stoic face, reminding me of one of the million reasons I fell in love with him. A moment ago, it was easy to look away. Now, it's impossible. Not coffee, he assures me. Tea. He isn't wearing a jacket, of course, and the sleeves of his denim shirt are rolled up above his elbows. The tattoo on his forearm is fully visible, and I know if I touch his skin right now, it will be burning up. I'm sure as hell not going to do that, so I look up and over his shoulder, away from the tattoo, away from the thought. It's safer that way, for both of us. I try to focus on the noises in the coffee shop so I can settle into his silence. I forgot how unnerving his presence can be. That's a lie. I didn't forget. I wanted to, but couldn't. Just like sometimes I wanted to forgive him, but I never could. I can hear the server approaching, her sneakers squeaking on the concrete floor. She has a mousy little voice, and when she tells him that he should so totally try the new peppermint mocha, I laugh to myself, knowing that he hates all minty things, even toothpaste. I think about the way he'd leave those red globs of cinnamon gunk in the sink at my house, and how many times we bickered over it. If only I had ignored those petty grievances. If only I had paid more attention to what was really happening, everything might have been different. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't want to know. Another lie. Cale tells the girl he would like a plain black tea, and this time I try not to laugh. He's so predictable. What's so funny? He asks when the waitress leaves. Nothing. I change the subject. So, how are you? Don't do that. Don't act like we're strangers. I tuck my lips together and look away before I reply. Aren't we, though? He sighs, and his eyes roam around the room before they land back on me. Should I go? He asks directly. I don't know. Should you? He moves his chair out slightly, and I reconsider. I don't really want him to go, but there are so many reasons to be mad at him, and I'm afraid that being around him will soften me. I can't have that happen. Okay. Just sit, I'll be nice, I promise him, with a small smile that's about as convincing as my attitude. I don't know what bullshit we're going to fill this coffee date with, but since we're going to see each other tomorrow, it seemed like a good idea to get the first awkward encounter out of the way without an audience. A funeral is no place for that. And I had to be in the city today anyway. So, Cale, how are you? I retry this whole being nice thing. Good, given the circumstances. He clears his throat. Yeah, I sigh, trying not to think too much about tomorrow. I've always been good at pretending the world isn't burning around me. Okay, I've been slipping these past few months, but for years denial was second nature, a permanent habit I mastered between my parents' divorce and my high school graduation. Sometimes it feels like my family is disappearing. We keep getting smaller and smaller. Sometimes I feel like I'm disappearing, too. Are you all right? He asks, his voice even lower than it was before. It sounded the same as it did those damp nights when we fell asleep with the windows open. The whole room would be dewy the next morning, our bodies wet and sticky. I used to love the way his hot skin felt when my fingertips danced across the smooth contours of his jaw. Even his lips were warm, feverish at times. The southern Georgia air was so thick you could taste it, and Cale's temperature always ran so hot. Another thing I pretended to forget. He clears his throat and asks again if I'm okay. I snap out of it. I know what he's thinking. He can tell that I've left Earth with my thoughts, and he's trying to bring me back. I can read his face as clearly as the neon, but first, coffee sign hanging on the wall behind him. I hate that those memories are the ones my brain associates with him. It doesn't make this any easier. Care. His voice is soft as he reaches across the table to touch my hand. I jerk it away so fast you'd think it was on fire. It's strange to remember the way we were, the way I never knew where he ended and I began. We were so in tune, so different than the way things are now. There was a time when he'd say my name, and just like that, I'd give him anything he wanted. I consider this for a moment. How I'd give that man anything he wanted. I thought I was further along in my recovery from us, that whole getting over him thing. At least, far enough along that I wouldn't be thinking about the way his voice sounded when I had to wake him up early for physical training, or the way he used to scream in the night. My head is starting to spin, and if I don't shut my mind off now, the memories will split me apart, on this chair, in this little coffee shop, right in front of him. I force myself to nod and pick up my latte to buy some time, just a moment so I can find my voice. Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, funerals are kind of my thing. Tell me about it. I don't dare look at his face. I don't want to see his grief or share my own, so I try to diffuse the intensity of what we're both feeling with some dark humor. We're running out of fingers to count the funerals we've been to in the last 2 years alone, and there's nothing you could have done regardless. Don't tell me you're thinking you could have. He pauses, and I stare harder at the small chip in my mug. I run my finger over the cracked ceramic. Karina, look at me. I shake my head, not even close to jumping down this rabbit hole with him. I don't have it in me. I'm fine, seriously. I pause and take in the expression on his face. Don't look at me like that, I'm okay. You're always fine. He runs his hand over the hair on his face and sighs, his shoulders leaning onto the back of the plastic chair. He's not buying it. He can feel my anxiety. He's right. That whole fake it till you make it thing, I own it. What other choice do I have? How long are you in town? He asks, scooting his chair a little bit closer. Should I lie to him? Why don't I want to? For 2 days, maybe less. I booked a room at the W. Oh, fancy. He smiles. It's so loud. He nods and thanks the server as she sets his tea in front of him. Her eyes take him in and she tucks her hair behind her ear with a big, beautiful smile that makes my stomach burn. I want to disappear. He doesn't look away from my eyes. And so unlike you, he says. Huh? I've already forgotten what we were even talking about. The hotel. He takes a drink of his tea, and I try to catch my breath. Being around him is still so dangerous for me. Sometimes warning signs and butterflies are one and the same. Chapter 3. Karina, 2 years earlier. I had hit the job jackpot. Not financially, but in all the ways that mattered. I didn't have to open the massage studio until 10, so most mornings I could sleep in. And being able to walk there from my house? Bonus. I loved this street. The mattress shop, the ice cream place, the nail salon, and the old-fashioned candy store. I'd saved up my money, and there I was, 20 years old, on that street, living in a tiny house that I'd bought. My own house. Not my dad's. Mine. The walk to work was brief. Only 5 minutes, and not quite long enough to be interesting. Walking along the alley behind the shops, I mostly tried to stay out of the way of the cars. The alley was wide enough for one pedestrian and one car at a time. Well, a Prius or some kind of small car would be an easy fit. Unfortunately, people around here usually went for big trucks, so most of the time I pinned myself up against the bushes lining the alleyway until they passed. Sometimes I'd create stories in my head about people in the world around me, a little bit of excitement before my shift started. Today's story featured Bradley, the bearded man who owned the mattress store on the corner. Bradley was a nice guy, and he wore what I came to think of as his nice guy uniform, a plaid shirt and khakis. He drove a white Ford something or other, and he worked even more than I did. I passed him every morning, already at his shop before I started at 10. Even when I worked a double or a night shift, I'd see that white truck parked in the back of the alley. Bradley had to be single. If he had a wife or children, surely I'd have seen them at least once in the year since I'd moved to this side of town. But no, it didn't matter if it was during the day, at night, or on the weekends. Bradley was always alone. He lived in the house next door to mine, and he never seemed to have any company. All of his lights were usually off, except one lamp in the living room. The sun was shining, but not a single bird was chirping. No garbage truck was grumbling. Not one person was starting their car. It was eerily silent. Maybe that's why Bradley's presence seemed a little more sinister that morning. I looked at him anew and wondered why he combed his white blonde hair down the middle, why he thought it was a good idea to expose such a harsh line of scalp. Really, what I wanted to know was where he was going with that rolled-up rug in the back of his truck. Maybe I'd seen one too many episodes of Criminal Minds, but doesn't everyone know that's how you dispose of a body? Roll it up in some old carpet and dump it on the edge of town? As my imagination was turning Bradley into a serial killer, he gave me the friendliest wave and a smile. A real one. Or maybe he was just that good at being charming and was actually going to... I nearly pissed myself when he called out to me. "Hey, Karina! Water's out in the whole strip!" His thin lips turned into a heavy frown as he waved his arms around to show how upset he was. I stopped walking and lifted my hand to cover my eyes from the sun. It was harsh, shining its brightest, even though the air had a little bite to it. Georgia was so damn hot. I thought I'd be used to it after 3 years, but nope. I longed for the chill of those Texas nights. "I've been trying to get the water company out here, but no luck so far." He shrugged and held up his cell phone as proof. "Oh no!" I tried to mimic his tone of frustration over the water, but honestly, I kind of hoped Molly would let us shut down for the day. I had barely slept last night, so I could have used another hour or 20 of sleep. "I'll keep trying to call them," he offered. His fingers reached down and touched his long-horn belt buckle. He looked like he was already sweating, and when he grabbed the massive rug from the bed of his truck, I almost wanted to help him. Almost. "Thanks," I said. "I'll let Molly know when she gets in." Chapter 4. The door was locked. The lights were off. Even the hallway light that we usually kept on, and it was hot as hell inside. I cranked the AC, turned on the oil warmers, and lit the candles in the lobby and in Elodie's workroom and mine. My first client wasn't until 10:30. Elodie's wasn't scheduled until 11:30. She was still snoring on the couch when I left the house, which meant she'd rush through the door at 11:40 and give her client a sweet smile and a quick apology in that cute little French accent of hers, and all would be fine. Elodie was one of the few people in the world I'd do most anything for. That was especially true now that she was pregnant. She'd found out about the baby just 2 days after her husband's boots hit the dirt in Afghanistan. That kind of stuff was the norm around here. I saw it with my parents, with Elodie. and countless other women I met throughout my life who raised their kids mostly alone. Military wives are a rare breed of women. As much as I had endless respect for them, I never wanted to be one. My version of loneliness seemed easier than waiting for your love to come home. Or worse, not come home at all. As soon as I started thinking about all the women and men who had lost their spouses, my heart sank, and I could feel the cloud coming over my mind. I tried to distract myself, but couldn't help the overwhelming sadness. I needed some music in here. I hated silence. I wasn't one to linger in silence. My mind wouldn't allow it. Recently, I convinced Molly to let me play more relevant music over the speakers while we worked. I couldn't handle another shift of relaxing spa tunes on repeat for hours. The sleepy sounds of waterfalls and waves got on my nerves and made me drowsy, too. I turned on the iPad, and within seconds, Banks was washing away the memory of all that soft, dreamy babble. I walked to the front desk to switch the computer on. Not 2 minutes later, Molly came in with a couple of big tote bags hanging from her thin arms. "What's wrong?" she asked as I took the bags from her. Nothing? No, hi? No, how's it going, Karina?" I laughed and made my way to the back room. The food in those bags smelled so good. Molly made the best homemade Thai dishes I'd ever tasted, and she always made extra for Elodie and me. She graced us with it at least 5 days a week. The little avocado, that's what Elodie called her baby bump, wanted only spicy drunken noodles. It was the basil leaves. She had become obsessed with them since getting pregnant, to the point where she'd pick them out of her noodles and chew on them. Babies made you do the strangest things. "Karina," Molly said, smiling. "Answer me. How are you? You look sad." That was Molly for you. What's wrong? You look sad. If it was on her mind, it came out of her mouth. "Hey, I'm fine," I said. "Not wearing any makeup." I rolled my eyes. "That's not it. You never wear makeup," she said, poking my cheek. No, that wasn't it. But I wasn't just sad, and I didn't like that my mask had slipped enough for Molly to notice. I didn't like it one bit. Chapter 5. 10:30 came, and my client was right on time. I was used to his punctuality, not to mention his soft skin. I could tell he used oil after his showers, and that made my job easier, massaging already pliant skin. His muscles were always so tight, especially around his shoulders, so I assumed he sat behind a desk all day. He wasn't military. I gathered that by his longer hair, curling at the tips. Today he was so tense that my fingers hurt a little when they rubbed the patch of tissue at the top of his shoulders. He was a groaner. A lot of clients were. And he made these deep, throaty sounds when I loosened the knots he held in his body. The hour went fast. I had to tap his shoulder to wake him when it was over. My 10:30 client, his name was Toby, but I liked to call him 10:30, was a good tipper and kept things simple. Never talked, except for that time he asked me out. Elodie freaked when I told her. She wanted me to tell Molly, but I didn't want it to become a thing when it didn't need to be. He was fine with my rejection. Not the usual male reaction, I know. He hadn't even hinted at any attraction toward me since, so I figured things were okay between us. What's more, he hadn't asked me out while I was treating him. I had run into him while I was walking out of the nail salon next door on a day off. 45 minutes past 11, and there was still no Elodie. Usually, she'd text if she was going to be more than 15 minutes late. The man in the waiting area must have been new, because I didn't recognize him, and I never forgot a face. He seemed patient enough. But not Molly. She was about to call Elodie. "I can take him if she's not here in 5 minutes," I suggested. "My next appointment can be moved an hour later. It's Tina." Molly knew most of our clients who came in and out of her spa. She remembered names like I did faces. "Fine, fine. But your friend is always late," she scolded. Molly was the nicest woman, but was made of pure fire. She's pregnant, I said, defending my friend. Molly rolled her eyes. I was pregnant 5 times and I worked just fine. Touché. I kept my laughter quiet and texted Tina to see if she could come in at 1:15. She immediately responded with a yes, like I knew she would. Sir? I called to the man in the waiting room. Your therapist is actually running late. I can start you now if you'd like. Or you could wait for Elodie. I didn't know if he was partial to her for some reason, or if he simply wanted a massage. Now that we were on Yelp and booking online appointments, I never knew which clients wanted a specific therapist and which didn't care. He stood up and walked to the desk without saying a word. Is that okay? I asked. He hesitated for a second before he nodded. Okay. All right. I looked at the schedule. Kale. What a strange name. Follow me, please. We didn't have assigned rooms. Not technically. But I had fixed up the second room on the left to almost perfectly fit my taste, so that was the one I used the most. No one else took it unless they had to. I had brought in my own cabinet and decorations that included lots of fake plants, and was in the process of convincing Molly to let me paint the walls. Anything would be better than this dark purple color. It wasn't exactly relaxing, plus it was dull, with chipped corners and edges that dated the room by about 20 years. You can leave your clothes on the hanger or the chair, I told him. Go ahead and strip down to however you're comfortable. Lie face down on the table, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes to see if you're ready. The client didn't say a word. He stood next to the chair and lifted his gray t-shirt over his head. He was definitely military. Between his solid build and his nearly shaved head, he screamed soldier. I grew up inside and outside of army posts my entire life, so I knew a soldier from a mile away. He folded his shirt and set it down on the chair. When his fingers tugged at his athletic pants, I left him alone to undress. Chapter 6. I pulled my phone out of my scrub pocket and read the first line of a text from my dad. See you tonight? Estelle is cooking and wants you to come. I could name at least 1,000 things I'd rather do, but this is what the 3 of us, sometimes 4, did every single Tuesday. I'd missed only one family dinner since moving out a year ago, and that was when my dad drove Estelle in our family RV to the boot camp graduation of some distant relative. So, technically, I guess I wasn't the one who missed it. They still had Tuesday dinner on their family vacay, while back home, Elodie and I shoved our faces with Domino's pizza straight out of the box. I didn't respond to my dad because he knew I'd be there at 7. My new mom would be in the bathroom curling her hair while dinner kept warm in the oven. I'd be there on time, like I always was. It had been at least 3 minutes since I got lost in my own world, and Elodie's client was waiting. I sent her a quick text to say, "You better tip," with a smiley face emoji so she would know I was teasing. I quietly announced myself, pulled back the curtain, and walked into the room. The lights were dimmed but still reflected the hideous shade of purple from the walls. It had always been my least favorite color. The candles had been burning long enough for the air to take on the clean smell of almond. Even after my restless night, the scent had the power to calm me. He was on the table in the center of the room with the white blanket pulled up to his waist. I rubbed my hands together. My fingertips were too cold to touch someone's skin, so I walked over to the sink to warm them. I turned on the faucet. Nothing. I had already forgotten Bradley's warning, and for the last hour I'd managed without water. I wrapped my hands around the oil warmer on the edge of the sink. The burner was a little too hot, but it did the trick. The oil would be warm on his skin, and he probably wouldn't notice that the water wasn't working. It wasn't convenient, but it was manageable. I hoped that whoever worked last night's closing shift had put clean towels in the warmer before they left. I always made sure to do that. Any specific areas of concern or tension that you'd like me to focus on? I asked. No answer. Had he already fallen asleep? I waited a few beats before I asked again. He shook his shaved head in the face cradle and said, "Don't touch my right leg. Please," adding the flat please as an afterthought. I had requests from people all the time not to touch certain parts of their bodies. They had their reasons, from medical conditions to insecurities. It wasn't my business to ask. My business was to make the client feel better and to provide a healing experience. I hadn't looked at his treatment form. Actually, I don't even think I asked him to fill one out. Molly was the one who'd checked him in, so maybe she did? "Will do. Would you like light, medium, or deep pressure?" I asked, grabbing the little bottle of oil off the cabinet shelf. The outside of the bottle was still really hot, but I knew it would be the perfect temperature when it hit his skin. Again, no answer. Maybe he was hard of hearing. I was used to this as well, working outside a military installation. All forms of difficulties and disabilities from war were familiar and welcome here. Cale? I said his name, though I didn't know why. His head popped up so quickly I thought I'd frightened him. I jumped a little myself. "Sorry, I just wanted to know what level of pressure you wanted." "Any." He didn't sound like he knew what he wanted. Probably a first-timer. He put his head back into the cradle. "Okay, tell me if the pressure is too light or too firm and I'll adjust my touch," I told him. I could be a little heavy-handed, and most of my clients liked that, but I'd never worked on this guy before, and everyone was different. Who knew if he'd ever come back? I'd say only 4 out of 10 first-timers actually returned, and only 1 or 2 would become regulars. We weren't a big salon, but we had a steady clientele. "This is peppermint oil." I dotted the little bottle against my forefinger. "I'm going to rub some into your temples. It helps with—" He lifted his head up, lightly shaking it. "No," he said. His voice wasn't harsh, but it let me know he absolutely did not want me to use peppermint oil. Okay. I screwed the lid back on the bottle and turned the faucet. Damn it. The water. I knelt down and opened the towel warmer. Empty. Of course it was. Just a second, I told him. He laid his head back into the cradle, and I shut the warmer door a little too hard. I hoped he didn't hear it over the music. This day was turning to shit, and I was only on my second client. Chapter 7. Molly was in the hallway when I pushed through the thin curtain to search for towels. "I need water. Or warm towels." She put her fingers to her lips to tell me to hush. "There's no water. I have towels. Who didn't stock?" I shrugged. I didn't know and didn't really care, but I needed a towel, quickly. He's been in my room for 5 minutes, and I haven't started yet. At that, she moved faster, disappearing into the room across the hall and popping back up with a few hot towels. I grabbed them from her, shifting the steaming bundles from palm to cool them off. When I got back into the room, I waved the towel through the air one last time and rubbed it across the bottom of his bare feet. His skin was so hot to the touch that I pulled the towel away and touched the back of my hand to the top of his foot to make sure I felt correctly. I hope he isn't sick. I couldn't afford to get sick. That's the last thing my mortgage payment and electricity bill needed. Literally. The days on my dad's TRICARE were coming to an end, and I couldn't afford health insurance on my own. His skin felt so warm. I lifted the blanket a little and realized he was still wearing his pants. That was just strange. I didn't know how I was going to rub his other leg, the one I was supposed to massage. "Did you want me to avoid your legs altogether?" I quietly asked him. He nodded in the cradle. I continued to run the warm towel across the bottoms of his feet, something I did to clean off any oil and dirt. The hygiene of clients varied. Some people came in wearing sandals after walking around all day. Not this guy, though. He must have showered before he came in. I appreciated that. These were the things you thought about as a massage therapist. I started on the balls of his feet, applying pressure there and moving to the arch of his left foot. There was a soft, bubbly line across the bottom of his left foot, but I couldn't see the scar in the dark. I slid my thumb slowly along the arch, and he jerked a little. I was used to timing my hour sessions perfectly, about 5 minutes per leg, so I took the extra time to work on his shoulders. A lot of people carried tension in their shoulders, but this guy was off the charts. His were absolutely the tightest shoulders and back I had ever worked on. I had to stop myself from making up a story about his life and why he was so stressed. To keep my imagination at bay, I thought about Elodie again. Was she awake yet? Does she know this client? I continued, keeping his legs covered by the blanket and working on his neck, his shoulders, his back. His muscles were defined but not bulky or hard under my moving fingers. Being near the military my whole life has taught me that someone as young as this man could easily be carrying the weight of something for a long time, whether it was a rucksack or life itself. He didn't express enough of himself for me to make up the details the way I did with Bradley and most of the other strangers around me. There was something about this guy that kept my storytelling quiet. His scalp was the last part I worked on. The soft pressure release usually made people moan or at least sigh, but nothing came from his lips. He didn't make a peep. I thought maybe he'd fallen asleep. That often happened, and I loved when it did. It meant I did a good job. When the time was up, I felt like it had just started. I usually drifted in and out of thought during a treatment. My dad, my brother, my job, my house. But there was something about working on this guy. Did I know him? I remembered nearly every face I saw, and I definitely would have remembered his. So I came up with nothing. Thank you. Was everything okay? Sometimes I asked, sometimes I didn't. This guy was so quiet that I wasn't sure if he'd enjoyed it or not. He kept his face in the cradle, so I barely heard him when he said, "Yeah." Okay, well, I'm going to step out and let you get dressed. I'll see you in the lobby when you're finished. Take your time. He nodded, and I left the room, pretty sure I wouldn't be getting a tip. Chapter 8. I heard Elodie in the lobby. She was talking to Molly, who was giving her a hard time for being late. "I don't know if you saw my text, but I took your client. He's dressing now," I told my friend. It didn't hurt to let Molly know that everything was covered. No harm done. Elodie smiled at me and tilted her head to the side. She had this thing about her where she could get away with anything. "I'm so sorry, Karina. Thank you." She kissed both of my cheeks. That was something I got used to the first week she moved in. I wasn't really fond of excess touching, but with her it was hard to recoil the way I normally would. "I couldn't fall asleep last night. The avocado started kicking." Her smile grew wide, but I could tell by her eyes that she wasn't rested. I could relate. Not to the pregnancy, of course, but to the feeling of living in a constant state of tired. Molly put her hand on Elodie's stomach and started talking to the baby. I half expected her to ask the bump, "What's wrong? Why aren't you smiling?" But Molly was soft and kind around children, even the ones who hadn't been born yet. It made me a little uncomfortable, the way she was touching Elodie like that. But the idea of the baby kicking was exciting, so I smiled. I really was happy for my friend. It worried me that she was here alone with her family and most of her friends across the Atlantic Ocean. She was young. So young. I wondered if she'd had the chance to tell Philip that she thought she felt the baby move yesterday, or if he would even get to check his email today. The time zones made it so hard for them to talk as often as Elodie or anyone with a soldier in their life would want. But she was handling it with grace, as she did everything. It scared the hell out of me, though. The fact that she was going to have a baby in a few months. Sometimes I treated her as if she was a child herself. Elodie's eyes snapped to the curtain behind me, and she lit up like a Christmas tree, pushing past me to the client. She said a name that I couldn't hear completely, but it didn't sound anything like ngaio. She wrapped her small body around him and hugged him so tight that even a soldier would wince. "You're here! I can't believe you're here! How did you know where to find me?" She squealed and hugged him again. His expression remained blank, even though she was clearly happy to see him. Something about his face bothered me to the core. Maybe it was the way it probably made his life easier to have a face that people couldn't look away from, that people would gawk at. It made me uneasy to see Elodie clinging to him. Nothing good can come from a man with a face like that. Molly nodded to my next client, who was walking through the front door. "Back to work for you," she said, and I caught one more glimpse of Elodie's friend before Molly shushed me away. Chapter 9. Tina was one of my favorite clients. She worked from home as a family therapist and, more often than not, let me use her massage session as my therapy. I wasn't open with too many people, but Tina had no one to tell my secrets to. It made me sad for her, though, thinking about how lonely she must be, eating dinner by herself in front of the TV most nights. And then again, aside from Elodie, that was pretty much my life, too. I guess I shouldn't feel too much pity. At least Tina had a big house. Today's session with her felt like it was never going to end. I checked the clock again. 10 minutes left. "So, how are things with your brother?" she asked. I moved her hair to the side so I could focus on the tight muscles in her neck. Tina had recently cut her hair, the demi, she called it, but hated it and immediately started wearing hats to cover her dark strands. It still wasn't long enough to put into a ponytail. I thought she looked beautiful and wished my hair was as thick and soft as hers was. I didn't really want to talk about my brother. Actually, I didn't want to feel the way I would feel if we talked about my brother. My day already sucked enough. The same. I've barely heard from him since he's been staying with my uncle. Who knows when he's coming back? I sighed, gliding my fingers down the lower part of Tina's neck. "Is he in school there yet?" she asked. "No. They keep saying they're going to sign him up, but haven't." I tried not to think much about it, but my brain didn't work that way. Once I cracked the door open, the wood snapped off the hinges and everything rushed in. "It sounds like they don't plan on it," Tina said. "Yeah, I figured as much. He won't talk to me about it, and his scholarship to the community college expired last month." Little pokes of stress wrapped at my shoulders and down my spine. I understood that Austin couldn't bear to live with our dad any longer, but I was conflicted. He was my twin, 20, and headed nowhere but the clouds. He shouldn't be living in the next state over with our 30-year-old uncle who smelled like Cheetos and watched online porn all day. But I also didn't want him to live in my house with me. I knew that wasn't a good idea, even if Elodie hadn't been sleeping on my couch. It was complicated. I still couldn't believe my dad had let him leave in the first place. But I really couldn't blame my brother. Again, complicated. Honestly, Karina, you can't take on full responsibility for this. It's not good for you, and at the end of the day, your brother is an adult, the same age as you. Or 5 minutes younger, if I remember. 6. I smiled and moved my hands down to her shoulder blades. I knew she was right. Austin wasn't my problem to solve, but that didn't make it any easier. I moved my hands along her skin, using a compression stroke. "You have to decide what's best for you," she said. "You're starting a new chapter, and you should have the most decluttered life possible." Easier said than done. "I'll ask my dad if he's heard anything from him and leave it at that." I hated asking my dad about my brother because even if he was a mess right now, he was still his son. the golden child. I could never compete with Austin for Dad's affection, no matter how hard I may have tried. Tina didn't say anything after that. She must have known that talking through the drama of dinner with my family would be too much for me this early in the day, so she enjoyed the rest of her treatment, while my thoughts boiled inside my brain. Chapter 10. I attended to 3 more clients after Tina, and each of them occupied my mind in different ways. Stewart, I called her by the last name stitched into her ACUs, was an army medic who had the most beautiful eyes I had ever seen. She kept me busy talking about her next post, about how, with her job, she could be stationed almost anywhere in the world, so being posted to Hawaii was like hitting the jackpot. It was nice to see her so happy. Part of me wanted to hide in her suitcase and run off to Hawaii and start all over. Maybe my anxiety wouldn't follow me that far. Some people loved to move around in the military, and Stewart was one of them. She was only a year older than me, but she'd already been deployed to Iraq. Twice. And man, did she have stories. At 21, she'd had experiences most people couldn't even imagine. But when those experiences turned into memories, well, they started playing through her mind on a constant loop. Never waning, never quiet, those memories became background noise, tolerable but always there. I knew all about it. My dad's brain was full of that clamor. With 6 tours between Iraq and Afghanistan, his background noise wasn't just a personal soundtrack. It blared throughout our house. His house. I thought about all of this while Stewart lay on my table. I was glad she could open up to me, that she could unburden herself by talking and releasing a bit of her background noise. I knew better than most that it wasn't only the physical aspect of massage therapy that reduced stress, that helped a body come alive and quieted the mind. It was almost poetry the way Stewart talked about her life. I felt every word when she spoke. She connected me to each experience, and when she told me about the things she had been through and what she had learned, she opened me up to a different perspective. She talked a lot about how, in the United States, fewer than 8% of Americans had ever served in the military. That included all the branches, every veteran who enlisted, even for one term. Out of more than 300 million people, fewer than 8%. It was hard for me to realize that, given the way I grew up, moving from post to post, trying to make new friends, trying to adapt to strangers every few years. It seemed impossible to me, that small of a number. From my great-grandfather to my dad, and my uncles and cousins who were scattered across the country, except that loser uncle my brother was living with. Everyone around me wore a uniform or lived with someone who did. The world had never felt so big until Stewart and her statistics. I knew that, as of now, only 1% of Americans were actively in the military. I hoped I could someday live among the other 99%. She talked a lot during our sessions, like Tina. But unlike Tina, Stewart didn't expect me to share. I could lose myself in her experiences, many of which forced me to bite back my tears. Maybe that's why her sessions went by fast. Chapter 11. The water came back on right after Stewart left. I washed the sheets and towels in the few minutes I had between appointments. Elodie managed to be busy with a client each time I finished with mine. I was dying to ask her how she knew that soldier with the strange name and quiet presence, but we kept missing each other. I usually stayed out of other people's drama. I had enough of my own. But Elodie hardly knew anyone here, and I was curious about this connection of hers. The only people she talked to were on Facebook. My next client was a sleeper. He usually conked out within 5 minutes, which left me with the entire hour to think about my brother. Oh, and how much I was dreading tonight's dinner. I was slightly envious of Austin for being far away in North Carolina, sleeping past noon and working part-time at Kmart. I also thought about Elodie's friend, how he wore pants throughout his treatment, and how the amount of tension he held in his body wasn't healthy for such a young guy. He couldn't have been older than 22, if that. He had a baby face, smooth skin, and a sharp jaw. My last client of the day was a walk-in who left me a big tip for a 30-minute prenatal massage. Her belly was full, and she seemed so tired. I almost asked her if she was okay, but I didn't want to be rude, so I kept my mouth shut. I walked by Elodie's room again. The door was closed, and for a second, I even imagined that her soldier friend might be in the room with her. My imagination sure was out of control. Before the end of my shift, I helped Molly restock the back room and the towel warmers, and I folded the laundry. I wasn't in a rush to leave, especially on so-called family dinner night. When I finally left for the day, I took Molly's delicious leftovers home with me. That whole thing about pregnant women eating for two might be an old wives' tale, but Elodie was walking proof of its truth. I carried the food in one hand and tried to call my brother with the other. Voicemail after 2 rings. Asshole. Hey, it's me. I'm calling to check on you. I haven't heard from you in a few days. Call me back. I'm going to Dad's for Tuesday dinner, as always. You suck for not being here, as always. I hung up and put my phone in my front pocket. Around me, the sky looked like the sun couldn't decide to set or not, staying an orange color that made everything look a little nicer, a little softer. The parking spots in the alley were all taken. Bradley's white truck was there, parked sideways across 2 spots, and the truck bed was so full of mattresses, it reminded me of that fairy tale about the princess and the pea. He walked out the back door and tossed a pillow into the pile. "Water's back," he shouted, waving his hand. "Yeah," I said, smiling. "Thanks for being on the water company," I added. Okay, that was awkward. I could feel it. Bradley didn't seem to notice or overthink my words the way I did. He simply told me to have a good night, locked the door to his shop, and climbed inside his truck. I knew I would mull over my awkwardness all through the evening. My brain usually worked that way. Doors slammed, tires crunched over branches, and voices filled the rest of my short walk home. I thought about dinner at my dad's tonight and what forced conversation we would have during at least 3 courses. Half of it would be about my brother, of that I was sure. I had to be at dinner by 7, which meant getting ready to leave my house by 6:40. I needed to shower and put civilian clothes on, even if I was giving my appearance minimal effort. My dad had stopped commenting on my looks once I'd lost enough extra pounds to please him. Small mercies, I guess. I really wanted to stay home and eat leftovers with Elodie. Sure, dinner once a week was better than living there, by far, but I hated the task of it. Every week since moving out, I'd told myself the same thing, that I'd get used to the routine. I hated that my entire week revolved around Tuesday at 7. When I did my laundry, when I washed my hair, when I brushed my teeth, when I worked, it all had to fit around this dinner. I guess I wasn't as much of a grown-up as I thought. Chapter 12. I was starting to hate Facebook. Every single time I opened the app, there was a newborn baby, a proposal, or a death. If it wasn't that, it was politics, with everyone shouting so loudly they couldn't hear what everyone else was saying. The whole thing was exhausting, and I had barely posted in months. I never felt like I did anything important enough to share with people I hardly knew. And unlike Sarah Chessman, who had moved away my senior year at Spencer High, I didn't feel like every crock-pot meal or selfie was social media worthy. But out of slightly bitchy curiosity and a tiny bit of envy I'd never admit to, and because I had another few minutes to waste on my walk home, I went to Sarah Chessman's page to scroll through her boring life. Maybe it was the fact that I was walking home through the back alley and my feet hurt like hell, or that I'd be knocking on my dad's door in an hour, but Sarah's life actually looked legitimately eventful. She had a husband, a newly minted soldier stationed in Texas, and she was pregnant. I watched a 10-second video of her opening a box full of pink balloons, revealing the gender of her soon-to-arrive baby. Gender reveal parties were starting to piss me off. What was the point? Why did people spend money on them? If I ever had one, who would even come? I started to feel like a hypocrite for judging her, so I clicked back to my main feed. My dad had posted a picture of himself holding a fish in one hand and a beer in the other. He wore a smile that I had never seen in person. He always loved to hunt and fish. My brother and I couldn't stomach it. Austin could handle the gore a bit more than I could. He would go on hunting trips with Dad until we got to high school, and girls became his favorite pastime. My brother, whom I had talked to nearly every day up until a few months ago, but now could barely get on the phone, had already liked my dad's post. So did someone with a golden retriever as their profile picture. The golden retriever friend had commented that my dad was looking happier than ever. It stung. It really stung. Probably because it was true. I had been hearing that phrase since he got remarried 2 years ago after a whirlwind romance of less than a year. We had barely unpacked our boxes from our move to Fort Benning when my dad met Estelle on Facebook, of all places. He commented on a mutual friend's picture, and their romance took off from there. From the neighbors to the cashiers at the PX, everyone thought it was okay to congratulate my dad on how happy he was. No one thought about me, that I was in earshot, that telling him how happy he seemed now implied that he had been really unhappy before. No one considered my feelings. Not him, not Estelle, not the strangers. That's when I started clinging to people. Boys, mostly. Some at my high school, some older. I was searching for something I wasn't getting at home, but I couldn't tell you what it was because I still haven't found it. Most of all, I clung to Austin. Maybe it was the twin thing, or maybe it was the fact that our parents were never around when we needed them, when their guidance would have mattered. Staying close to my 6 minutes younger brother seemed to help for a while, but once we were out of high school, I started to consider that maybe Austin wasn't the person I had built him up to be. One of the weirdest parts of growing up was the way memories changed once the veil of naive innocence disappeared. Austin had once taken me to that party in Chesapeake Manor, where all the officers' kids were partying. He told me that everyone our age was drinking, that I should just relax. Then he passed out in one of the bedrooms with some girl from a high school across town, and I was forced to sleep there, surrounded by loud, rowdy, belligerent boys. That's when one of them, the one who called me Austin's sister and had too deep a voice for a high school kid, swore I had a crush on him and shoved his tongue down my throat. Repeatedly. Until I started crying and he got weirded out. Funny how my telling him to stop, my constant no, please, no, didn't do it. Nope. It was the salty, hot tears streaming down my face that finally got him to go away. I guess he didn't like the way they tasted. Eventually, I fell asleep on a couch listening to some war video game being played in the other room. Austin never apologized the next morning. He never asked how I had slept or where. He just kissed that random girl on the cheek and made a joke that she and I both laughed at, and then we Ubered home like nothing ever happened. Our dad yelled at me, not at him, and we both got grounded for a week. But 3 days in, Austin got to hang out with his friends, and since I didn't have any, I was stuck there. I clicked on Austin's profile and thought about calling him again, but then Elodie opened the front door and surprised me. I hadn't even realized. I was on my front porch. Chapter 13. My house is small. When you go through the front door, you're already in the living room. That's one of the things I like about it. The way it's all cozy and warm, everything there waiting for me. No surprises, except the faulty electrical work that I still haven't been able to fix correctly. The lights and TV were on when I got home that night. The room filled with the voice of Olivia Pope. And there was Elodie, standing at the door, greeting me with a nervous smile. Something was up. I hadn't known Elodie that long, but I felt I knew her better than I knew the father who I'd lived with for a lifetime. We met at work on her first day hired. I found her in the cleaning supplies closet, crying because a client yelled at her when the massage oil she used was too hot. We didn't have much in common, other than being the same age. And even that, well, I felt older somehow. I looked older, too. Elodie had this youthful air around her, a forever teenager, especially when she smiled. And when she was nervous or sad, she looked about 16, maybe younger. That brought out the protector in me. I didn't have a choice but to grow up fast. Even at 20, I barely remember a time when I was free of adult thoughts and worries. Elodie tried her best to be the perfect young army wife, but she was already at the center of so many petty rumors. The wives in Philip's platoon made little jokes about her accent and called her a mail-order bride, despite the reality that tons of soldiers met their wives online. I'm sure my client Stuart had some stats on that, too, about how many members of the military met their spouses on social media. That didn't seem to matter to these women who entertained themselves by belittling Elodie. That's how a lot of military installations were, everyone bickering and jostling for position. Elodie's neighbors were snarky assholes who spent their days selling pyramid schemes on Facebook and bullying her over her grass being an inch too long. That's not an exaggeration. I was with her once when the mayor of her housing department pulled up, tires screeching, and scolded Elodie for letting her grass grow half an inch too long. Yes, the mayor measured. No, she didn't have anything better to do. That's why Elodie preferred to spend her nights on my couch or next to me in my bed, depending on where she fell asleep. I got the feeling she liked the couch the most. She didn't wake up asking for her mom or Philip when she was on the couch. I planned on asking Elodie about the guy, Cale, I had met earlier. Obviously she knew him, but how? She didn't have many friends as far as I was aware, and she didn't spend much time socializing. While I was looking at my phone for a text from my brother, hoping for one, not surprisingly, there was nothing from him, Elodie walked to the couch, sat down, and tucked her feet under her. Her petite body was changing, her belly starting to swell. I wondered where the baby would sleep in my little house. The thought made me equal parts excited and terrified. Elodie's favorite American show at the moment was Scandal. She was binge-watching it for the first time, and while it was on, she was completely checked out. I wished I could find something that I loved as much, to distract my mind from its constant flow of thought. "What season are you on now?" I asked, watching her spring up again. "2," she said softly as she moved toward the kitchen. She was being so quiet. I pulled my shoes off, and it wasn't until I dropped one on the floor and something moved in my peripheral vision that I realized another person was in my house. A noise, a little like a shriek, flew from my mouth when I saw him. He was staring at me, the one-syllable client. He was sitting in my chair. The dark pink used-to-be red one that my Nana gave my mom before I was born. I always loved it, and because it had sat in my dad's storage unit after my mom left, I decided it was mine to take. She left it, and us, and the chair was a tiny victory for me. Hey?" I said when my heart stopped doing little flips from the aftershock of surprise. How did I not see a whole human in my living room? "How was work?" Elodie asked, looking at the TV while her fingers picked at the fabric on her frayed shorts, and then back at me. "Good." I stared at this Cale guy, and he stared back at me. When I would recall this later, the first time he was inside my house, the memory would linger in my thoughts, changing from a burning pain to pure bliss, and back, again and again and again. But when it happened in real life, it happened fast. Before he was anything to me, before he was everything, he was just a quiet stranger with a blank face and distant eyes. There was something inscrutable about him, something so closed that I couldn't even begin to read him. He hated peppermint oil and hadn't wanted me to touch his legs during his treatment. Those were the only clues I had about who he was. He stared at me for a few seconds, then looked away and stared at the wall for so long that I almost wanted to count the seconds until he blinked. I smelled the popcorn right before the popping sound started. "I'm making popcorn," Elodie announced. She was nervous. What was going on here? Were they having a movie night? Netflix and chill? The whole situation was weird. He was fucking weird. Okay. I excused myself. "I'm going to take a shower. I have to be at my dad's at 7. I walked down the hallway. Elodie followed, chewing on her bottom lip. "Well?" I asked. "He arrived home last night. He was with my Philip." Her voice was low, and I could tell she was gearing herself up to ask me something. My mom was like this, too, when she wanted something. "Can he stay here for a day until he can get a hold of his—" She trailed off, stopping for a second. "Until he can get into his place?" Sorry to ask like this. I held up my hand. "How do you know this guy?" "Oh, I met him right before they left. He's a good guy, Karina, honest. He's Philip's closest friend over there." "What's he doing back?" I asked her. She shook her head. "I didn't ask. Should I ask?" She peered into the living room. "I wouldn't now," I told her. "He can stay here, but if he ends up being a problem, he's out. So are you," I teased her. She smiled at that and touched my arm. She was always so affectionate. Me? Not so much. "Thank you, you're the—" I know, I'm the best. Now I have to shower so I'm not late to my dad's." She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, you should thank me." We both laughed, and I shut the bathroom door in her face and sank against the wall. I'm not the kind of person to let a stranger, especially a man, stay in my house. But there I was, muddying my judgment for the first of many times when it came to Kale. Chapter 14. My house was in dire need of a fewish repairs. It had been that way since I'd moved in nearly a year ago. Every day it was the same dance, bouncing from foot to foot, completely naked, waiting for the water to heat up. That wasn't even the worst of it. Once the water got hot, it didn't stay that way. Not for long, anyway. The water went from hot to cold to hot again. I could barely stand it. I loved my slightly shabby house, but there were a lot of things that needed fixing, and it was going to take a while to get through them all. I tried to do some of the smaller renovations myself, like the shower tiles I bought during an overly adventurous Saturday afternoon at the hardware store. I bought cans of paint, little tubes of white gunk to patch the holes in the hallway walls, some knobs to replace the ones on the kitchen cabinets, and some tiles for the bathroom. The knobs found their way onto the cabinets. I had to admit, they really did update the cabinetry like HGTV told me they would. I wasn't necessarily good at home demo, but I really loved doing it with the little bit of money I had. I painted the kitchen walls, then I started the bathroom shower tiles. As in, I removed about half of them and replaced maybe 6? I counted them. Okay, so 8. As convenient as it was to use the constant remodel as a way to discourage guests, most notably my dad, I really wished I had the money and skill to do everything I wanted to do to the house. One day I would. This house was my way to prove that I could take care of myself. I didn't know who I was trying harder to convince, myself or my dad. And did it really matter? The water was finally warm enough to wash my hair. It shorted out on me only a couple of times. When I turned it off, the shower still dripped behind me as I rough-dried my hair. I thought again of Elodie's friend, the stranger in my house. He seemed nice enough, but too quiet. Was he rude or just shy? His demeanor didn't come off as shy at all. As I wrapped a hand towel around the leaking bath faucet and plugged in my hairdryer, I wondered if Philip was the kind of guy who would mind his friend staying with his pregnant wife. I started to feel uneasy as I blow-dried the tips of my hair. It was impossible to blow-dry in less than 30 minutes, and I had only about 10 before I had to leave. That would have to do. I had to do laundry, and soon. I didn't need to be super dressed up for my dad and his wife, but I knew my outfit, and Estelle's, would be topics of conversation at the dinner table. Outside of our apparel and the typical "have you seen any good movies lately?" question, my stepmom had nothing to talk to me about. To be fair, I had even less to say to her. My dad's insult framed as a question about my career always came up toward the end of dinner. As predictable as the tide, he made me feel lousy about my job, no matter how much I loved it. It didn't matter. It wasn't enough. It would never be. He made me feel like shit. I could hear Elodie's voice as I got dressed. It sounded like she was trying to explain Scandal to her soldier friend. She was the absolute worst at explaining movies or shows to anyone. She always got character names confused and would spoil the ending without even meaning to. As someone who hated spoilers, I now knew better than to ask her about anything she had already seen. I barely had any clothes left in my dresser, so I shoved my hand in the Forever 21 bag next to my nightstand. There wasn't much of use in the bag. A pair of jeans one size too big, and a brown button-up shirt that fit me everywhere but the chest. I stretched my arms out to see how much of an opening there was between the buttons. Ugh, too much. The last thing I needed was for my dad to comment on my clothes being too small. I ended up throwing on a black t-shirt with a little pocket on it, and my go-to black jeans with a hole at each knee. I knew my dad would comment on them, but he always made the same jokes. "You have a hole in your pants," or "I hope you didn't pay full price for destroyed jeans." I finally made it out to the living room with about 5 minutes to spare before I had to leave. Cale was sitting in the same spot, his eyes looking like they were going to close at any minute, his t-shirt clinging to his broad shoulders. The chair looked so small when he was in it. He had to be at least 6 inches taller than me, and at least 10 taller than Elodie. The longer I looked at him, the bigger he seemed to grow. Elodie darted out of the kitchen with a big bowl of popcorn. "Leaving?" she asked. I nodded, digging my hand into the bowl. I was starving. I couldn't even remember if I'd had anything to eat today. I knew Molly's food was in our fridge, and I would eat it as a late-night snack after barely touching whatever Estelle would be serving. "I'm going to be late," I said, groaning. "What would happen if you didn't go?" Elodie and I often joked about my Tuesday date. We did that every single Tuesday, to be exact. They would disown me. I looked at Cale. He wasn't looking our way, but somehow I knew he was listening. He was a soldier, after all. "So wouldn't be so bad, yeah?" She licked her buttery fingers and then wiped them across her shorts. "Not bad at all, actually." I grabbed my water jug from the table by the couch. Elodie went a little far with the salt on the popcorn. "Do you want me to bring you home dessert?" She nodded, smiling with a mouthful of kernels. "I'll be back around 9:30. Maybe later, but hopefully not," I told both of my house guests. I found myself wondering what they would be doing after I left. The images in my head bothered me a little, not only because Elodie was married, but because this guy seemed off. Before I could even contemplate that, his voice surprised me as I reached the door. "Can I use your shower?" His voice was soft as rain, and he looked at me patiently, a look I would come to know well. Cale was familiar in the way that only a stranger could be. I hadn't seen him before today, but already I had memorized his face. The thick draw of his brow, the little scar above his eye. It was like I had come across him somewhere or sometime before. Maybe I had seen him in passing, at a store or on the street, in line for a coffee or to pay for gas. Or maybe he had one of those faces that felt familiar. There were people like that. "Can I?" he asked again. I fumbled a little. Yeah, of course. Of course you can shower." "Thanks," Cale muttered and stood up, heading toward the bathroom. He looked so big next to my little leather couch. Actually, he looked so big next to everything in my house, even the china cabinet I bought off Craigslist, before I realized how dangerous it was to meet strangers in the back of the Walmart parking lot. I had a lot of stuff in my house, most of it old and previously owned. Until now, I'd never thought about how my home may have looked to others, but suddenly I felt insecure that he might be judging me. Did he notice the pile of dirty clothes desperately waiting to be washed, the stack of dirty dishes in the sink? And why did I care? There's that one pie. Elodie struggled for the English word. The one with the little... She held up her fingers, and I finished her thought for her. Cherries? I had retained 0 of what I learned from high school French class. Elodie nodded, but she didn't have to. I knew she could eat an entire cherry pie in one sitting. I'd seen her do it. And who could blame her? My dad's wife, Estelle, was a decent cook. If I liked her more, I would admit that she was a great cook. But I didn't, so I wouldn't. I assured Elodie if there was cherry pie on offer, it would be hers. Is he always this quiet? I asked her. Then I shouted, "Towels are in the closet behind the bathroom door," loud enough that he would hear me. Of course, he didn't respond, but I heard the cabinet creak, so I knew he heard me. She shrugged and winced a little. I don't know. Yeah, don't remind me. I sighed, wondering again what I had agreed to. She chewed on her lip the way she always did, and I gave her a somewhat reassuring smile. I left before another minute could pass. Chapter 15. I was late. Not a 5-minute, oh, there was traffic, late. This was big late, the kind of late that would end with my dad's dramatic sighs and a lecture about how Estelle had to keep the oven on to warm the food, but now the chicken was all dried up, and did I ever think of anyone but myself? I was already supposed to be at my dad's house, and I was still sitting in my driveway. As I said, late. I wasn't sure why I was prolonging my lateness by sitting in my car and staring out the windshield in silence. Sometimes I wished my car wouldn't start, so I wouldn't have to go, though my dad would complain even more and come pick me up. I hated any and all obligations that I had no control over. I didn't like to be told what to do and where to be, and yet I let my dad put that burden on me. He'd applied that kind of pressure my whole life, and I did nothing to stop it. I checked my phone again. A missed call from a random number. When I called back, an automated robot voice said it was a collect call from my mother. I bet the bill collector would have more success finding her than I would. My mom was the last person I needed to think about right now, and I started to feel that sinking pit in my stomach that I didn't have the energy for tonight. I went on Instagram out of habit and scrolled through pictures of girls I had known in high school who were now starting their adult lives or in the military themselves. Not a ton of people I went to high school with ended up going to college. For money or whatever reason, it just wasn't the norm like it was in movies. I stopped scrolling when I saw a picture of a coast, bright blue water, and white sands. This was the backdrop to a couple of lounge chairs shaded by beach umbrellas, and in the corner of the photo, 2 hands clinking glasses of what I guessed were piña coladas. The caption read, "OMG, if you think this view is nice, wait till we post pics tonight. The sky here is so beautiful," with a bunch of heart eye emojis. The account belonged to Josie Spooner, a one-time friend and a complete social narcissist who posted every time she left the house. Her daily coffee cup with a quote about how she's ready to kick Monday's ass, or, "Ugh, people suck so bad, don't feel like talking about it," filled my feed often. What was the purpose of telling the world that she didn't want to talk about it? Why post it? I didn't know why I didn't just delete her or my whole account. I hadn't spoken to her since we moved from Texas. Then again, if I deleted everyone who annoyed me on social media, I would have 0 friends. I was mid-eye roll when I caught something out of the corner of my peripheral vision. It was Cale, dressed in his tan camouflage ACUs, striding down the grass and onto the sidewalk. I rolled my window down and called to him. "Hey!" He walked toward my car and leaned into the open passenger side window. He had to duck down a little so he could see me. His eyes were bright in the setting sun. They were more than bright. They were striking. They were distracting. The unnerving cocktail of vulnerability and certainty in them seemed to sway me, to make me want to be kind to him. "Where are you going? Was something wrong with the shower? I know it can be a pain in the ass. The water goes from boiling to freezing in like 1 second and—" "Shower was fine." He had one of his hands hidden in the pocket of his uniform pants, and the other was resting on the window lining. The black ink tattoo on his forearm was in full view. I couldn't tell what it was without staring, and he was way too close to not notice. "Are you going somewhere?" "To my company," he answered softly. "Right now?" I looked at the street to see who was there to pick him up, but there were no cars. "You're walking?" I asked again, engaging in way too much conversation with him. Every few seconds, I forgot I was already late to dinner. He shrugged. "Yeah, my truck's there." He looked down at his uniform. "And all of my clothes." "But it's so far from here to walk. Why don't you call an Uber?" He shrugged again. Was he really going to walk 3 miles? I looked at the digital clock on my dash. 7:06. I should be knocking on my dad's door right now, but here I was, sitting in my driveway, debating with myself whether or not to offer him a ride to his company. We were both going to the same place, after all. Well, depending where his company was. Fort Benning wasn't as big as, say, Fort Hood, but it was spread out and took a while to get from one side to the other. Without saying a word, Cale stood up straight, his upper body disappearing from view as he walked away. I called out for him again and leaned toward the passenger side, almost by instinct. "Do you want a ride? I'm going through the West Gate. Where's your company?" He leaned down again. "It's near Patton, same gate, but I'm good. Thank you, though." I was a bit annoyed and surprised by his blunt response, so it took me a second to say anything. "I'll literally pass it on my way. I'm already late anyway, it won't kill me to be a tiny bit later." I said that, but I knew every second would count with my dad. I could only see Cale's hands, because they were no longer in his pockets. He was fiddling with his fingers, picking at the skin around his fingernails. An anxious tick? I could have watched him stand there for an hour, taking in the tiny bits of character he was giving me. My mouth was physically dry, desperately drinking in the smallest details, the freckle on the tip of his thumb. The way he dug at his skin reminded me of my brother. He had skin peeling around every visible finger. Austin used to get so antsy during car rides, especially those to visit our mom in her apartment right after she moved out. She bounced from place to place, and my brother's hands bore the evidence of his pain and her instability. The first place on Clear Creek Road was right outside of Fort Hood. We ate frozen pizza off paper plates while my dad stood over us. The second one, only a block away from the first, was a little smaller and a little messier, and she said she lived alone, but the soldier's boots by the door said otherwise. By the time she was in the third and final apartment, with a handful of roommates who she didn't even try to hide, Austin had such thick scabs around every finger. One of Mom's roommates walked in smoking a cigarette and offered it to my brother, who was 16 at the time. Our mom and dad screamed at each other for so long that night that I fell asleep on Austin's shoulder, and I woke up to my dad yanking open the car door and shouting that we were never, under any circumstance, to be around her without his supervision. As I sat in the driveway, I shook my head, trying to jumble up the memories enough to lose them and stay present in this moment with Cale. "Do you want a ride or not? I really have to get going." I repeated my offer, annoyed at myself for persisting. "Aren't you already late? Elise seemed pretty worried about you being late." He leaned down to look at me, and I noticed his eyes on my cell phone screen. "More worried than you, at least." I smiled sarcastically and plugged my phone into the cord connected to my car. "Are you going to get in or not? Last chance." He made eye contact with me and held it just a second too long. I looked at myself in the rearview mirror while I thought of something witty yet sarcastic that I might say as I drove off, leaving him in the driveway. He changed my plan by trying to open the passenger door behind me. I pressed the lock button to prove a point. "This isn't an Uber," I told him, only half joking, and unlocked the doors. He walked around the car, opened the passenger door, and sat down next to me. This was different. Usually my only passenger was pint-sized Elodie, but here was this big guy sitting next to me with his knees touching the dashboard, smelling like my coconut body wash. "You can adjust the seat," I told him. I put the car in reverse and my gear shift stuck for a second. It had been doing that lately. My reliable Lumina had been on this earth for more years than I had, and was one of the few constants in life since I bought it for $500 on my 18th birthday. It was the first thing that was solely mine, and I didn't ask for a penny from my dad. I was the only one of my friends to have a job in high school, working part-time and weekends as a server at a local pizza place. My small group of friends would complain, trying to pull me away from work to go to parties, to the lake, to smoke weed in the parking lot of the elementary school where we hung out. Yes, elementary school. We were mildly delinquent, but at least I could pay for my own delinquency. All of them relied on their parents for allowance, and all three of them had since moved away. One went to Kentucky for college, one to Colorado for a change of scenery and a more exciting life, and one to Kansas for a soldier who promised to love her forever. Ugh, I groaned, and jiggled the gear, frustrated at my car and the lie of forever. No one could ever love someone forever. After all these years growing up, love itself was the biggest lie I'd been told throughout my life. "Yeah, and my car and my house are falling apart. I know," I said, before Cale could. He looked over at me, confusion clear on his face. "Didn't say anything." He shrugged and looked out the window. I jiggled the gear one more time, and it finally moved. I looked at him again, and I swear there was a tiny bit of a smile on his face. It was hard to look away from. He annoyed the shit out of me, and I hated that his first impression of me outside of the spa had been a big, bright banner of my failing life. My tires crunched down the gravel driveway, and we were on our way. I picked up my phone and saw my dad's name across the top. I didn't need to read the text to know he was asking me where I was. I also didn't need to respond because why would I? I knew he'd lecture me anyway, and I'd rather keep it to 1 instead of 2. Yay for Tuesdays! Chapter 16. The alley across the way looked deserted as we pulled onto the street. It was after work, with the shops now closed. Everyone had cleared out in the last hour, but Bradley's truck was still outside his mattress shop. Sometimes I would watch him drive from his shop to his house directly across the street with a truck bed full of mattresses, which always left me wondering what he was really transporting. Cale buckled his seatbelt across his chest, and I ignored the annoying ding my car gave, the one that reminded me to put my seatbelt on. Luckily, it was an old car, so it would ding only once, sometimes twice. I always waited to put my seatbelt on later, a few streets away. I'm not sure why. A little bit of living recklessly, I guess. As I got closer to my dad's house on post, the familiar creep of dread was washing over me. I thought about trying to start a conversation with Cale, but from what little I knew about this guy, talking wasn't really his thing. I glanced over at him and quickly turned on the radio. I had never been around anyone who made me feel this prickly awkwardness before. I couldn't explain what this felt like. Couldn't even be sure that I disliked it. But I just had this weird desire to talk to him. What was that? The urge to pierce the air, the need to fill the space with words. Maybe Cale had it right by choosing his words sparingly, and the rest of us had it wrong. My Spotify was playing a song I hadn't heard before, but I recognized Shawn Mendes' voice immediately. I turned the volume up a little, trying to contain my inner fangirl on hearing a new song from him for the first time. Cale didn't react at all to the music, even when I turned it louder and played the song twice in a row. He sat there like a statue in my car as I drove closer and closer to the impending doom of the dinner table. My gas indicator light came on, a bright reminder of my disorganization and irresponsibility. When the Shawn Mendes song finished, it was time for an ad break. A testimonial for a weight loss clinic, great for my psyche, and an offer for low-interest car loans. "Huge military discounts," the voice promised, with a borderline drill sergeant shout. Someday I would be grown up enough to pay for ad-free listening, but that day wasn't here yet. "I can play something else if you want," I told him, ever the cordial host. "What kind of music do you like?" "This is fine." Okay. I replayed the new Shawn song a third time. I exited the highway and was glad to see there wasn't a line to enter the base. I loved living on my side of town, close enough to the post, but far enough from my dad that I could breathe. "Here we are," I said, as if he couldn't see the bright lights ahead of us. He shifted his hips and pulled out a dog-eared wallet from the pocket of his ACU pants. He dropped his military ID into my open hand. The tips of his warm fingers grazed my skin, and I jerked my hand away. His ID fell between the seats. "Damn it. Sorry." I shoved my fingers into the slim slot and managed to grab the card just as it was my turn to approach the guards. "Welcome to the great place," the soldier working the gate said. "Really?" I couldn't help but tease him. Ever since the soldiers were required to recite that ridiculous motto, I gave them shit about it. I couldn't help it. I did it in Texas and carried it on to Georgia. "Yes, really," he said, his tone neutral. He inspected our ID cards and the standard decal stuck to my windshield. "Have a good night," the soldier told us, though I knew he didn't care about our night. He probably thought we were together, that I was some barracks whore driving us to this guy's small room, where we'd have sex while his roommate slept in the other bed. Who even came up with the term barracks whore? And why did I think it so freely, without considering that the soldiers were also sleeping with random strangers? I felt like shit knowing how easily the word whore slipped into my head. I made a mental note to get better at the way I think about other women. I don't know where I'm going," I reminded Cale. "It's right up here," he mumbled, as I was passing a street on the right. "Right now?" I jerked the wheel to make the turn in time. He nodded. "Next light, turn left there. There!" "Dude!" I rolled my eyes, stopping my car for a second. "What?" The way he asked seemed like he'd forced himself to respond. I felt like he wanted to get out of my car as soon as possible, and the thought sort of pissed me off. I didn't necessarily want to be playing taxi for a stranger who was allegedly Elodie's husband's bestie. I barely knew Philip as it was, and his friend acting this way didn't exactly improve my opinion of Elodie's man. "Sorry. Just go up a little further. It's there on the right. The brown building." He gestured in the general direction. The buildings were nearly identical. The only things differentiating one from the other were the numbers painted on the sides. The one we were passing was either 33 or 88. The black paint was faded, so I couldn't tell. "Yeah, they're all the same big brown buildings here at the Great Place." I swear I heard the tiniest hint of a laugh, just a small puff of smoke, enough to show that he was at least mildly amused by my comment. Sure enough, when I looked over, there it was. A sliver of a smile spread across his lips. "It's here." He pointed to a massive parking lot. Cale kept his finger pointed at a navy blue truck parked in the back of the mostly empty lot. I pulled up next to it, about a car's length away. "Thanks." He looked at me like he was searching for something. "Karina," I told him, and he nodded. "Thanks, Karina." I tried to calm the swarm of bees in my stomach as he climbed out of my car without another word. Chapter 17. I don't know what I expected Cale to drive, but this beast of a truck wasn't it. When I sized him up, literally and figuratively, I came to the conclusion that he'd drive something practical, like a black sedan or a medium-sized white pickup truck. But it wasn't this massive, dilapidated blue thing with rust circling the wheel well and covering most of the passenger side. The truck, jeep, car thing said Bronco in bold letters and had 2 big circle headlights. The tires were so oversized that the truck somehow made Cale look small. His truck jeep thing was actually really cool, but it needed some work. The more I noticed about the car, the more I realized it suited him perfectly. Like the saying that dogs and owners start to look alike after a while. Or is it husbands and wives? Either way, his truck simply fit him. He had the standard Georgia plates, peaches with the corny slogan, and Clayton County printed across the bottom. I had no idea where that was. I wondered if he actually was from Georgia or if he bought the car here. You never knew with soldiers. Cars seemed to drop from the sky above. If his hometown was really in Georgia, I wondered how he felt being here with home not far away. Or did it feel far away? The perspective depends on your situation. I would feel distant even if I was in the same county as my dad and his wife. But maybe Cale had a good relationship with his family and felt close and content and okay with that. I didn't know this about him, but now I wanted to find out. I kept watching Cale. I don't think I'd ever seen someone like him. He wasn't doing anything spectacular like men in the novels I'd read and films I'd seen, but there was something inside of him that made him sort of glow compared to other people. He was charming, too, but in an unassuming way. He knew who he was, and he gave me this almost competitive feeling, this little burn in my stomach to try to be on his level. He was Elodie's friend, and he was going to be sleeping in my house. Was it going to be weird? It was absolutely going to be weird. I yanked my visor mirror down and checked my appearance. The light surrounding the mirror came on, but Cale didn't notice. He was calling someone and standing at least 10 feet away from where I was in my car. Yikes. I swiped under my eyes. The mascara on my lower lashes had left little flakes of black across the top of my cheekbone. I was pale, abnormally so. I slapped and pinched my cheeks a little and sucked in my lips and counted to 10. It was what the girls my age were doing on Instagram and getting thousands of views doing so. It worked, but I looked way too frazzled for this evening. I should have finished styling my hair. I turned to scan my back seat, hoping to find one of my gigantic cloth scrunchies. I had at least 2 in my car at all times. Minimal time spent with the illusion of effort. I watched as Cale stuck his hand under the metal sheet above his front tire and felt along the surface. He tried to call someone else, and I finally found a white hair tie and pulled half of my hair up. A lot of loose pieces of my wavy hair came down. I messed with them a little, and then put gloss on my lips. I glanced at my reflection one last time, and when Cale hung up the phone, I closed the mirror. The more I watched him, standing there in the dark, pacing around with his iPhone going back and forth from his pocket to his cheek, the more I felt uneasy about this whole situation. I thought Elodie's excitement over his arrival might be her loneliness getting the better of her, someone familiar taking the place of the husband she missed so much. She was so lonely lately that some days she cried all night. This Cale guy was the closest person to her husband, and I was the closest friend she had, so I needed to be on guard with him, making sure he was not just spying on his buddy's pregnant wife. Soldiers did that more often than you'd think. I was about to Google Clayton County and his license plate number when he opened my car door and leaned down, totally dominating the space, or lack of, between us. I leaned away from him. It almost felt like I had to. "You can go," he told me. I didn't know him well enough to decipher what he was really thinking. It almost felt rude. I wanted to challenge him, to taunt him for being locked out of his car, but I was about to piss myself. I was already late and had no room to be snarky. But I was curious about this soldier. I looked at his truck and back to him. "Can you not get in?" He sighed heavily and shook his head. I could see the frustration emanating from his body. He seemed like someone on the brink of losing a very carefully crafted control. So different from the man standing in my hallway minutes ago and sitting calmly in my car on the drive over. His breathing was dancing the line of composure and chaos. In my 20 years on this earth, I'd come across many a frustrated man. Why did this one spark my curiosity so uniquely?
My keys are supposed to be here on my tire, but I'll find my way back, it's cool.
I'm so late to this thing I have to do, but honestly—
The dinner? I don't think you should be any later than you already are,
he cautioned. So he was paying attention. Yeah, the dinner. I can't take you back before, but maybe I can call my dad and cancel. It's not like— Cale interrupted me.
It's cool, for real.
I couldn't just leave him here. There were barely any cars parked in the lot, and I couldn't see other soldiers walking or standing guard anywhere. I really didn't want to leave him stranded.
Why haven't you left yet?
I opened my door and got out of the car. I don't know, I feel bad, I replied. It's a long walk back. Do you have another set of keys somewhere, or a friend who can come help you?
All my friends are in Afghanistan,
he said. My chest burned. Sorry, I said, leaning back against my car.
For what?
We kept eye contact until he blinked. I quickly looked away. I don't know. The war? It sounded so stupid coming from my mouth. An army brat apologizing to a soldier for a war that started before either of them were born. Most people wouldn't have asked me for what. Cale's tongue grazed his bottom lip. He tucked it between his teeth. The parking lot lights above us clacked on, buzzing, breaking our silence.
I'm not most people.
I can tell. The light shone through the windows of the barracks across the street, but it didn't seem like he lived there. That meant he was either married or higher ranking than his age would suggest. Soldiers below a certain rank could live off-post only if they were married, but I couldn't imagine that a married man would be sleeping on my chair right after a deployment. Besides, he wasn't wearing a ring. I was checking out his ACU jacket for his rank patch when I saw his eyes on me. Are you coming with me, Sergeant, or are you going to make me stand in this parking lot until you call a locksmith for your car? I looked at the patch on his chest, his last name stitched in capital letters. Martin. He was so young to be a sergeant. Come on. I put my hands up, begging. You don't know me, but this is what will happen if I leave you here. About 5 seconds after I drive away, I'll feel guilty and I'll obsess over it the entire way to my dad's. I'll imagine you getting hit by a car or passing out or something. Some awful death scenario, and then by the time the dinner is over, it'll be worse, way worse. I rolled my wrist in a circle and looked him right in the eyes. My mouth was dry. I was talking a lot, and not slowly. It didn't seem to annoy him, and I wasn't even getting that little bubble of fear of rejection from basic contact with other humans like I usually did. I continued, more animated. I'm talking apology texts to Elodie, who will be stressed because she worries about everyone, and then we're talking the guilt level of stressing out a pregnant woman, and good Lord, who knows what will happen to the baby?
The Lord?
He said randomly. I studied the scar in his eyebrow as he spoke. It was small, but somehow made his look more interesting. What?
You said, who knows what will happen. So I answered you.
He didn't smile, even when I merely cackled. I covered my mouth with my hands to keep my laughter in. This guy was the kind of funny everyone wanted to be. The kind who could just say random stuff like, the Lord, and it was effortlessly funny. He was probably never awkward, and he seemed like he knew he was good at humor. He didn't physically show it, but I could hear it. Are you always funny? I asked him. He shook his head, looking away from me. I stared at him, but he didn't let up or look at me. Anyway, I'll have to drive around trying to find you if you haven't made it back yet. It's messy, Cale, and probably easier if you just get in. I'm sure my dad's called me at least 5—
Okay.
He held up his hands in mock defeat. I nodded, smiling in my victory, and you know what? He almost smiled back. Chapter 18. No matter where we were stationed, my dad always chose to live within the gates of the post in the housing that was offered, from both of the Carolinas down to Georgia to Texas. I didn't mind it so much when I was young, because the small handful of friends I had lived very close by, but as we moved, then moved again and again, it got old fast. I started to hate the groomed cul-de-sacs, all the American flags and impeccable yards, and the lines of cars at each gate every single time we left the post. The older Austin and I got, the more we hated it. But our dad loved his army life. The commissary and the PX convenience store, both tax-free, and the company where he worked every day just down the street. He felt empowered in this domain. But as Austin and I grew up, we started to feel trapped. Austin and my caged feeling was nothing compared to our mother's. When we were younger, she was alive and bright with the excitement of a new place, a new environment every time we moved. But as the weeks went by, she would begin to pace around the new house, picking at little things, rearranging the dolls in her open glass cabinet to introduce her own bit of chaos to the pristine quarters my dad expected her to maintain. She was always up, 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 or down, down, down. There was never an in-between. There were these hours of madness that seamlessly morphed into days of lunacy. They began in small stretches of mornings when the curtains were never opened, lunches weren't packed, and my dad yelled about the empty coffee pot or the laundry left in the dryer for days. My mom would start to smoke again on the porch, staring at the replicated identical houses on the street. When it got really bad, the couch turned into her bed, and Austin and I knew better than to comment on our parents sleeping in separate parts of the house. We also sort of enjoyed the peace that came with their distance. As I stared at the road in front of me, Cale's quietness allowed me to continue thinking about the slow unraveling of Mrs. Fisher I. Her decline was subtle, with each episode lasting only a few days, and mostly peaking when my dad was at work. She had two personas for most of our life, and we watched her switch gears in an instant from military wife to a woman falling apart. The paranoia, the anxiety, the messiness of her ashtrays on the porch, and the stains on her clothes. By the summer after 8th grade, her mania had completely taken over. She woke up later and later, took fewer showers, stopped dancing, and even stopped pacing. She would stare at the wall in silence for hours, and even her fairy tales turned sinister and eventually burned out.
You think I'm funny?
Cale's voice drew me out of my memories of my mom, just as a knot in my chest was beginning to move up toward my throat. He was eyeing the green light above us. I pressed the gas. What? I faltered, clearing my throat. I was reliving my childhood while he was still on a question I had asked him. My chest was aching, and focusing on his cool voice and his steady eyes helped fade the image of my mom. He turned his body toward me. I kept my attention on the road. We drove past a Subway, and it reminded me of my brother always craving their cookies when he was stoned.
People don't usually ask other people if they're funny. It kind of ruins the joke,
he said, and stared out the window. I gave him an annoyed look. Do you want me to apologize for asking you about your humor? Is this a thing? I turned onto the main road and tried to figure out where I was.
No, not a thing.
Okay, so we're going to my dad's house, and not only am I late, which he hates, he's kind of... I exhaled, trying to pinpoint such a complicated man with one word. He's sort of...
Racist?
Cale asked. What? No. I felt a little defensive over his question, until I turned toward him and saw the look on his face. It said that he figured that was what I was going to say, and that I couldn't find a tactful way to say it. I didn't know what to think about that. He's not racist, I told Cale as we drove. I couldn't think of anything my dad had ever said or done to make me believe he was. He's just kind of an asshole. Cale nodded and leaned back in his seat. This dinner will drag on longer than it should. Too much food for 3 people, too much matching cutlery, too much... everything. Cale nodded again. Ugh, his silence here wasn't helpful. He wasn't prepared for my father. I made sure to stay on the main road, really the only route I could navigate without getting lost in the sprawl of Fort Benning. We were less than 5 minutes from my dad's house, but I was more than half an hour late. It would be fine. I was an adult, and something came up. They would get over it. I repeated that to myself and began to concoct an excuse that didn't necessarily involve a stranger staying at my house. My phone vibrated in the cup holder between us, and I reached for it the moment I saw that it was Austin calling. I couldn't remember the last time he'd returned one of my calls. "I'm gonna get this, I didn't finish explaining to Cale. "Hello?" I spoke into the phone, but got only silence. I lifted it from my cheek. Damn it! I'd missed the call. I tried to call him back, but he didn't pick up. I hated feeling like I let him down by missing a call or not being there for him, even though he had no problem ignoring my calls and casually treating me like an inconvenience. "If you see the screen light up, tell me. The sound doesn't always work." I looked down at my phone, and Cale agreed with a nod.
Another broken thing.
I swear I heard him say. But when I asked him what he'd mumbled, he shrugged. I turned onto my dad's street and tried to spend the last 2 minutes of the drive conjuring up an achievement, or something I could stretch to sound like one. I would need something to talk about after the scolding for my extreme tardiness. My dad always asked his darling wife and me the same questions. The difference was, it only took her planning a flower bed or going to someone else's kid's birthday party to get praise, when I could save a small village and he would be like, "That's great care, but it was a small village." Austin once saved a slightly larger village, and Estelle created 2 villages. It wasn't healthy to compare myself to his new wife, or to my brother. I was self-aware enough to know that. But the way he cosseted her still bugged the hell out of me. And then there was the fact that Austin was my dad's doppelganger, and I was my mom's. We were twins, but he looked like him and I looked like her. This worked out better for my brother than it did for me. To my dad, I was a copy and a constant reminder of my mother. We're almost there. My dad's been in the army a long time. Cale was a soldier. He wouldn't need more of an explanation. He nodded beside me and looked out the passenger window. "How long have you been in?" I asked. I heard him swallow before he spoke.
Little over 3 years.
"And you've already deployed?" He nodded.
Twice.
I was curious to know more, to ask him if he liked being in the army, but we were pulling up in front of my dad's house. "We're here," I warned him. "It's like a whole fiasco. 3 courses, lots of small talk and coffee after, 2 hours minimum."
2 hours?
He blinked. I know. You can take my car if you want to skip it, as long as you pick me up later."
No, dinner's cool. Anything else I should know?
"My dad doesn't do strangers. We could lie and say you're my brother's, Austin's, friend. He's my twin."
Austin. Got it.
Cale opened the passenger door and leaned down to talk to me while I was still in my seat. I checked my hair in the mirror. It was almost dry. The air was thick with humidity, and it showed. I wiped away the little black specks of mascara under my eyes. I grabbed my phone. Austin hadn't called back. The pounding guilt was there again for not answering the call. It was only one call, I reminded myself. I'll tell you, however awful you think it's going to be, it's gonna be worse than that. The more I thought about it, he probably should have stayed in the car. I didn't even know him, and he wasn't exactly friendly. But neither was my dad. I thought I heard him say. I looked up as the passenger door shut. The reality of just how bad an idea it was to bring a stranger to Tuesday dinner was sinking in. Chapter 19. I was fidgety, wiping my hands on my legs. I always did that when I was nervous. We walked up the sidewalk as the little solar light trail was turning on with the sun going down. The house was brick, recently power washed, and clean as always. "I'll do the talking," I said to Cale as we approached the door. "Let me explain why we're late, why I'm late." Then it dawned on me who I was talking to. A soldier wouldn't have a problem being quiet, especially not this one. I really could have used a shot of tequila or some magic pill to get rid of the race of thoughts tearing at my mind. Distracted by my anxiety, I started to knock on the white wooden door, then realized what I was doing, opened it, and took my shoes off. suddenly mortified that Cale could see I didn't have matching socks on. He politely took his boots off, setting them next to my little sneakers. "One of the many rules in this house," I whispered to him, and he nodded, looking me in the eyes instead of around the room. He followed me into the kitchen, which was filled with the aroma of honey and cinnamon and what might have been ham. It smelled like a holiday. "Hey, you made it! I was getting a little worried." Estelle greeted me like she usually did. Fake. Whether it was excitement or worry, it was all fake. "Sorry, I'm late," I said. "I had to stay behind a little at work, and then I was helping Elodie's friend. Austin's friend. Well, he's sort of everyone's friend." I turned to introduce Cale. I was clearly freaking the hell out, and we had been in the kitchen for maybe 30 seconds, max. Estelle wasn't doing the best job either at hiding her surprise over the extra body in the room. "Oh, well, hey, hi, I'm Estelle." Her big earring shook with her head, and I found myself sort of using Cale's body as a shield from her. My dad was seated at the head of the table when Cale and I entered the dining room. He might have been reading the Army Times or listening to the radio, but no. He was sitting in his king chair in silence. Just waiting. His confused look turned to stone as he stared at us in the entryway. I took him in sitting there with his craggy face and sparse white hair. It was really thinning now. So was his papery skin. Everyone on my dad's side of the family turned to snow early. It looked beautiful on the women. At least it did in photographs. But I secretly hoped I would take after my mom, as I always had. She was eternal summer. My dad moved his eyes off me without any expression on his face and looked at Cale, who took a step back. Instinct or nervousness? Who knew? My dad was only a few inches over 5 feet tall, and he was intimidating, even sitting down. He could be soft at times, and when he didn't want to, he could cut like a knife. I was waiting for the fallout for being late when my dad finally stood up to shake Cale's hand, his eyes moving to the name on his chest.
"Martin, nice to—"
Estelle interrupted the conversation as she entered the dining room carrying a bowl with a big wooden spoon sticking out of it. She always wore slightly different versions of the same outfit. Jeans with a little flare at the bottom and a button-down shirt with a pattern. With the exception of the fitted dresses she showed off in pictures on her Facebook, she always dressed the same way. I had never really seen Estelle less than put together, even during that first year of their marriage when we all lived under the same roof. My brother and I would come downstairs before school, and she would offer us eggs or toast and have fresh coffee left over from my dad, who left early each day for physical training. Her perfect outfits were a kind of uniform. Today's top was striped blue and red. She told me once, while staring at both of our bodies in the mirror in the hallway, that she liked to buy these fitted shirts because of the way they flattered her shape. She twisted her torso like a model when she said it, as if she was having fun bonding with her new husband's daughter. It had been excruciating, and made me feel like complete shit about the way I looked. I already had a complicated relationship with my body, and the last thing I needed was my new size 2 stepmother telling me how to dress. Bonding for her was triggering for me, and I don't know that I'll ever have the courage to tell her that. "So, Cale is Elodie's husband's friend," I said, avoiding eye contact with my dad. "And he knows Austin. He's going to eat with us, okay? He's locked out of his car." I didn't want to go through all the details, so I hoped my fragmented word vomit made enough sense to avoid further questioning. Estelle motioned for Cale to sit next to my dad. Cale glanced at me, then toward my dad. They shared a look I couldn't recognize, and as Cale went to sit down, I held my arm out, motioning for him to sit on the other side of me as I took the chair next to my father. No need for Cale to occupy the hot seat.
"I'm assuming you've heard from your brother?"
my dad inquired, skipping the niceties in small talk. I pulled out my phone. "I missed a call from him."
"He's on his way."
"He's on his way where?" I asked.
"He's coming here, Karina."
My dad took a long, slow drink of water as I wondered why the hell Austin would turn up at our dad's house.
"He was arrested last night. Neither of you knew about it?"
My dad's eyes were a carbon copy of my brother's. bright blue ice. I half stood up from my chair. What? For what?
I don't know exactly. The precinct won't tell me since he's over 18. If it had been on government property, I could easily have found out,
he said, and huffed. My dad wasn't used to not getting what he wanted. I could see the faint twitch of his eye masking the disappointment and shame he was going to pour all over my brother once he arrived. And how was he getting here? I asked. Whatever this incident was that got him arrested, it must have been the reason he'd been calling me on my drive over. And I missed the call. Guilt bit me a little harder.
Driving?
My dad shrugged. Estelle sighed, still fussing over her presentation on the table. Moving effortlessly with stealth, she leaned over me to adjust the breadbasket and reposition a napkin holder on the other side of the floral centerpiece. He's driving himself. I immediately had a bad feeling about this. Dad nodded.
He should be here in a couple hours.
Cale sat there with an almost diplomatic look on his face. His eyes were tracking whoever was speaking. He didn't look panicked or stressed or the least bit bothered. Something felt cold and political about his presence. Where is he going to stay? I asked. Will he have to go back to North Carolina to deal with the arrest? I hoped it was only a minor infraction, something like public intoxication, which he dealt with before. Not like the aggravated assault that got pinned to him that summer when Dad saved his ass because it happened on post. My dad's power was used as currency.
He's staying here. And we don't need to talk about this anymore right now, not in front of your...
He looked at Cale, but Cale's eyes were on me.
Friend,
he pronounced. Cale was still looking at me. I felt a bit dizzy from the intensity of his attention, like the effect of a massage. I slowly started to feel my tensions releasing, enjoying the way my body was responding, imagining that I could read his mind and he was saying something to calm me. I started to feel less dazed and confused. Maybe things would be okay?
If you don't have anything useful to say about your brother, let's talk about something else,
my dad said, moving the conversation off the subject of Austin's arrest.
Lighten up the mood.
Okay, I said, wondering what was coming next.
Okay,
he echoed. My dad's stone face fell for the smallest of seconds. He was playing his usual mental chess game with me. The difference was that I, for whatever reason, suddenly felt like it was stupid, a waste of time to play a passive-aggressive game with him. Cale was watching me, and stealing a quick glance at him felt like the courageous hit of a cigarette. Yeah, whatever you want to talk about, Dad. I nodded, looking up at Estelle, my father, then back to Cale. Cale gave me a little smile, followed by a nod. I shrugged. Barely a connection, but his tiny bit of approval felt so reassuring to me. This time with him was feeding the starvation of my loneliness. Estelle clucked around my dad as he tapped his thick fingers against the table, ready to keep up the sparring match with me. She did this during every single meal, no matter what was happening around her. Even if we were going at it or he was scolding my brother for getting pulled over for the 5th time. And even now, with a stranger watching, she was making my dad's plate as he critiqued his only son's failing in life. When he and I would raise our voices, she would just keep moving and serving the table. Cale accepted mashed potatoes from her, and I watched him as she scooted carrots onto his plate. Would you like some ham? Or are you a vegetarian, vegan? Everyone is something these days. Estelle winked at Cale. She was laughing at her own lame joke, and he sort of smiled at her to be polite. There was no way he actually found her charming. Not that she wasn't charming. She was. Very. She was exactly what my dad required in a wife. Someone who could ignore everything except his needs. Someone who never broke her role. Someone the exact opposite of my mom. My mom was a hurricane, and Estelle wasn't even a drizzle. Actually, Estelle might be the umbrella in this scenario. The glaze is a family recipe. Here, take some of this. She held up a gravy boat full of dark, syrupy liquid. When she bought the thing off eBay, she told me it was from a real plantation, like that wasn't a gross thing to say. let alone buy. I was thankful she didn't repeat that story with Cale sitting here. And a family recipe? Come to think about it, I didn't know a thing about her family.
Karina's always boycotting something. Whatever documentary on Netflix she watches, she'll buy right into what they're selling.
My dad was clearly doubling down.
She goes vegan for a month, then changes her mind again with the next one. Wants to save the whales. Hasn't let me plan our annual SeaWorld trip in years.
Wow, how awful of me to care about the world.
I care about the world,
my dad said.
But I show it in a get-it-done, productive way.
I really didn't want to get into a global-scale argument with my dad in front of Cale or Estelle, or under any circumstances, really. "Are you eating meat right now?" Estelle whispered to me, but everyone could hear her. Her voice was soft, with a condescending drip. I nodded. My face was on fire with embarrassment. Why do they both do this? Being here always made me feel like everything about me was inherently wrong, like I was endlessly failing. Was it them or was it me? That was the question I was constantly trying to answer. The post-parents divorce therapy question. Was my dad doing something damaging to me, or was this my own reaction to the way I felt about him? My dad chomped on his food loudly, opened another beer. Nope, it was definitely him, not me. Right now, at least. I didn't even like when he drank. He was always on my mom's case about drinking, and the moment she moved out, he started having beer with dinner. Every evening. Cale quietly thanked Estelle for helping him make his plate. I was starting to think he was enjoying himself. Either that or his manners were impeccable. I wasn't sure which was worse. "I'm not that hungry," I told Estelle when she passed me the gravy boat. My stomach gurgled, proving me a liar.
"Don't be a child,"
my dad chided, then smiled at me in a sorry attempt to soften his words.
"I'm sure it's cold by now, but you should still eat."
And there it was. I was surprised he hadn't mentioned my late arrival 10 times already. I'm not being a child. I'm just not that hungry. I had a long day, part of the reason I was late. I hated bickering like this, but my father brought out the worst in me, especially when the subject was my brother. And now that there was an audience, I felt even more pressure.
"You have some growing up to do, clearly," he said, with a sip of beer in his mouth.
God, he pissed me the hell off. I wanted to tell my dad off, to count on my fingers and toes all the ways he was wrong, that he was a horrible father and example, but nothing came out. I just sat there feeling shame. I couldn't even get excited over my brother's arrival because my dad was obviously going to make it a point to knock me down every time I tried to get up.
"Both of my kids need to grow up."
My dad looked at Cale, but Cale either didn't notice or didn't care, because his eyes were on me. I wonder where we get it from, I snapped under my breath.
"Where are you working now?"
my dad asked me. "Same place as last Tuesday," I said, wishing I hadn't driven so I could have another glass of wine. Cale didn't say anything, but the very, very tiny lift of his top lip told me he liked my response to my dad. Something about Cale being there made me want to show off. I didn't want to come off as a brat or emotionally unstable, but I wanted it to be clear that I could hold my own with this decorated-by-the-army man, who happened to be my dad. I wanted Cale to think I was cool, but not trying to be cool. "Martin? Or Cale? What should we call you?" Estelle, the stage director, asked.
"Either is fine."
He was sitting up straight with his back aligned perfectly with the chair. I sat up, correcting my horrible posture. "You're in the same company!" Estelle read the patches on Cale's uniform. "Honey, look, he's in your company!" My focus darted to my dad. He was thinking about it, his eyes sort of rolling as he thought through the roster of nameless, faceless soldiers he oversees from his throne.
"There are about 200 people in the company."
My dad had the nicest voice when he was talking to Estelle. He was borderline a totally different person. but small hints of annoyance were there behind the smile, despite the soft push of his voice. He was still being condescending to his beloved new wife, just in a nicer way than he would if he were talking to me. Or my mother, for that matter. Oh, of course. Aren't most of your guys deployed right now? Estelle turned her attention back to Cale. She hadn't touched her food since sitting down after serving everyone. He nodded. How did you—
Let's eat,
my dad interrupted. I was glad he stopped her. She was moving beyond polite to nosy at this point.
I'm sure the last thing he wants to talk about is deployment,
my dad said. He scraped his knife against his plate, cutting an already diced carrot. He always did that, and no one ever said anything, even though the noise was ungodly annoying. I could see leftover scratches on my plate, in between the ham and the pile of carrots. All of us, even Estelle, began to eat our dinner in silence. My thoughts went to my brother, hoping he was close by now, and hoping even more that this latest incident would be the one that finally made him grow up. I had a feeling it wouldn't be, though. Chapter 20. Well, that was nice. I'm so glad you came, Estelle said. Hope you had enough to eat. She seemed to be fishing for a compliment as she looked at Cale, who nodded politely. She turned and handed me a Tupperware with pie inside for Elodie. I know it's not cherry, but I think she will still like it. She stood near the front door, awkwardly waiting for me to hug her. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. It depended on my mood. It was more of a half-hug night. Let me know when Austin gets here. I'd stay and wait, but I have work in the morning and Cale needs to get home. My dad waved from his chair in the living room, not caring enough to say a proper goodbye. Cale stood in the doorway, half in, half out. Do you have plans this weekend? We're driving up to Atlanta on Saturday for a few days if you want to, Estelle offered. My dad looked at her pointedly. Cale looked down at his boots. I'll be working. I loved Atlanta, but no way was I going with them. And wouldn't their plans be changing with Austin coming to town? That's too bad. She tucked her dark hair behind her ear. She had shiny, wide earrings on. Maybe next time. Maybe, I said, descending the porch steps. My dad and Cale were both dead silent. It was so nice to meet you, Martin. Drive safe. Estelle smiled as I motioned for him to get off the porch. I wanted to leave, and fast. Once he caught up to me, I practically ran down the driveway and yanked my car door open. I told you those dinners are the worst. Even after suffering through it, Cale didn't have a word to say. Do you have a family? I assumed he wouldn't answer, but anything was better than silence as we drove away, and I began to think about my brother and the trouble he continued to cause. I needed a distraction.
Do I have a family?
He repeated, the words bouncing around in the small space of the car. Muttering, I tried to correct myself. I was starting to feel nervous again. I mean, obviously you have a family, otherwise you wouldn't exist. But are they like that? 3 courses, matching plates, all the beer, all that shit?
No,
he said, staring out the windshield of my car.
I don't think many families are like that.
In a good way or a bad way?
Both.
He shrugged, buckling his seatbelt.
It depends if you're looking at the intent or the impact that intention has on other people.
I slowed down to stop at the stop sign. I looked at him when the car was fully halted. Huh? He turned, fixing his eyes on me.
Her intention is to impress you, to please you and your dad. The decorations, the folded napkins, the elaborate meal. She obviously cares not only what your dad thinks, but what you think.
He used his index finger to point at me. Continue, I said, beginning to drive again. I was concentrating on our conversation and slowed down to below the speed limit.
She wants to impress you, to make you see the effort she's putting in.
He took a breath.
To you, it's all performative, and the impact it has on you is, well, it's hell to even be there. So what I'm saying is that intention and impact aren't connecting in the right way, but each of you thinks what you are doing and feeling is right.
Did you read that in a self-help book? I scoffed at how wise he sounded, how maturely he was dissecting my family when I wanted to be a brat and complain about how awful my evil stepmother and father were.
I think I did, actually. But I came up with my own interpretation after almost dying a few times,
he said, and I nearly choked on my breath. Sorry, I began. He held up his hand.
Sorry for what? Why is it your first instinct to say sorry? Did you send me to war? Did you hold my hand while I enlisted? Do you profit millions from sending me off?
I was sort of stunned at the way he was speaking to me. It was like something inside of him had woken up and crawled out to play. There was a harshness laced with truth there, and honestly, I had never really thought about how a soldier felt after coming back from war, especially a young one. I villainized my father for missing half of my life, and I made sure to stay away from other soldiers for the most part. Until now.
Well, did you?
He repeated. I shook my head. I almost apologized again.
I know.
Cale turned his body so he was leaning toward the window, his face out of my eyesight while I drove. As I skipped ahead in my playlist and Shawn Mendes started again, he reached to take his phone out of his pocket. He didn't do what most people our age did and mindlessly scroll. He checked the screen and put it in the cup holder. He didn't seem bothered the least bit about the uncomfortable silence between us. His disaffection, mixed with the relief that dinner was over, allowed me to start to relax. A few minutes went by, and I found myself softly singing along to the music. I wasn't great at singing and wasn't trying to be. The song ended, and I looked over at Cale, surprised to see that he was already looking at me. I didn't feel the embarrassment that I was expecting. I smiled at him and kept on driving. An old Mariah Carey song that reminded me of my mom trying to hit the high notes came on, and I swiped up on my phone and closed Spotify altogether. We were on the highway now, only about 5 minutes away from my place. I didn't want to ask him if he had anywhere else to go. It felt rude. You seem to like my stepmom, I half asked, half told him.
How?
I thought on it for a second. I guess just that you were nice. I'm an asshole. I want you to dislike her or at least call her out for being snobby or obnoxiously fake. I think it bothers me that she's the opposite of my mom. She's not fun. My mom was really fun when I was younger. She was spontaneous and would never have made such a fuss around a dinner. And absolutely not on a weekly basis, every fucking Tuesday. Like, who does that? Cale's expression didn't give me anything in return, but I still felt the urge to keep going. My mom used to listen to music every time she was in the living room or kitchen, and not on a fancy speaker that plays throughout the house. I looked at him to make sure he was at least paying attention if he wasn't going to speak. He was. I could feel it in the way he was watching me. She basically had a soundtrack to every moment of her life and would dance around the living room listening to Van Morrison, waving her arms around like a bird or a butterfly. She wore sparkly clothes and shoes and colorful feathers, beads, and sometimes even sticks in her hair. She had soft eyes.
Is she alive?
Cale asked. I was so thankful not to be on the highway anymore. The town's quiet streets were a much better place to handle such a blunt question about my mom. Yeah. I mean, technically. He raised both his brows.
Technically.
I nodded, pulling to a stop at the red light. She isn't around, but she's not dead. Not today. I thought about it. Not that I know of, at least. There it was. My oversharing, which made most people uneasy. I continued to do it even though a really shitty boyfriend I had in high school told me to stop telling people uncomfortable things about myself. He said it was weird, so did my brother, and a few therapists I managed to scare away. But it didn't stop me. I drank in Cale's face as he smiled a little, and I silently rejoiced that finally someone got my dark humor and didn't get uncomfortable. Cale found me funny. I could tell. Maybe he was the only person in the world who didn't think I was weird. My point is that my mom was cool, effortlessly. She was confident and so likable. Everyone who met her loved her. She was moldable, sometimes vibrant, sometimes bland, sometimes appearing as a brilliant piece of art and sometimes just a blob sitting on a sculptor's table, waiting to be morphed into the next version of herself. She wasn't like Estelle. She didn't have to wear jewelry and heavy makeup and heels around the house. Estelle is like glass. Once she shatters, there won't be anyone there to put her back together, but my mom, she was like clay. Until now, I had never thought or spoken about my mom in this way. I usually condemned her for leaving me and didn't really take the time to appreciate who she was, or might still be. I closed my eyes and leaned my head against the headrest of the car. I couldn't think of a single time that I sat in my car without music playing, just talking to another person. The thrum of my engine cutting through the thick Georgia air was all I could hear. That and the whisper of my mom's laughter as she shook her hair. Her hair always tickled my face, and the two of us would laugh until our stomachs hurt. She would stand over me and shake her hair like a wild woman. I loved it. I can't imagine Estelle doing that. Or laughing in general. Not a peep came from Cale. He didn't even move. If I hadn't witnessed him blinking, I'd have wondered if he was okay. He had this thing about him, and I didn't understand it. I kept trying to make him fit into a box. Was he charming, warm, friendly, genuine? He didn't quite fit anywhere exactly, but he somehow put me at ease. It wasn't a familiar feeling. It was sort of scary how fast I could see myself getting used to this. This must be why people want boyfriends? To have a comfortable, settled feeling all the time. Boyfriends. Friends, what in the world is wrong with me? I kept the conversation focused on my mom. It felt nice to be able to talk about her, and who knew when I would next have this chance? Anyway, my mom. She wasn't materialistic. She didn't care about overpriced purses or flashy earrings. She shopped at thrift stores and made her own jewelry half the time. The fanciest we ever got was for our birthdays. She was obsessed with birthdays, even more than Christmas-level obsessed. She used to go all out for them. It was this huge thing, more like a birthday week. We didn't have a ton of gifts or anything, but she was creative and thoughtful. She would make us pancakes and cut them into the shape of our age. She did it every single year until I was 17. I paused. If you want me to shut up, I will. I laughed nervously, realizing that this guy hadn't given me anything, and I was telling him stuff I had never told anyone. Half of me saw the red flags, and the other half of me ignored them, because it just felt good to be around him. It crossed my mind that I could make up anything I wanted about my mom if I felt like it. I didn't have to tell him the truth about her. I could make her out to be the villain who abandoned her kids, or a sympathetic free spirit who escaped the ties of a life she was forced to live but never wanted. He shifted in his seat and cleared his throat. I stopped talking.
Go on.
There was something too casually cool about him. He was close to the line of arrogant, and I could feel how sure of himself he was. I envied it. The way he knew exactly who he was and didn't have to say it or show it off. His attentive listening made it clear he wasn't a narcissist. I've met enough of them to know. One year she really went to town. The year before, I paused. I wasn't ready to decide which version of my mother I would put in the story I was telling Cale. She decorated the whole house in those lights from Spencer's, even a freaking disco ball. Do you remember that store? They had the most absurd t-shirts and penis-shaped everything. He nodded. They had these disco lights, and my mom put them around our living room and kitchen. All of our friends came over. I mean, I only had like 3 friends. Most of the kids came for Austin. We always had a packed house. I had this boyfriend. I think his name was Josh, and he brought me cornbread. That was my birthday gift. I didn't know why I was going into such detail, but I was so lost in my own memories that I just kept going. I never figured out why he brought me cornbread. Maybe his mom had it lying around, or was it a snarky joke about my weight that I didn't get at the time? I don't know. But I remember getting this karaoke machine and thinking it was the coolest present ever, and my mom went into her room and locked the door during the party so we could feel older than we were and not be chaperoned the entire time. Of course, we ended up playing one of those stupid party games, and I had to kiss a boy named Joseph who actually overdosed on heroin a few months ago. I could feel Cale looking at me, but it was the weirdest thing. I couldn't stop myself from talking. We were at another red light. The sky was pitch black, and the red lights were reflecting off his dark skin. Wow, I'm talking a lot. I clammed up, embarrassed. I couldn't believe I had spiraled into conversation about the drug epidemic and everything. My cheeks flushed. He looked over at me.
It's cool. I like hearing your take on the world.
His voice was so soft. Who was this guy? So patient, so reserved, yet so in touch with the moment. I tried to imagine his friends, the lucky people who actually got to know him. Like Philip, Elodie's husband. Philip was buoyant and friendly, and Cale? Well, I didn't know what the hell to think of him. My brother was the only person I'd had to share reminiscences of my parents with. He had an aversion to reliving our childhood, and he no longer wanted to dwell on that part of our lives. But not me. Well, I lived in the past most of the time. Even so, I'd never had this type of conversation with anyone other than Austin. My take on life? I repeated. You've heard enough about that. What's your life like? The light turned green. I wished it would have stayed red for another minute, another hour, maybe even an entire day. He looked a little perplexed.
There isn't much to say. My life is that of a soldier. I live alone, sleep and wake up alone. Go to war with my guys and hope to come back alive.
Now, I was the one who was speechless. So you don't have a girlfriend or anything?
No way.
He immediately shook his head. A boyfriend? I just had to ask. I took him in. His uniform, his young face, his voice that spoke as if he were a generation older than he looked. He shook his head.
Neither. There's no point in dating. I'm a soldier. Why make anyone else suffer while waiting for me to die?
His loaded response kept us both quiet as we turned onto my street. I parked my car in the driveway. The wind whipped around us as I pulled the keys from the ignition. Dirt covered my windshield with each sweep of air. Paving my driveway was rapidly moving up on my to-do list. As we climbed out of my car, his voice surprised me.
Do you date soldiers?
I laughed, grabbing my purse from the back floorboard, and the wind helped me slam the car door. No way. I don't date much. I mean, I could if I wanted to. I just don't have the time or the energy. But no, I don't date soldiers, ever. Like you said, what's the point if they're always gone and can die at any moment? Cale stared at me, our eyes touching in some odd sort of agreement. He was a soldier who didn't allow intimacy into his life, and I was a messy 20-year-old who hardly knew what intimacy meant, with a promise to never date a soldier. Problem solved. Not that there was a problem to begin with, but now I knew that I could truly tell this stranger anything, since he would always be that. A stranger. Chapter 21. Elodie was asleep on the couch, her small body sprawled out at awkward angles. I sat my purse down on the floor, kicked my shoes off, and covered her with her favorite blanket. Her grandmother had made it for her when she was a kid. The stitching was really worn now, almost threadbare, but she slept with it every day. Her grandma had passed a few years back. Elodie cried every time she talked about her. I wondered if she missed her family. She was literally across the globe from them, and pregnant, with a husband away at war. She didn't talk much about missing the life she had before becoming an army wife. She didn't mention her parents much, but I got the impression they weren't keen on her running away to the U.S. with a young soldier she'd met on the internet. I couldn't say I blamed them. Elodie moved a little when I turned off the TV. Did you want to watch that? I asked Cale. He was so quiet I forgot he was even here. I also forgot that he would be sleeping over at my house. He was holding the pie I brought back for Elodie that I had neglected to bring in from the car.
No, it's cool. Where should I put this?
He asked, looking down at his full hands. Oh, this man of many words. I continued. The fridge is fine. He walked through my house, boots off, but full uniform still on. Do you need clothes to sleep in? I asked. We were both in the kitchen now.
I'll get the rest of my stuff tomorrow.
I have some of my brother's clothes here if you need something.
I'm fine. I've slept in this many times.
He pulled at the tan camouflage jacket. Cale and I were only feet apart. His dark eyes were focused on me. I waited, thinking he had something to say, but no words came. Just those eyes reading my face. I was so tired that I barely had the strength to hide it. I felt like crying as he stared at me, though I had no idea why. The kitchen felt so small, and I felt so weak. The pressure of being around my dad and Estelle for hours after a long day at work had worn me out.
You okay?
Cale's voice was soft, just enough to keep me standing upright. I nodded, and my eyes filled with tears. Why? What the hell is wrong with me? The more I tried to stop the tears, the more my eyes filled. I was beyond tired. Tired from working, from the stress of my bills piling up, from everything. I had forgotten that my brother was on his way, and he still hadn't called me. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. I blinked up at the dim ceiling lights. One was out. Of course it was.
What did I tell you about sorry?
He half smiled and lifted his hand into the air between us, hesitantly petting my head. The tears poured over at his gentle affection. He somehow knew that I needed someone to be there, to tell me things would be fine. Wow, I'm sorry. I stopped myself from apologizing again. He's right, I do that a lot. Most of the women I know do. Almost did it again. I smiled, pulling myself through my random meltdown in the center of the kitchen. It was a real smile. I was confused and frustrated and tired, but I wasn't embarrassed. The thought that maybe I should be crossed my mind for only a brief moment. Embarrassment is one of the worst emotions people are forced to feel. I've spent my life trying to avoid it. Abandoning his typical, emotionally unavailable look, Cale offered a smile that was bigger than mine, still a tiny bit awkward, but he held his composure. He had a few different levels of smiles. This one was probably a 6, if I had to guess. I wondered if I would ever get to see his totally unabashed level 10 smile. Would I ever see this man full of happiness with weightless shoulders? I shook my head at myself, forcing the thoughts into quietness. I'm going to go to bed. I had a really long day, and I'm so tired that I'm all over the place. I waved my hands between us, shifting the weight of my body to my left, and moved past him. I purposely avoided eye contact and forced my gaze to follow the straight line ahead of me to my living room. I desperately hoped Elodie wasn't awake and listening to us. She wasn't really the sneaky type, though. She usually led with her opinions and voice. I admired it. Envied it, even. The night sky washed over my living room where Elodie slept. Her elbow was still bent oddly over her head, and her legs were dangling off the cushion. Should I wake her, so you don't have to sleep in the chair? I turned to Cale as he stepped behind me to lock my front door. The deadbolt, too.
I'm fine with the chair.
He was standing close to Elodie now, staring at her face, her belly, and her face again. Her perfect porcelain skin, even with a small breakout on her forehead, looked incredibly appealing and charming. She's stunning from every angle. I hated that having Cale around made me compare myself to my best friend and feel unusually insecure. I'm not like her, but I don't mind the way I look most days. I think I'm pretty. Mostly. This is what boys did to us. Logically, I knew it was a me thing, not her, but it still felt like shit, which in turn made me feel guilty for thinking anything but loving things about her. Ugh. My head spun around and around, Cale looked at me again, trying to read my face. I always loved meeting people who read and considered others' emotions. I've met only a handful of empathetic people in my entire life, and definitely wasn't expecting that characteristic from a random soldier who's currently couch surfing at my place. "If you're okay, I'm going to bed," I reassured the both of us. He nodded and sat down in the chair. That was his way of backing off. I could feel it. "Do you need a blanket?" I asked from the entrance to the hallway.
"If you have one,"
he said, almost under his breath. I grabbed an old comforter from the closet and quietly brought it to him. He thanked me, and I nodded. I still felt overwhelmed, but Cale's silent watchfulness and the quiet familiarity of my home made it easier to breathe. I crept down the hallway again and stopped at the bathroom to pee and brush my teeth. My routine made me feel like I was accomplishing something. Red flag. I was seeking approval, and according to my last therapist, that was a habit formed from my childhood. This learned behavior then turned up in my relationships, like with my ex-boyfriend, Brian, and is now manifested into mostly keeping myself out of them. I washed my hands and rubbed them with lotion, then spit out my mouthwash. I'd brought a t-shirt and shorts into the bathroom, so I slipped them on and turned the light off. The floor creaked as I walked out. I tried not to look at Cale from the hallway, but I couldn't stop myself. He was awake, his eyes wide when they touched mine. He looked away and closed his eyes as I went into my room, feeling relief as soon as the door shut. I lay in bed and listened to the soundtrack of my house, the fridge kicking on and off loudly, the dull drone of the AC. I listened particularly for Cale to make the smallest of sounds. It occurred to me that I wasn't worried, even for a second, to leave Elodie alone with him in the living room. Trust? An unfamiliar feeling, but a nice one. I tried and tried to quiet my mind as my body began to fall asleep. I felt so restless. I turned over, grabbed a pillow, and put it between my legs, hugging it close. I thought about how it would be really nice to have someone next to me in bed. I like living alone, but there are times like tonight when I can't sleep and just wish I had someone to bare my soul to as the dawn came and quieted us both. Outside of my family and Elodie, it had been almost a year since I had human contact that wasn't work-related. I had never really had that in large or consecutive doses, but Cale was making me feel a bit like I had a crush on him. That little patter of your chest when they look at you. The uncontrollable spells of word vomit. I didn't know Cale well enough to actually have a crush, and I hadn't been around men for so long that I'd forgotten what cute ones can do to our brains. I guess that doesn't really apply to Brian. He was attractive, but it was his charm and the spreadsheets inside his mind that drew me to him. He gave me attention, told me I was hot and smart and should leave this army town and move with him closer to Atlanta. His job as a government contractor was ending soon, and he wanted to be closer to his parents. As if they weren't close enough. His mom knew every time we fought. His dad gave me a worried, fake smile every time I talked about my job. He was my longest relationship, and God, did he make me never want to have another one. He liked other girls way, way too much, and that's what ended us, all 3 times. I went back twice out of loneliness. Or was it self-pity? I didn't know, but this was the longest I'd gone without going back to him. He was the only boy I'd dated since I moved here, since high school, when I barely dated at all. Making out with senior boys who didn't know my name apart from Austin's sister wasn't exactly dating. Brian's manipulative charm was addictive, and I had hoped that one day he would actually understand me and find me good enough for him and his parents, although that day never came. But now, after these few months, the spell had finally worn off, and he barely crossed my mind anymore. I rolled onto my back, sprawling my legs and arms out. I moved my arms up and down like I was making an angel in the snow. I should be grateful I get to have the whole bed to myself, and I should stop thinking about men in general. Not Cale, not Brian, not my dipshit brother, and especially not my dad. Chapter 22. I woke up with my cell phone on my chest. It felt like the heat was on. I checked the time, almost 4 in the morning. I had to be up at 8 so I could run to the grocery store, get gas, and be ready for work by 10. Thinking of my to-do list was stressing me out in the middle of the night, making my brain too awake to go right back to sleep. I rolled my t-shirt up, turned my fan on high, and lay back down, letting the cool air fill the room and brush across my skin. Opening Facebook on my phone, I went to Elodie's friends list and typed in Cale's name. Nothing came up, so I searched for him again. I changed my search to Mikhail Martin and found a profile with fewer than 100 friends, which seemed odd to me, but made sense for what I knew of him so far. I didn't talk to 99% of the people I was friends with, but I still had almost 1,000. That seemed excessive. Having 1,000 people I never spoke to have access to me. His profile picture was a group shot of Cale with 3 other soldiers. They were all dressed in ACUs and standing next to a big tank. Cale was grinning in the picture, maybe even laughing. That's how bright his smile was. It was weird to see him like that, his arm around one of the guys. Maybe this was his level 10 smile that I had been wondering about. I zoomed in on it. My stomach tingled. I went back to his profile, but apart from his profile picture and Fort Benning, Georgia, I couldn't get any information from his page at all. Everything was private. I almost asked to be his friend, but it felt stalkerish to send him a Facebook request while he was sleeping on a chair in my living room. I clicked out of his profile and went onto Instagram to see if he had one, though somehow I knew he didn't. I typed his name in and searched, but nothing came up. I went to Elodie's page like I had on Facebook, and still nothing. So he wasn't an Instagram kind of guy. I liked that. I closed the app and threw my phone to the empty side of the bed and sat up. It was so hot in my room that I was starting to think Elodie might have accidentally turned on the heat instead of the air again. My throat was dry. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck when I tied up my thick, curly hair. Cale and Elodie would both be sleeping in the living room, so I made sure I was quiet when I walked down the hallway and into the kitchen. I knew the floor plan of my house so well, I could easily navigate every inch in the darkness with only a little guidance from the nightlight plugged into the kitchen outlet. I grabbed the jug of water out of the fridge and chugged it until I couldn't anymore, and my throat burned from the cold. Every night when I was a kid, my mom had brought me a cup of ice water to help me sleep. I stopped craving it a few months ago, but still kept a jug in the fridge, just in case the need for that comfort returned. I closed the fridge and almost screamed when I saw Cale sitting at the kitchen table. "Shit, you scared me!" I wiped my wet lips with the back of my hand. "Sorry if I woke you up. It's so hot in here."
I was up.
I took a step closer to him, and it took his eyes raking down my body, down my rolled t-shirt to my stomach and my exposed thighs, to realize I was barely dressed. It was dark in the room, but he could definitely see at least the outline of my body. I pulled my shirt down, attempting to undo the knot I had tied at the hem. "Why are you up? Were you just sitting here in the dark?" Cale's head tilted just a bit, like he was confused by what I was saying, and he looked down at my legs. I immediately felt a wave of insecurity, thinking about the dips of cellulite peppered across my thighs. He looked back up at my face.
Can I have some of that water?
He asked. I flushed, wondering how the hell I hadn't noticed him sitting there as I made my way to my fridge and chugged water out of a plastic gallon jug. I nodded and opened the refrigerator door. "It's just tap water. I buy one of these." I held up the jug labeled spring water every once in a while and just refill it with tap water, so it's not actually spring water.
I can handle tap water.
His sarcasm surprised me. I smiled at him, and he smiled back. Also a surprise. He took the container from my hand and lifted it to his mouth without touching his lips. I hadn't been able to see what he was wearing, or not wearing, in this case. He had taken his uniform jacket and tan t-shirt off, and camo pants hung so low on his waist that they revealed briefs I could almost read the label of, but knew I shouldn't try to. I looked back at his face as he took another drink. "So why are you up? Getting used to the time difference?" I asked. He handed back the jug, and I took another swig. I was still hot, but the kitchen was much cooler than my bedroom. The cold tile felt good under my feet. I checked the thermostat just inside the living room, near the hallway. It was set to 70, and it felt like 70 in here. Just not in my room. Was I getting sick? I couldn't afford to. Literally.
I don't sleep much.
Cale finally answered. Ever?
Never.
I sat across from him at the dark wood kitchen table. Because of where you just were?
Not your father's house,
he said with a hint of irony, but with no trace of humor in his face. Not in the strong, straightforward set of his jaw. Not in his cloudy eyes that were bloodshot from not sleeping. Ha ha. I rolled my eyes, trying to stop my brain from imagining him in Afghanistan.
War, of course.
His eyes were on his hands now, not my face. He licked his lips, allowing a small laugh to escape.
I wonder if I'll just be saying that my whole life. You know, like the Vietnam vets I meet at the VA hospital. Still telling stories from 50 years ago.
My stomach started to ache thinking about this quiet young man in a war zone, being woken up by shells or rockets or whatever terror he went through, while I complained and whined to myself over unimportant things and the little miseries of my life. Perspective was a bracing slap across the face.
I guess it's weird being back here.
He sighed.
Like I'm not sure what to do with myself.
Between his honesty and the vulnerability cast across his face, I thought I might be having this conversation in a dream. It was like I could read his mind and feel his pain, even though he was doing a good job trying to conceal it. I was an expert in avoidance and knew emotional masking when I saw it. Do you have to go back? I asked, hoping he would say no. In my mind, an alarm was blaring, screeching to warn me, or maybe Cale, of how I was starting to feel about him. I had known him for less than 48 hours, yet I wanted to protect him, to keep him from going back there, to just make sure he didn't get lost, in any of the ways one could. A list ran through my head as we stared at each other for minutes that felt like an hour. Why did I even care? I took his face in, wanting to keep a copy of the way his eyes were steady, not darting all over, his lips were half open, words hesitating to escape. His focus went to the wall behind me. I felt like he was reading my mind, detecting sympathy that might be easily construed as pity. I didn't pity him. I just felt... I couldn't make sense of what exactly I was feeling. When it came to Cale in the army, it was none of my business. He knew what he had signed up for. But that was the logical side of my brain. I knew I felt otherwise. I was lying to myself about the consequence of serving, like signing up made it okay. And that emotion turned my stomach.
I don't know yet,
he responded, and we both fell silent. I hope you don't. The words were out before I could care how they sounded. I hated the idea of Cale at war, so far from here, hiding in the darkness of sand pits, building makeshift posts only to have them destroyed by rockets in the middle of the night. My entire body got angry when I thought about his life there. So many people's lives lived and lost there. Part of me felt like I was betraying my childhood, my family lineage of soldiers and airmen. But I guess I wasn't as patriotic as I was expected to be. Not if this is what it meant. I had never been, and neither had my mother. You couldn't convince either of us that violence would ever be the solution to anything, no matter what the issue was. Cale's head rested on his bent hand. His eyes were fluttering closed.
I want to stay here,
he whispered, barely coherent. My whole body heaved. This military life was so unfair sometimes. I wanted to ask Cale if he felt like this was his purpose in life, or what made him join the army. Everyone had their reasons, but what were his? Was he like most of the young soldiers I knew? Had he been persuaded to join by the poverty around him and the promise of a steady paycheck and health insurance? I started to say, but his eyes were fully closed. I stared at him in the dark and watched his face relax, feature by feature. His eyes stopped swirling behind his eyelids, and I felt myself drawn to sleep as I watched him unwind before my eyes. I drifted off, not caring that I was away from my bed. Chapter 23. The morning came fast. I had dreamed about my brother, his face bloodied in an alleyway, our dad calmly talking to a deputy of some sort, myself crying, and Cale was there. We were in another place, a foreign one that I knew I have never seen. It was weird and obviously not realistic, but it stuck in my head as I got ready to leave for the grocery store. Cale was nowhere in sight when I woke up at the table, the sun filling the room. Elodie was still asleep on the couch, lying on her side now and looking much more comfortable than she had before. I skipped showering because I just couldn't deal with the water going in and out today. It was already going to be busy enough. I did my hygiene regimen, including the skincare I'm trying to get a handle on. That's part of growing up, isn't it? I threw on a navy blue dress that Elodie bought me when she went to Atlanta with her group of army wife friends. It was short, but not too short, and had 5 little fake pearl buttons going down the center of my bust. They were fake buttons, and the dress had pockets. Peak Karina happiness when it comes to fashion in one dress. I'd worn it only once, when I tried it on, and now that I was wearing it in my room, my waves took wonderfully to the dry shampoo and were less frizzy than they normally are, and my skin wasn't peeling from over-exfoliating. I looked cute. Pretty, even. Pretty cute? The dress was a little tight around my hips, but not too bad. The skirt was the ideal length. It had thin straps that tied on my shoulders, making it perfectly adjustable. I covered as much of my cleavage as I could, but I also sort of liked the way the top of the dress was shaped, like half an oval, dipping down into the roundness of my chest. The thin cotton was so soft, and fell against my hips and flared out at my thighs in little creases, like a cheerleading skirt, but more stylish. I smiled at my reflection, and I wished I could bottle this little moment of love for my body and save it for the next time that I really, really needed it. Like when I order an outfit online, or even worse, try on clothes for an hour at the mall and leave with nothing but resentment for my body and myself. Not today. I didn't feel any resentment as I twirled and pinched my cheeks to see if that viral video actually works. The color doesn't last more than 30 seconds, so I swooshed on a little bit of the blush that Elodie gave me. I hadn't bought my own makeup for months. I had priorities, and makeup couldn't be one of them right now, so I lived through Elodie's hand-me-down at nearly finished makeup. No complaints. She always has great brands. I look at my face one more time, adding a quick layer of mascara and a lip stain. I look pretty rested for a girl who slept at the kitchen table half the night. I usually don't have mornings like this, where I become best friends with my reflection. I should get better at that. At least, I'm trying. When I walked out of my bedroom, I was fastening my sandals around my ankles. The heaviness of the platform made it harder to put on while moving down the hallway, but I managed by leaning against the wall. Cale was in the kitchen, sitting at the table, on his phone. He was dressed in his uniform again. Not shirtless, not jacketless, as he was last night, in the dark, moonlit room with lavish purple shadows bouncing from his chest, his cheeks. The way his face changed as he fell asleep in this little kitchen, and I stared at him until I finally fell asleep there too. I peered into the living room to see that Elodie was still sleeping. I really didn't understand how she slept through everything. That must be so nice. I wish my brain would allow me the liberty of napping, sleeping in, or even just the minimum of sleeping an entire night without waking up more than twice. Cale still hadn't looked up from his phone, and I felt my roaring confidence plummet the more he scrolled. He hadn't yet seen me put an effort into my appearance, and for some reason, I wanted him to notice. I cleared my throat, lightly stomping my heavy sandals against the hard kitchen floor. His eyes darted up, looking at my face first, then my neck, particularly the little beaded necklace there. He looked at it intensely enough to see the K charm dangling from it. It felt as if his eyes were studying each single bead. Then he moved to the straps on my shoulders. My hand moved up to twirl the beads around, letting myself enjoy this moment. My body slowly filled with confidence again as he quickly moved his eyes to my thighs and back to my eyeline. If I was imagining all this, why did his breathing change? It felt primal, like there was a little hint of something he couldn't control. It made me feel high. I wondered who would speak first, or if we would just stare at each other until something broke the tension. Unless I was misreading the moment. I could be inventing this. A flicker of hunger mixed with a look that bordered on desire as he homed in on my face, my lips. He licked his again. My lungs became wild, filled with hornets. My mouth was dry. Cale stood up, and I took a step away from him. I felt the need to protect myself from him, from myself. Not in a dangerous way, just in a this won't end well way. He stared at the space I put between us like it offended him. I took another step back. My hormones were out of control. This is lust. I hadn't felt lust in my 20 years on Earth. I can't decide if I love or hate the feeling, but it's definitely lust. Not a stupid crush. No false expectations of love and forever. Just a physical attraction to a man. That's it. Lust. He finally spoke, pulling me out of the mental rabbit hole I was floating down.
Are you going to the store now?
He didn't look me in the eyes. I felt like he was purposely avoiding eye contact. It pissed me off. But it excited me. Lust, lust, lust. Now I see why it's one of the 7 deadly sins. It's so distracting. And random. I nodded while walking past him to open the fridge and drink some water before I went out in the heat. He watched me move around the room, and I chugged straight from my water jug again. What was the point of acting sophisticated in front of him anyway?
Is it cool if I come to the store with you? I don't need much.
Was he inviting himself to hang out with me? Why couldn't I help but smile? I covered my mouth and cursed my dream, the one that played a big part in the way I was feeling around him this morning. Damn my vivid imagination. I nodded again. I couldn't say much to him, and I knew he never really had much to say to me, so we agreed to a quick shopping trip, back by 9:30, so I could change, brush my teeth again, walk to work, and not be late. I was searching quietly for my keys. I thought I put them where I always did, on the table, by the couch. I can't find my keys. I rubbed my forehead. I tried my hardest not to get stressed. The more time I spent looking for the damn keys, the less shopping time I would have.
Oh, shit, sorry. I have them.
Cale pulled them out of his pocket and dangled them in front of his chest. Before I could ask why on earth he had them, he started explaining.
I filled your tank up, and may have driven it to the hardware store down the street since your porch light doesn't work.
I didn't even know what to say. We made our way to the car, and sure enough, as I powered up, my gas meter went straight to the F. Thanks. I struggled to look at him. You didn't have to do that, and I was going to replace my light.
You said you had to work, and I was up early, so I just did it. Not a big deal.
He shrugged. I didn't know if it bothered me. I felt like it should bother me because I didn't even know him, and I definitely didn't need him to pay for my gas or change out the light bulb on my porch. I remembered the way he seemed to be surveilling my yard as we approached the porch last night, him even grabbing the Tupperware full of dessert that I forgot about. He was a soldier, after all, and they just can't help but assess their surroundings at all times. But also maybe, just maybe, he was a person who does kind things for other people. I had never met someone like that, but maybe that's what all this was, and I was way overthinking it, allowing my imagination to get the best of me. Okay. Do you have Venmo for the gas? He laughed sarcastically as I continued our drive to the store.
You aren't paying me back for a tank of gas. You were late to your dinner because of me. I won't take the money, so there's no point in arguing with me.
His tone wasn't combative. It was just certain. Certain enough that I didn't argue it. We continued our drive, through the main gate into the commissary. The tension from last night was gone. I sighed in relief. I was definitely just tired and borderline losing it. Today was a new day, a new Cale, and a new me. I parked, and he led the way to the entry door. The sun was so bright, I had to cover my eyes. "When will you get your clothes back?" I asked him as we entered the crowded store.
Not sure. I can't get a hold of anyone.
I wondered what that meant. Who couldn't he get a hold of? And why were they keeping his stuff from him? A scorned ex, maybe? The thought irritated me. The cart we had chosen had a creaky wheel that got stuck on every turn. I'd handed Cale my grocery list in the parking lot, assigning him to hold on to it. I looked at him, pressing him to say more. "Should we go back there again? To find your keys? Maybe they're in the parking lot. It was dark."
We don't need to go back there. I'll figure it out.
Shit. Okay. Don't you need a ride to get them?
No, I don't.
I felt like we were suddenly in an argument in the cereal aisle, but I'd missed what we were fighting over. He grabbed a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and placed it in the cart. At least he had good taste in cereal. He was keeping his groceries in the seat at the front of the cart, where kids usually sat while parents tried to keep them entertained and cooperative. I ignored his rejection and kept shopping. We needed only a few things, and I was ready for our little trip to finish, since he was clearly in a bad mood. I really didn't react well to people shutting down. It's made me paranoid since I was young, made my mind spiral. I knew I needed to say something before my mind fully went there. I stopped walking for a second, and he halted too. He looked confused now, but I was getting better at reading him. Granted, it had been only 2 days, but still, I was cracking him open, slowly but surely. "If I said something that bothered you, or did something..."
Huh?
He cocked his head to the side and studied my face, the cart, our surroundings.
What makes you say that?
He asked. There were people walking by, looking at us as we stood right in the center of the aisle. An older white man passed us, keeping his eyes on Cale and me just a beat too long. I noticed his lingering stare shifting back and forth between us, and the hairs on my neck prickled. The man disappeared around the corner. I almost mentioned it to Cale, but I started wondering if I was just paranoid, and decided not to give the rude man any more attention than I already had. "I don't know. I just feel like you're..." I tried to explain myself. I hated that I was so easily at a loss for words sometimes. He wrapped his hands around the handle on the cart and took over pushing it.
If something was wrong, I'd say it. I'm just in my own head.
His tone wasn't condescending or wrapped in a lie. I appreciated the honesty. It made me feel like I understood what he was doing instead of making it all about myself. And maybe, unlike with my family, the silence didn't need to be filled while grocery shopping. Cale looked at the list again and pulled the pen out of the sewn-in holder on his ACU jacket. He marked off 3 items, using a dash next to each one instead of striking them out, the way I always did. I found the tiniest things about him fascinating, and my thoughts began to form themselves into a little cloud that turned into a daydream. I used the silence between us as we browsed the aisles to think about how different we were, why my brother hadn't called me, and what I needed to do before I could leave for work. The commissary was crowded as always, but I felt less stressed over the crowd and more at ease than I had been since we'd left the house. Cale still hadn't spoken as he put 3 boxes of granola bars into his part of the cart. "I have some..."
Not anymore.
He rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. "You hate my granola bars?" He laughed. If I hadn't turned around, I would have missed it.
Mostly,
he replied, smiling a little. Cale stayed in his own head for the rest of the grocery shopping, and he found everything on my list before we got in line behind 3 extra stuffed carts. The low prices on groceries with 0 tax were worth braving the crowd. "So many people," I said to him as we waited. Cale nodded, looking over at me. His elbows were leaning on the cart.
So many people giving their money right back to the government,
he said, nodding at all the people in uniforms and their spouses. You're always complaining. I heard the voice before I saw her approach. It was a soft, feminine voice, to match an equally beautiful face. Martin never thought I'd see you at the commissary. What the hell are you doing here? She laughed, knocking his arm gently. She was wearing ACUs that matched his. Turner was written on her name patch. She was below him in rank. I could tell by the difference in the patches on their chests.
Just getting some actual food,
he responded to her. She smiled at him in a way that made me feel like I was intruding on them. Her teeth were so straight, I could tell she'd had braces in her past, and her dark brown eyes had thick, maybe fake eyelashes sprouting out of them. They were so pretty and delicately placed that it didn't matter if they were real or not. The color of her hair matched them perfectly. Her boots were scotch clean, and she wasn't wearing a bit of makeup. I wished I didn't feel so instantly threatened by the presence of another woman. I was feeling a little more sure of myself this morning, but I was sort of distracted by her beauty as they briefly caught up. I was hardly on her level or Cale's, and I knew they were probably aware of that. They were sure of themselves, and listed into an organized, structured career, and both immediately charming. I felt awkward and embarrassed by my thoughts. When did you get here? I heard you were sent back, but didn't know it already happened. Where are you staying? He sighed.
With a friend.
The girl looked at me, smiling still. Turner, and you're... she asked me, reaching out her hand. It felt so formal to handshake in the line at the grocery store, but there I was, unsure what to do with my body in my mouth.
This is Karina. She's Philip's wife's friend.
Cale answered for me, gently pressing her hand down between us so I didn't have to shake it. Her chin pointed up. Oh, the French girl. I couldn't read her. I couldn't tell if she was being judgmental of my friend or if she was merely stating a fact. She was a blank sheet of paper that I couldn't read a word from.
Yeah.
He spoke for me again. I felt like hiding behind him. I wasn't usually so easily intimidated, and I tried to reclaim how I felt when I looked in the mirror this morning. That confidence had evaporated, and I was collapsing in on myself as the noise around us continued to escalate. Turner stood there for a few seconds, waiting for one of us to talk. I knew she couldn't care less if I spoke. She wanted to talk to Cale. Well, see you? I'll call you later. Does everyone else know you're back? She asked, leaning toward him. He moved a sly step away from her. At least it wasn't only me who he kept at a distance.
No, don't tell them,
he said to her. I'll try to keep my mouth shut. She laughed to herself, flirting with him. If I could see that, he definitely could. And in front of me? How did she know I wasn't his girlfriend? I guess she must know him well enough to not assume that. The thought rubbed at me, making my lungs burn. I would do anything to be back in the quiet comfort of home. Neither of them said bye, but she walked away after what felt like an hour.
Do you know her?
Cale asked me. I blinked out of my unnecessary jealousy and shook my head. I don't think so.
He
said under his breath. You do, though, I reminded him. If he could ask me if I did, why couldn't I do the same? Of course, when I did, he gave me a simple,
I do.
It was finally our turn to load the groceries. He stopped me from lifting the gallon of milk. I can lift milk. I rolled my eyes. He looked down at my wrists.
You need those hands for work. More than I need mine. I know you're capable. I'm trying to be a nice guy.
I glared at him. I was trying to be nice, too.
I know. I'm just fucking with you. Let me put the milk up there.
His voice was lighter than it was a moment ago, a different tone that I had ever heard come from his lips. It made my skin tingle. I looked away. Fine, I teased back. My throat was aching. Cale managed to move around me in the small space as I went to the cashier. He knew exactly how to toe that fine line between being open and closed. The music overhead was louder. It had to be. A song from my childhood, one that my mom used to scream out the window as we drove from garage sale to garage sale on the weekends, played through the loudspeakers. With each of these memories, I began to feel more and more unsettled. Why were all my thoughts of her so fond lately? I still should be too pissed to care that she's gone. When would my mother stop haunting me? Cale and I didn't talk again as we checked out separately. We both had to show our ID cards, his active duty and mine a dependent ID. He was a gentleman and helped me load my car and carry the bags into my house, and he even asked if he could help unpack them. I hated that my brain was trying to figure out why he was so nice to me. I mean, he was also sort of rude, but he did thoughtful things. I wish I had a friend to confide in, to talk about this feeling that was distracting me. My mother always warned me that love was the most dangerous thing humans could feel, aside from greed, which would be the cause of the end of the world. But that was another issue for a different day. It wasn't that I was emotionally unstable. I could say I was attracted to this stranger who I've only known for 2 days, but I was a logical person. It was more the feeling of owing him something for his kindness. I couldn't accept kind gestures or compliments from people if I didn't feel worthy of them. But as much as he made me feel flustered and a little bit paranoid, I was starting to kind of like the way I felt around him. We weren't doing anything wrong. Nothing. We were grocery shopping, sharing a living space, and talking about nearly every thought I had.
Everything okay?
He asked, after all the groceries were put away. It took half the time with him helping, and I didn't have to tell him to recycle the paper and plastics. You'd be surprised how many people I knew who didn't recycle. Yeah, I'm fine, just in my own head. I summoned his words and used them to avoid answering his question. He let out a breath and didn't look directly at me. My eyes followed his movement from the fridge to the cabinet to grab a glass and back to the fridge. He poured himself some water, splashing a little onto the floor. I liked the way he silently used my kitchen as his own. He had become familiar with my little house in such a short time. So, we'll be gone until 5, but we always have our phones on at work. If my brother comes by, let him in, and try not to let him leave. Cale nodded. I watched as he cleaned up the splashed water that I'd assumed would dry on the floor with the rest of the random spillage that had accumulated since I'd mopped 2 weeks ago. Elodie came walking down the hallway with her short hair soaked, staining the shoulders of her gray t-shirt. She was wearing her black scrubs that had an elastic waist, her favorite. "You look so pretty, wow! Doesn't she, Martin?" Elodie enthused, looking straight at Cale. He looked at me, then at her, and nodded.
She does.
Without giving me time to process Cale's compliment, Elodie circled around me with approval, touching the soft curls in my hair. "I mean it. So beautiful." She squeezed my body and tapped her index finger against my necklace. "So cute!" she exclaimed. Her blue eyes lit up. "Oh, and the shower is finally fixed. It was so nice to have such hot water." "What do you mean?" I made my way down the hallway toward the bathroom. "The temperature. You had it fixed, right?" she asked. I passed her, shaking my head. Sure enough, when I went into the bathroom and turned the shower on, it was immediately warm. I turned it to cold. Immediately cold. The pressure was even stronger, like a normal shower. Such luxury. I hoped it wasn't temporary. I was instantly looking forward to taking a long, hot shower when I got home from work tonight. "I'm glad it is, but I have no idea how," I started to say. My eyes landed on Cale's and he licked his lips, turning his cheeks slightly away from me. "You," it dawned on me. "Did you fix it?" Somehow I knew he did, even though I couldn't imagine why he would bother. Cale nodded sheepishly.
It wasn't a big thing. It was just a loose pipe, a broken bolt. It took less than 5 minutes.
Elodie walked toward him, her hair dripping as she moved. "You are so nice! Oh, thank you, she told him, hugging one of his arms. He looked down at her dangling on his arm like she was an alien. He didn't nudge her off, but he definitely didn't seem to welcome her overtly physical affection. Yet another piece of evidence to add to my list of all the ways he's emotionally unavailable. I found myself wondering what it would be like to receive affection from him, and what it would take for him to welcome it from me. He was so confusing to me. So polite, yet so cold. So easy to talk to, yet so quiet himself. First, the full tank of gas. Now, fixing my shower. Of course, it was nice of him, but it also made me feel helpless. I hated owing people anything. I couldn't bring myself to thank him in front of Elodie. I knew that seemed rude, but I would clear it up with him later when we were alone. If we were alone. My brain edited the thought as it surfaced. Okay. I chewed on the inside of my cheek. I didn't know what else to say, so I ended up awkwardly stepping away from the two of them, using my very real reason to leave. Work. I really gotta go. I can't be late. See you at 11. Please, for my sake, don't be late. I won't, I promise, Elodie shouted as I approached the front door. I slid my work shoes on and didn't look back at Cale as I walked out. He did something nice for me. More than one thing. The gestures weren't only thoughtful, but practical. I appreciated it, I did, but I also didn't want him to make a habit of doing things like that. Of fixing my things. Chapter 24. My morning at work was the same as always. 2 elderly retirees and 1 married soldier who came in at the same time almost every week. He never made an appointment, but I always kept the spot open for him. He was nice and easy, tipped well, and didn't groan and moan while I did my job. I now had free time to help clean up around the spa and avoid walk-ins, as much as they could be avoided. I didn't like the uncertainty. It was always uncomfortable, and those clients hardly ever came back. It didn't matter what their body looked like, all types of bodies came through those doors. I found it refreshing and hopeful on those rare occasions when women didn't put themselves down during a treatment. I wanted them all to let their insecurities go while in my room. It was both comforting and disheartening to know that other women thought of their bodies in the same harmful way that I did. We always suspect that others are thinking or talking about us when, most of the time, everyone's too worried about themselves to focus on anyone or anything else. I was pulling out my second round of towels from the dryer when I thought of how uninteresting a part of my job this was. Side work is what we called it when I was waiting tables. I'm constantly running out of towels, filling the fridges, loading the washer. I spend probably as much time on freaking towels as I do actually treating people. Molly popped her head into the break room. "That guy came here for you," she told me while we folded towels. "What guy?" I immediately thought of Cale. "The one you used to like," she said. The way she wrapped "like" around her tongue made me feel like a child. Oh. Brian. Great. "When?" I asked. "About 10 minutes before you got here." I dropped a towel onto the pile before I folded it. "What? Why didn't you tell me?" She snickered. "Because I can't have you getting back together with him. He's bad news." She shrugged. I gaped at her, grabbed the towel, and threw it at her. "I'm not going to call him, by the way." I may have been a little defensive, but I didn't think I would, even if I was curious. We had literally nothing else to talk about. Okay, so maybe Molly was right. Mm-hmm. She nodded yes with her lips jutted out sarcastically. The deep wrinkles on her bronzed skin made her look extra serious. I knew she was mostly teasing, and she was also right about him. She'd never liked Brian, and even cut off the electricity in the lobby when he came to see me the first time after our breakup. In her defense, I was crying, and he was accusing me of something that I couldn't even remember anymore. That must have meant I was innocent, right? Truth was, I wasn't as sad as everyone thought I should be after we broke up. And another truth was, I'd used him to fill something missing inside of me. That's what most relationships actually boiled down to. Molly interrupted my sour memories of Brian. "We have a walk-in," she said. Her back was hunched, so she could see the little security television screen. I couldn't make out whether it was a man or a woman, but I knew Elodie had just started on her 2:30 appointment, and we were the only two working until 4. 2 more therapists, Candace and Joni, would be working the evening shift, which meant I wouldn't have fresh towels in the morning, because the 2 of them did the bare minimum when it came to closing. Again, the damn towels. "I'll take the walk-in." I jumped up. "I don't have any more appointments today, and I really don't want to fold any more towels." I pushed through the curtain in the lobby to find Cale walking around the small space, almost pacing. There were only a few chairs, and along with the front desk, furniture dominated the entire lobby space. I watched him walk back and forth before I moved past the curtain. He was wearing gray sweats and a gray t-shirt. Seeing him in normal clothes meant that he'd gotten his stuff from whoever had the key to his truck. "Hey," I greeted Cale. The Thai food Molly brought us for lunch was now jumbled with nerves in my belly.
Hi.
We stood there, enveloped by the thick smell of incense and the dim lights of the lobby. The old PC tower on the floor hummed between us. "Is everything okay?" As I asked, it dawned on me that he might be there for a reason.
Yeah. I came to get a massage, actually. I didn't know if you had time or not.
He held up his hands. "Really?"
Yeah. Do you have time?
His voice was soft, an unsure question. I nodded and brought my hand up to my mouth. I didn't know why I was smiling, but I was, and I couldn't stop. Chapter 25. I pulled back the curtain to my room, and he entered first. He smelled like soap, and he looked so much younger without his uniform. I still couldn't guess his age. "I take it you got your stuff?" I pointed nervously to his outfit. He nodded. I clicked my tongue, not sure if he wanted me to press more, and since I was at work, the lines were slightly blurred. He was my client here, not my friend. Even at home, he's not exactly my friend, either. This whole thing was so confusing. "Well, I'll give you 2 minutes or so to undress, and I'll be back," I told him. Cale stood by the table with his arms crossed. His sweats hung on his hips, and his skin glowed in the candlelight. I couldn't remember the last time I liked looking at someone as much as I did Cale. It fascinated me. He fascinated me. I didn't know what it was about him, but he got more attractive every time I looked at him. I moved out into the dimly lit hallway and took a deep breath. I told myself that it wouldn't be weird. I did this all day, every day. He was just a regular client. A stranger, really. I barely knew him, and on top of that, I had already given him a massage. I pulled my phone from my pocket to see if Austin had called me back yet. Nothing. I couldn't believe how much of a shithead my brother was being. I knew he was here and capable of texting me back. I texted my dad. Anything to distract myself. I could hear Molly talking to her husband down the hall. Something about extending a hot stone promotion we had going this month. She was always trying to come up with new promotions and semi-free marketing for their small business. It was impressive to watch her keep this place full of a steady clientele, even though there was a lot of local competition with massage spas outside of each gate. Most massages were about $40, some more, some less. Some sort of shady, some not. I tried my damnedest to bring her into modern times, but she still fought me along the way. I opened my phone again to check for a text from my brother. I couldn't wait to cuss his ass out for not replying to me. A text from my dad popped up on my screen. "Austin is okay. He's asleep right now." Not only is my brother ghosting me, my dad is the one to tell me that he's fine. Fuck both of them. I shoved my phone into the pocket of my uniform. It had already been a few minutes. Can I come in? I touched the heavy curtain.
Yeah.
He was face down on the massage table, his head in the cradle, the white sheet resting right at his waistline. He was shirtless. Of course he was. He was here for a treatment. Do you remember what you liked and didn't like last time? I asked, out of habit, the way I started every appointment.
Everything was fine.
I ran my hand down his bare back. Rising goosebumps appeared in the wake of my fingertips. I shivered. I needed to turn the music up and forget that the client on the table was Cale, or I wouldn't make it through the hour. Okay, so I'll apply the same pressure and see where we go from there? He nodded. I ran my fingertips up his back again, just like I did with every other client. My fingers were shaking, and I was almost afraid to touch him because it didn't feel right to want to touch a client. Maybe this was a mistake. Should I see if Elodie would switch with me? I knew that, realistically, that wouldn't work, and I also sort of hated the idea of her touching him. What the hell was going on with me? I was fine before he came here. We'd spent the whole morning together, and I was totally fine. I grabbed a towel and tried my best to go through the motions. The warm towel glided easily across the bottoms of his feet. He was wearing his sweats on the table again, the gray fabric peeking out of the bottom of the white sheet. I almost pushed them up a little so I could rub his ankles more thoroughly, but something told me not to. He was wearing the pants for a reason, and though I could admit to myself that I really wanted to know what that reason was, I knew that he would tell me if he wanted me to know. I pressed my thumb into the pad of flesh right under the line of his toes, and he groaned. I eased up and his tense body relaxed again. He rolled his ankle to get rid of the feeling. It was a sore spot for a lot of people. Sorry, it usually releases tension. It's a pressure point. I walked back around to the top of the table where his head was and reached for my oils. No peppermint, right? I asked him.
No thanks, I hate the smell.
Okay then. I can use one without a scent. Will that work? His head nodded in the cradle. I rubbed the warm oil between my hands and started at the base of his neck. The cords of his muscles were thick around his neckline and down his shoulders. In a way, he looked like someone built to fight, to protect, but sometimes he seemed so boyish, silly even, someone who should be kept out of harm's way. A giggle broke out in the hallway, and I heard Molly shushing the laugh over my music. Elodie, I told him. He stayed quiet as I moved my hands across his soft skin. His shoulders held a little less tension than they had yesterday. Holy shit. It had been only a day since he came in for Elodie. 1 day. 1 night at my dad's house, 1 middle-of-the-night talk, 1 grocery shopping trip, and suddenly I'm acting like I have some sort of crush on him. I continued to talk to Cale about Elodie, reminding myself of our tiny little connection that all stemmed from bad timing and a petite French woman. I met her in training for my therapist's license. She had just gotten here from France after researching programs for military spouses. I remember how thick her beautiful accent used to sound to me. She was very determined and taking the first day of work so seriously. I was drawn to her almost immediately. She's smart and charming. I couldn't believe she married a soldier, I explained. His shoulders danced with slight amusement. No offense. I paused, relieved that he found it funny. Philip's as nice as I think he is, yeah? I asked Cale while we were on the subject. He stayed quiet for a few seconds.
He's a good guy.
Promise? Because he brought her here from another country with no family and no friends here. I worry about her.
He's a good guy,
he said again. I needed to stop grilling him and just do my job. He didn't come here to talk to me. He came here to get a treatment for his aching body. I moved down his back and up his arms, settling into my normal groove. I did the same thing in most treatments, medium pressure, using a little more oil than most other therapists did. The song playing was an older Beyoncé song that I loved as a teen, and I let the music fill the quiet air until about 20 minutes later, when I asked him to roll onto his back. He closed his eyes when he turned over, and I took the liberty of studying his face as I placed a warm towel over his eyes, his sharp jawline, the light stubble under his chin. He took a deep breath when I tucked my hands under his back and raked them up his skin, pressing and stretching the muscles in his back. The moment I moved away from his shoulders, his hand reached up and yanked the towel off.
I can't have that on my eyes,
he said, his voice cracking. I grabbed the towel from the floor and he sat up.
Sorry,
he began. I shook my head, lifting my hands up. It's okay, I should have asked. He was recently back from a deployment, and I wondered if his reaction was related to that, or if he simply didn't like his eyes being covered. Maybe the towel was too hot? The list of things Cale didn't like was building. The smell of peppermint, his lower body being massaged, towels covering his eyes. His eyes were wide. His hands were gripping the sides of the table. If you want to stop, it's okay. I'm really sorry that... He shook his head and unwrapped his fingers, one by one from the table's edge. He let out a breath and closed his eyes. Seconds later, I almost asked him what sounded good for dinner. I thought about telling him how I convinced Molly to let me choose my own music for the treatment room, and how much I loved the Beyoncé song that was playing. Should I ask him if he liked the smell of the caramel cake candle that filled the room? Something about him made me want to speak. All the time. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Only 2 minutes had gone by since I'd had him roll over. Fuck, my lifetime was going so slowly. It was unprofessional to talk a client's ear off without them talking first. I repeated that to myself a few times. Everything good? I asked finally. The words were practically bursting out of my mouth. He nodded.
How's your brother?
His question surprised me. I don't know. I thought he'd come to my house as soon as he arrived to Benning, but I guess not, I said. He's asleep at my dad's now. My dad's the one who told me that. I still haven't gotten to talk to Austin alone. It's so frustrating. He must have really fucked up. Otherwise, he would have called me by now. I can't even believe he's staying with our dad. Like, what the hell? Cale kept his eyes closed. I was kneading my fists down his shoulders and arms. His eyes clenched shut. Sorry, that's a longer answer than you probably wanted. I seem to do that a lot. I laughed, but it sounded so fake. Probably because it was. I realized I had said too much, and really should be protecting my brother from a stranger's judgment. Cale's eyes opened for a second, and he leaned his head up, forcing eye contact.
It's fine. I don't mind it.
I looked away, and he laid his head back down. Thanks, I think, I teased, and my stomach flipped when his face broke into the biggest smile I had seen on him yet. Chapter 26. I walked into the lobby, and only Molly was there. She wasn't paying any attention to my arrival, and was busy cleaning. I was waiting for Cale when I got Elodie's text with the BuzzFeed link. She was the queen of, "Is it your fault you're single?" quizzes, and "Are women taking over the self-employment industry?" articles. This one was 25 things you need to know about Twilight. Trust me, I already knew every detail of those books and films, and enjoyed crushing all the hardest quizzes. Elodie didn't share my love for vampires falling in love with humans, so she mostly took the "what kind of toast are you?" or "choose a day of meals and we'll tell you where to travel" ones. I started scrolling through the list and wasn't surprised by how basic these facts were. It was public knowledge that New Moon was Robert Pattinson's favorite book in the series. I kept reading, smiling at the pictures. Twilight was my comfort series, and had been since I was a teenager. I had all the merchandise, and my mom let me see each of the movies at midnight the night they released. I cried in my room when Kristen and Rob broke up. As I zoomed in on a picture of them in the quiz, I caught something moving from the corner of my eye. My phone fell out of my hands, and Cale reached for it. He looked at the screen and then at me. I was mortified. Kristen's stunning face stared up at me, even more zoomed in than it was when I dropped it. "Sorry, I started to say.
Do you apologize every time you speak?"
He interrupted me. My cheeks burned. No, I paused. He was right. Sorry was probably the most overused word in my vocabulary.
What are you apologizing for? Being a Twilight fan?
He was laughing at me, biting his lower lip as it curled. I joined him, smiling even though I was still slightly embarrassed.
My sister started reading the books last summer and read them all in 1 week.
A sister? My brain created a spreadsheet of questions to ask him. How old is she? I started with one question instead of 20.
15.
I wondered what she was like. If he was a sweet, protective older brother, and if she was as beautiful as he was. Aw. Does she live close? He shook his head.
Yes and no. Closer than most soldiers are to their families. But her and my ma are in Riverdale, here in Georgia.
Oh, like the show? He nodded, smiling a little. I really, really wanted to see him smile like he did on my table a few minutes ago. That big smile made me crave another. A phone started to ring, and I pulled mine back out of my pocket. It wasn't mine. Cale swiped his finger across his phone and put it back in his pocket. Well, I hope everything was okay with your treatment today.
Thanks,
he said, but didn't answer my question. I rang him up and handed over the credit card slip to sign. I'd never felt anxious seeing a client scribble his name across that little black line before, so this was new. And of course, Cale wasn't giving anything up, which left room for me to fill in the blanks. First, I wondered if he'd come back for another massage. Then it was, what's going to happen after he stops crashing on my couch? He left me a $20 tip on a $45 massage. It was more than generous. Certainly more than I usually got. I felt a little weird about it, like he was giving me charity or something. Or paying for my time, which I guess he was. But I did need the money, so I took it with a smile. Okay, the smile was mostly forced, but he couldn't tell. At least, I didn't think he could. I thought about how I had talked through half of his massage. It probably didn't make for the most relaxing experience. Sorry I talked so... Cale cut me off before I could finish.
No,
he said, and offered me a friendly shrug.
No more sorries. It's cool.
Moving on to something else, I pointed to the dark green walls. I want to change the color. He studied them and asked,
Well, what color do you want to paint them?
Something more neutral and modern. Do you think it's overly decorated in here? I asked. He looked perplexed. Do you feel like you're in an expensive spa in a big city instead of here in this strip mall?
I guess.
He shrugged. Cale answered with a word or two now and then, but mostly it was my voice that filled the lobby. We were in a public area, not exactly a private therapy room, but he was still playing the strong, silent type. Do you want a receipt? I read the prompt from the credit card machine.
Of course.
He held out his hand. Of course. Such certainty over a credit card receipt? I teased him. I was beginning to love doing that. He reacted differently nearly every time. It was fascinating.
Responsible,
he said. He almost smiled as he tucked the receipt into his wallet. It was leather, light brown, and obviously well used. Sure, I said, and snorted. Whatever you say.
Better hope you don't get audited.
No smile this time, but he did give me a raised eyebrow. Molly was watching everything closely now. When Cale came out into the lobby after his session, she had been busy nearby, humming to herself while wiping the fingerprints from the glass door. Now she'd given up even the pretense of cleaning. I had forgotten she was even here, honestly. "See you tonight?" I asked as he approached the door.
Yeah, for sure.
He waved to me and said a polite goodbye to Molly, calling her ma'am and all. The door closed and she turned her attention to me. What? I closed the cash register and stuck the tip in my pocket. Her eyes fell on the door again and a Cheshire Cat grin spread across her face. "Oh, nothing." "Stop gossiping," I told her as I disappeared down the hallway. Her voice followed me. "You're not painting my walls!" I rolled my eyes and went back into my room. Chapter 27. I was keen to go home while the sun was shining, for once. That's why I didn't stay to clean as thoroughly as I usually did. I still put a load of towels into the dryer and opened a couple of boxes of products and put everything away, wishing my coworkers would do a little more to pick up the slack around here. The alley was busy when I left. Bradley was helping a customer load a king-size mattress into the back of a truck when he waved to me, friendly as ever. I pulled out my phone to open Instagram when my brother's name popped up on the screen. "Austin, what the hell is going on? Are you okay?" I didn't bother with hello. I had no time for formalities.
I'm fine, it's fine. Really, Care, it's not that big of a deal. It was just a fight.
"A fight with who?" He sighed for a second.
Some guy, I don't know. I was out somewhere and this guy was giving a girl at the bar shit.
I rolled my eyes and pressed my body against the bushes lining the alleyway so a church van full of kids could pass. "So you're telling me that this whole thing stemmed from your chivalry?" Austin was good at spinning things. He would make a wonderful publicist for a messy celebrity. Or a horrible husband.
"Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying,"
he said, laughing. His voice was calming. It was like hearing an old song you had forgotten you loved. I'd really missed him. "Right. So, how much trouble are you in?"
I don't know.
He paused. I thought I heard the flick of a lighter.
Dad bailed me out, which sucks because now I'm going to owe him money.
Unbelievable. I wish I had his ability to look the other way and not worry about things. He knew he would figure it out, or someone would figure it out for him, before it got too serious. Yeah, because owing Dad money is your biggest problem.
I didn't kill anyone, okay? It was your standard bar fight.
I laughed. I could feel his magic working. I was starting to feel almost okay about his arrest, and the ink on his paperwork wasn't even dry yet. "How did you manage to get into a bar? We're not 21 for another month." This time it was his turn to be amused.
"You're not serious."
"Yes, I am." But I was joking. Sort of. There was this thin line between me worrying about my brother and just wanting to have fun with him. I was by no means a stickler or super responsible, but I was light years ahead of my twin. The difference was incredibly noticeable. I was the worrier and he was the free spirit. Only in this case, I was like our dad. I knew my loser uncle was taking Austin to bars with his gross older friends, probably introducing him to women who downed too much alcohol, wore too much makeup, had too much experience, too much everything.
"You're a worrier. You and Dad."
I groaned. I didn't want to worry. I didn't want to be the nagging older by 6 minutes sister. And I certainly don't want to be anything like my dad. Don't lump me in with Dad. Come on. I don't want you to be in trouble, that's all. I was almost home.
"Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess up this bright future of mine."
It was meant to be funny, but a hint of sadness filtered through. "Do you want to come over tonight? I miss you."
"I can't tonight. I'm meeting up with someone. But tomorrow? And Dad and Estelle are going to Atlanta for a few days, leaving on Saturday, so I'll have the house to myself.
House party! I laughed at the memory of Austin's streak of failed house parties throughout high school. Most of the kids our age had been too afraid of the military police to go to a party on post, but fewer people actually made the parties more fun.
Totally.
And I was totally joking. You're not going to have a party at Dad's house.
Yeah, I am.
He could not be serious. Our dad would lose his mind if Austin had a party at his house. I couldn't bear to think of the consequences. You are not. I mean, throwing a party a few days after you get arrested? What is wrong with you? We aren't in high school anymore. It was stuff like this that made me return to my family theory, which was that Austin inherited my mother's ability to live without consequence and charm her way through tricky circumstances. My little brother was always so good with people. He could be thrust into any situation, and people would flock to him. What's that saying? Like bees to honey? He had all the honey. Me? I was the opposite. I fluttered around people like Austin, easily charmed, like my father.
Speak for yourself.
How do you even know enough people here to have a party? I mean,
look, I gotta go. See you sometime tomorrow. Stop worrying. You should come over. Love you.
He hung up before I could get in another word. Oh, Austin, I love you, but sometimes you make some really shitty life choices. Chapter 28. I was surprised to find my front door locked. I dug for my key and let myself in, grabbing my mail from the box on the way. My little mailbox was falling off my house. Another thing to fix. As I flipped through envelopes, a realtor's brochure of fancy, expensive houses in Atlanta was on top. I searched for the smiley realtor. Sandra Dean was her name. The price for a house in Buckhead with a sparkling swimming pool was $3 million. Yeah, I freaking wish, Sandra. Until I hit the lottery, or my random idea of opening up a chain of high-end spas takes off, it's the little white house with the dangling red mailbox for me. When I got inside, the house was heavy with silence. I went through the rest of my mail. Nothing interesting, mainly bills and flyers. And because the entire house smelled of Elodie's popcorn and it made my stomach growl, I grabbed some pretzels from the pantry. My house felt different with no sound. It felt strange not hearing the name Olivia Pope every few minutes. I was completely alone. No Elodie, no Cale. We didn't agree on a time or anything, but I guess I'd assumed that he would be at my house when I got off work. Where else would he go? I microwaved the last of the leftovers from Molly. I washed a load of dishes, sat at my kitchen table, grabbed the paperback I was reading to pick up where I had left off. I tried to focus on the story, but I kept thinking about Cale, wondering how he would be when he got here. If he was still coming. Would he be more talkative than before? I loved to torture myself with second thoughts, so now I wondered if I had misconstrued the whole situation. Did Cale want to come over? Was he under the impression that I wanted him to come over? I started to convince myself that he might be thinking I was weird or pushy, or both. 10 minutes later, I was back to reality. No way would Cale be sitting around overthinking our conversation, wherever he was. I was totally overreacting. Overthinking, overreacting. Not exactly skills I could put on my resume. I put the book down without having read a word, then picked up my phone and went through Facebook, typing Cale Martin in the search box. No change in his profile, and I still couldn't bring myself to send him a friend request. I clicked out of his page and went to my inbox, as if I was expecting an important email or something. I was pacing around my room before I knew it, going in circles, getting myself worked up. I stopped dead in my tracks when I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. With my dark hair pulled back, my eyes wild, I looked like my mother. Frighteningly like my mother. I lay on my bed and grabbed my book again, but soon felt like I needed a change of scenery, so I went to the living room and flopped on the couch. I checked the time on my phone. Almost 7. I picked up where I left off on my last dog-eared page. I had never been a bookmark kind of girl, and let Hemingway's brutal tale take me to the First World War. It wasn't the distraction I had hoped for, though. The closer I got to sleep, the more Cale's face appeared on multiple characters. He was a drill sergeant, a wounded soldier, an ambulance driver, and he looked at me like he recognized my eyes. I woke up on the couch, the sun bright on my face. I looked around the living room, gathering my thoughts. Elodie was in the shower. I could hear the water running. And Cale hadn't come back. Chapter 29. It would be 4 days before I saw him again. When we finally crossed paths, I was sitting on my front porch, trying to get my feet into a new pair of shoes I had seen on Instagram. I knew that the IG model I followed had most likely been paid to wear them, but I still had to have them. Per the caption, they were the best and so comfy, heart eye emoji. Maybe for her, I could barely get the first one on. I mean, the damn thing wouldn't go over my heel. I was tugging on the shoe, leaning back on the porch like some kind of idiot, when Cale pulled up in his gigantic Jeep truck thing. Nice timing. He must have gone shopping since he was head to toe in civilian clothes. Black jeans, a rip on one knee, and a white cotton shirt with gray sleeves that looked almost identical to one that I had. The only difference was that mine said tomahawks on it and had a picture of an actual tomahawk. A friend from Texas gave it to me. Well, she left it at my house before she moved. It was from her old high school in Indiana somewhere. I wondered if her Midwestern home had been like the place where my mom grew up, a little town that was hit hard by the advances of technology, causing factory after factory to close down completely. I also knew horror stories from the place, like when the hyper school children had gone on field trips to sacred Native American burial grounds, what they called Indian mounds, and stomped all over them while being taught a false history of dangerous savages. No mention that these people were victims of genocide, or that we had taken their land and forced them into poverty today. Come to think of it, I didn't really want to wear that shirt anymore. Cale stopped short of my porch. "Hey, stranger," I said to him. He tucked his lips in and shook his head, then nodded. I guess that was his way of saying hello. "Looking for Elodie?" Little Mama was spending her evening at the monthly family readiness group meeting for Philip's brigade. She was determined to make the other wives like her before the baby came. I didn't blame her. She needed all the support she could get. "I'll tell her you stopped by."
No, actually,
Cale paused.
I went to get a massage, but you weren't working.
He looked in the direction of the alleyway toward the shop. Oh. Now that was a surprise. I scooted over on the porch and made room next to me. Sort of. I had been blowing the seeds off dandelions in between my slightly manic thoughts, so Cale had to move a pile of bald weeds before he could sit down. He dropped them softly into the palm of my hand.
"I could use some wishes for sure,"
he said. "There's more if you want." I pointed to my weed garden. I hadn't meant to harbor all those dandelions, wild daisies, and creeping something or other, but there they were by the corners of my concrete porch. Surrounded.
"I'm good,"
he told me. He looked so different in regular clothes. "I see you went shopping." He was obviously okay sitting in silence, but I wanted some conversation. Plus, I wanted to know where he'd disappeared to. Cale pulled at his t-shirt.
"Yeah, sorry about that. It's been kind of a crazy few days."
I had to ask. "Crazy? How?" He sighed, picking up a dandelion stem from the steps.
"Long story."
I leaned back on my palms. "Yeah."
"When do you work again?"
he asked a moment later. A plane flew overhead right as I started to answer. "Tomorrow, I'm filling in for someone."
"Do you have any openings?"
He was looking at me, his dark eyes hooded by his long lashes. "Maybe."
"Maybe."
He raised his brows, and I laughed. He was soft today. I liked this relaxed version of him, Cale the civilian. "I'm going to a party tonight," I told him. "It's at my dad's house." He made a face. "Yes, exactly. Only worse because my brother is being an idiot and throwing it while Dad and Estelle are off in Atlanta at the Marriott eating lobster tails and boozing with expensive wine." I rolled my eyes. My dad never took my mom anywhere like that. They never had adult time without my brother and me. One of the many reasons their marriage didn't work out. That and the fact that they were the two least compatible people on Earth.
"Your dad doesn't seem like the kind of guy who wants a party thrown at his house," Cale observed. "Especially when he's not there."
If only he knew. "Oh, he's not. That's why I'm going to chaperone." He made a noise, something between a grunt and a laugh. He was actually amused. I was really liking this, the way I was starting to read his face and guess what he was thinking.
"Aren't you a little young to be chaperoning?"
"Ha ha." I stuck my tongue out at him, then snapped my mouth shut as soon as I realized what I'd done. I was flirting with him. I didn't know how to stop. Who was this person sticking her tongue out at a boy? "How old are you, Mr. Expert on Ageism?"
"That's not what ageism means."
He corrected me with a smile. I scoffed. I was equal parts charmed and surprised. "Okay, Mr. Know-It-All, how old are you?" He smiled again. So soft.
"I'm 20.
I shot up. "Really? I could be older than you?"
"How old are you?"
he asked. 21 next month." He licked his pink lips and bit on the bottom one. It was a habit of his, I'd noticed.
"I turn 21 tomorrow. I win,"
he said with a smile. I opened my mouth in an O. "No way, show me your ID."
"Really?"
he questioned. "Yes, really, prove it." And then, because I couldn't help myself, I added, "I want receipts." He pulled his wallet out from the back pocket of his jeans and handed it to me. The first thing I saw was a picture of two women. One was older than the other by a couple of decades or so, but the resemblance was there. I looked up at him, apologizing for the lack of privacy. The picture was obviously old and important, otherwise it wouldn't be in his wallet. Across from the picture of the woman was his military ID card. I read his birthday. Sure as sin, his birthday was tomorrow. "So you're older than me by like a month," I gave in.
"I told you."
"Don't brag." I leaned into Cale with a playful shoulder bump. He didn't move away from me, and I froze with hopeful anticipation. On my sunny porch, in ripped jeans and with soft eyes, he paused for a moment and pressed his shoulder back into mine. Chapter 30. I haven't sat on my porch in so long. This is nice. It was just me and Cale, with the occasional passing car for company. I'd sit out here almost every day when I first moved in. I couldn't believe it. My porch, my place. I stopped and smiled. It feels good, you know? The street in front of you, the house behind you. Talking to Cale was like writing in a diary, sort of. I've always loved sitting out front, wherever I've lived. Did you notice that swing on my dad's porch? We moved that swing with us when we were growing up. It came from base to base, from house to house. Kind of like my dad's recliner. I could feel Cale listening, encouraging me to go on. When we first moved to Texas, we didn't have a big enough porch, so we kept it in the shed. It's heavy wood. You can see where it's splintered in a few places and where it's worn down on the arms a little. It's not like that plastic outdoor furniture you get now. What's it called? Rosin?
"Resin,"
he said, helping me out. That's it. Resin. I was thinking about my mom now, how she would sit out front on the porch steps in the dark and stare up at the sky. When we were in Texas, my mom practically lived on our porch all year round. I always wondered what she was looking at, what she was thinking about when she stared at the dark sky for hours. I thought about the nights when she didn't have the swing and how she would just sit there, a little lost, but still focused on the sky. She always made up stories about the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars. She really lived in her own head, a lot like me, I guess. I paused. She was quite dramatic. She told me once that she believed God was made up of all the stars, and that when one burned out, a little bit of the good in the world died with it. Cale's eyes were on me, and I was aware of how the heat was spreading on my cheeks. The way I was talking, well, it was like I was thinking out loud. I barely realized it. I knew that it sounded cheesy. I'd read things like that in books sometimes, or had seen it in movies, but it hardly seemed possible in real life to instantly connect and feel so comfortable with a stranger. What a cliché. Yet there I was, being opened by someone I hadn't even known for a week. I mean, it was way more complicated than that, obviously. That was the quick version. There were civilizations whose entire religions were based on the galaxy of planets and stars. My mom used to tell me all about them. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? They were here first. Cale spoke up.
Were they?
His words seemed important. There were so few of them. I guess that's why when he asked me questions, I wanted to really think about my answers. I'm not entirely sure, I finally said. What do you believe in? He shook his head.
I'm still figuring that out.
I think that's okay, I told him. There are so many different religions. Too hard to get people to agree on one thing. I think it's okay to take a little time, learn a little more. Don't you? Such a heavy question, and wrapped in the most casual bow. He sighed, blowing out a puff of air. I could hear the whisper of his words coming together, but couldn't quite make them out. The longer he sat on his opinion, licking slowly at his lips, chewing on his cheek, the more I anticipated his answer. Time melted as I waited.
Thinking for yourself is better than being blindly led,
he said at long last.
I just want to be a good person. I know a lot of people inside and outside the church who are both bad and good. There's so much out there that's bigger than us. I'd rather focus on how to make things better than wonder how we got here in the first place. For now, at least.
He sounded so sure. These were the deepest thoughts he had shared since we met. A car door slammed, and my phone buzzed with a text from Elodie. She was going to someone's house, someone named Julie, where all the wives, except her, would start their evening with a few drinks and catty conversation. I dimmed my screen and put my phone face down on the concrete porch.
I have a lot of shit to make up for before my life is over.
Cale's confession startled me. His voice slipped a little at the end, and the gravity of what he was saying ate at me. My throat burned, and I swallowed, trying to dilute it, but it didn't work. It was physically painful to think about the kinds of things Cale had seen at his age. At our age. I wished I was someone who wasn't so affected by the emotions around me. It would have been easier not to take on other people's troubles, not to make them my own, but I'd always felt so much, ever since I was a child. I was always either burning or floating, moving from one extreme to another. Karina feels things deeply, my mother said of me. She takes things to heart. Cale cleared his throat. I wanted so badly to ask him what he had to make up for, but I wanted him to tell me at his own pace, not because I asked. I could feel him next to me, brewing, but I kept my eyes on the sky, blinking and watching as blue swirled into orange. I pictured him with a gun strapped to his chest, a boyish smile. I didn't know what he'd experienced over there, but that blank stare on his face. I had to say something. I don't think it works like that. Your life isn't a debt for someone else's sins. You're a good person. You deserve to be safe. My words fell short of all that I wanted to say, but I wanted him to feel everything I felt for him in that moment.
Safe?
He asked, as the clouds drifted over us.
From who?
Chapter 31. Somehow, between our talks of gods and war, Cale accepted my invite to the party tonight. I was a little nervous for him and Austin to meet. My brother liked everyone, but I really wanted Cale to like him, and this house party probably wasn't the best way to make that a reality. I drove there, and when we arrived, I didn't hear loud music or see bright lights as we pulled up, and nobody had spilled onto the lawn. That had to be a good sign. "Doesn't seem too bad," I said. The stately brick house was in the far corner of a quiet cul-de-sac, with a field at the back and other houses all around. I had to park on the street because 3 cars were already in the driveway, 2 of which I didn't recognize. Plus, there was my dad's van, an ugly white thing that he hadn't touched in at least a year. I'd come to hate that van after ugly arguments and resentments that spilled over from the front seat displaced the happy memories of our one Disney road trip long ago. My parents didn't have typical husband and wife shouting matches. Even as a child, I remember wishing for some of the honest anger I had heard in other families. Theirs was worse. My mom would use a cold, flat voice to deliver her punches. She hit hard, and she knew instinctively where to strike, how to make it hurt the most. I was a needy girl and wanted her anger and passion to reassure me that she cared. I think my dad wanted that too, but she either couldn't or wouldn't give it. My dad and I both navigated her cold indifference the best we could. Cale's phone lit up in his hand. He glanced down and put it into his pocket. I felt important. Prideful as it was, I still felt it. We were walking up the grass when someone I didn't recognize came out of the house and walked toward the street. I saw Cale watch him until we were safely inside. It wasn't anything obvious. A slight tilt of the head, an almost imperceptible scan of where this other guy was and what he was doing. It made me wonder what Cale had experienced and what he might fear. I tried not to let it affect my mood, thinking about what he had seen in Afghanistan. I was sure that was the last thing he wanted to talk about at a party the night before his birthday. I led Cale into my dad's house for the 2nd time in a week. Brian had been there only a total of maybe 3 times during our entire 4 months of dating. He liked my dad. Well, he liked trying to impress him while staring at Estelle's boobs. She was new back then. Her boobs, too. Ugh. Brian was the last person I should be thinking of. I looked at Cale to edge him back into my mind, but also to make sure he was still following me up the steps. Someone's music was playing on the TV screen when we went inside. It was a Halsey song, so I knew I'd like at least one of these random people. I was relaxing a little now, since the party wasn't out of hand. Austin had been right about the party. So far, anyway. Everything was more low-key since it was a Sunday night. There were only about 10 people there, and everyone seemed to be older than high school, thank God. And there was no sign of Serena or any of her other friends, and as far as I knew, she was Austin's only recent high school hookup. He said she lied about her age. I didn't know if that was true or not. No sign of Austin, which meant he was either outside smoking or in some room with a girl. As long as it wasn't my old room and the girl was of age, I didn't care. 5 or 6 people were dotted around the living room. The rest were in the kitchen, crowding the booze counter. There wasn't much to speak of. A bottle of vodka, a much bigger bottle of whiskey, and tons of beer. We stayed in the kitchen, moving around a guy and a girl who seemed to be mid-argument, and passing a man wearing a gray beanie. I couldn't see his hair, but I suspected he was a soldier, based on his build. My brother always seemed to gravitate toward people in service, even when we were in high school. Austin and I made a pact from a young age that neither of us would ever even consider enlisting, but he still had a natural draw to army life. Whether it was out of habit or comfort, the pull of the familiar and all that, I didn't know. His curiosity scared me sometimes. Cale stood near me by the kitchen sink, not touching or speaking, but close enough that I could smell the cologne on his shirt. The smell was sweet, and it made me wonder if he had other plans tonight. I grabbed a plastic cup from the stack and poured in a little bit of vodka and a lot of cranberry juice. "Want one?" I asked Cale. He shook his head no. He seemed tense. Whether he was more tense than usual, I couldn't say. He looked at me as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. His eyes leveled on the cup in my hand. I'm only having one since I'm driving, I explained, slightly defensive. Guilt didn't really feel appropriate, since I could crash upstairs in my old bed if I needed to. I still hadn't seen my brother, and we had been there for at least 20 minutes. I don't drink much. I didn't need to explain myself further, but did anyway. Cale's attention was all over the kitchen. His eyes were a bit robotic, scanning every detail of the room. It was like he wanted to be present, but his mind was wandering back and forth between here and somewhere else. I tried to guess where, and even considered straight up asking him, but the idea made my heart pound.
I'll take a beer,
Cale said, after I downed half my drink. I handed him a can from the bin in front of me, next to the partition between the living room and kitchen. Shelves full of 8x10s of my dad and Estelle, and me and Austin when we were young, stared back at us. My mom had long since been erased from the record. Cale studied the beer for a moment, rolling it in his hand before popping open the tab.
Natural light, huh?
He raised his brows. They were so thick they shaded his deep-set eyes and helped hide him from the world. Like he needed help with that. Yep, the best of the best. I took a gulp of my vodka mixture. I felt it fast, my cheeks and tummy warming up. Cale took a drink of the watery beer. I lifted my cup to touch his can. Happy birthday! You'll be drinking legally in about 3 hours, I joked.
And you in a month,
he said, taking a swig of the beer and making a face. I didn't blame him. I much preferred vodka over heavy bubbles of beer. It was my go-to when I drank. Drink less, feel more. Another plus with vodka? I knew exactly how much to drink before I would get too drunk. I'd pretty much mastered vodka. I'd been drinking it since Austin and I had gone to that seniors-only party back in Texas. Austin and I were probably the only freshmen there. We scanned the place when we arrived, but it didn't take long until Casey, a preppy 17-year-old, made a beeline for Austin. She was one of the popular seniors. Popular. I hated that word. Austin didn't, though. He knew it was his way in. The moment he complimented Casey's eyelashes, it was something lame like, "You have the longest eyelashes." Well, that was it. 5 minutes later, they were tongue to tongue, and I was left to wander the party by myself. The only person who talked to me was a boy who had a mustard stain on his shirt. He had sharp canines, like a wolf, and he smelled like orange Lysol. I left him in the hallway by the bathroom and found the vodka bottle in the freezer. It was cool going down. That's probably why I drank so much so fast. Too much. Too fast. I ran to the bathroom with my hand covering my mouth, holding in the vomit. Unfortunately, I ran into Lysol guy again, and he looked at me like I was the pathetic one. Maybe I was? I mean, I was the one pushing people out of the way to get to the toilet. But that was then, and this was now. This party was different. I was different. I had learned to hold my liquor, and I was no longer the girl who couldn't walk away from a creepy guy without second-guessing herself. I felt safe with Cale. Interested and interesting. Like I was the senior at this party. Chapter 32. Cale was taking everything in. He wasn't obvious about it, but he was watching, analyzing, paying attention. We made eye contact, and he surprised me by being the one to break the silence between us.
Exactly how I thought I would spend my 21st birthday,
he said, taking another gulp of beer, and another. Someone turned on an old Usher song, and I smiled into my cup. People were definitely trying to set the mood if they were playing old-school Usher. I was liking this group, even though I tried not to. I was a sucker for nostalgia.
Wow. Usher. Well, take all the sarcasm out of what I just said.
Cale smiled. I hadn't known this guy long, but wow, I loved it when he was this way. Unguarded and funny. I laughed at him, and he took me in. My mouth, my eyes, my mouth again. He wasn't subtle about it. Was he aware of the way he was looking at me? He had to be. My head felt fuzzy, and it had nothing to do with the vodka.
Care!
Austin's voice boomed over everyone and everything, including the blender being used to make some sort of neon mixed drink that I hoped wouldn't be splattered all over my dad's bathroom floor later.
There you are!
He wrapped both arms around me. He smelled like beer himself. He hugged me tight and kissed my hair.
Look at you,
he said, holding his plastic cup in the air. I knew he was drunk. He wasn't wild, he wasn't belligerent, but buzzed for sure.
Did you get a drink?
Austin's ice blue eyes were bloodshot. I reminded myself that he had just gotten out of jail, that he probably needed the drink. The fact that jail was a part of my vocabulary was something in itself, but I refused to be anything but chill the entire night. I was there to chaperone, and now that Cale was there, I wanted Austin to have fun. Yes. I held up my cup, and Austin nodded as if to say, good.
Did you meet everyone?
His words were slightly slurred. His hair was messy, tousled, hitting the middle of his forehead. Not yet, I just got here.
You look happy, are you happy?
My twin asked me. His cheeks were flushed. I put both of my hands on his shoulders. You look drunk, are you drunk? I taunted him. In a loving way, of course. He was drunk. I was happy. But I wasn't going to talk about that or the circumstances of his recent arrest in front of an arguing couple and Cale.
I am, as you should be,
Austin told me with conviction.
It's so good to be back.
He raised his hands in the air. His happiness was contagious, giving me a burst of energy I hadn't felt in a while. Austin raised his cup to mine and then moved to Cale's. It took a second for him to register that Cale wasn't someone he'd invited.
Hi.
Austin extended his hand to Cale. I cringed, wishing I had poured double the vodka into my drink.
Hey, I'm Martin. Nice to meet you.
The two guys shook hands like they were making a $1 billion deal.
Martin.
Austin let that one sit for a second. He looked at me, silently asking me who the hell this guy was, and I widened my eyes, telling him to behave. He smiled.
Nice to meet you, man. We have drinks in here, pizza on the way. She knows where everything is,
he said, pointing at me with his cup.
You guys should come out to the living room with me.
Cale looked at me, and I shrugged. I knew it was either the best or the worst idea to follow Austin back to the living room.
Here, refill your drinks and come with me.
I tried to make eye contact with Cale, but he was looking at Austin, who was asking how long he had been in the army. Austin could tell that Cale was a soldier. Even without being told, he could tell. I knew that Austin wouldn't embarrass me by asking too many questions in front of Cale, but I also knew by the way he was looking at me that he was going to ask a hell of a lot of questions later. The arguing couple disappeared down the hallway, probably to have makeup sex in the downstairs bathroom.
I'm glad you came,
Austin said to me, leading us into the living room. He looked at Cale again, and I rolled my eyes. Austin and I mostly stayed out of each other's dating lives. Not that there was much on my end to be nosy about. I had had only one serious boyfriend, and the more time that passed, I came to realize we weren't as serious as I thought. I had been told I love you, only by someone who didn't mean it. Austin was different, falling in love every week. He somehow managed to stay honest about it, channeling his need and loneliness into physical contact. If it was the thing that made his life a little better, who was I to judge? I had that same itch, just no one to scratch it. Chapter 33. Cale and I were smushed together on one end of the couch. Not squished, not smashed, smushed. Austin and a guy who had introduced himself as Lawson were on one cushion. Cale and I were on the other.
You look so familiar,
Lawson said to Cale after a few minutes. Cale reeled off a few things that sounded like army lingo, and Lawson shook his head.
No, that's not it.
You say that to everyone, Austin said. Then he grabbed a video game controller from a basket under the entertainment center.
"Who's ready to play?" "Not me," Lawson said. "Time to go. I have to be up at 5 for duty."
He and Austin stood up and did that handshake thing guys do where they slap their palms together and make a fist. Once there was more room, I moved over a little on the couch. We weren't smushed anymore, but my thigh was still touching Cale's.
"Do you want to play?"
Austin lifted a controller to Cale, who shook his head.
"No, I don't really play."
Oh, thank God.
"Who wants to play?"
Austin asked again, holding up a controller to see if he had any takers. The front door opened, and a familiar face walked in. I couldn't remember his name off the top of my head, but I knew he and Austin used to hang out before he went to our uncle's house to keep out of trouble. Yeah, because that had worked out so well.
"Mendoza!"
Austin rushed to the door to greet the guy in the Raiders shirt. Austin always collected people around him. He was good at it. The guy, presumably Mendoza, hugged Austin. His eyes landed on me as I stared him down. My cheeks flushed. He looked next to me, to Cale.
"Martin, what the fuck are you doing here?"
he said, pulling away from my brother. He walked over to the couch, and Cale stuck his hand out between us. It took me longer than it should have to realize that they knew each other very well.
"Thought you were staying in tonight."
Mendoza's honey-colored eyes were on me.
"I was going to,"
Cale said. Mendoza looked at me again, then back at Cale.
"Right,"
he said, smiling.
"You two know each other?"
Austin pointed between them. I sat there, observing, confused. Austin was as surprised as I was.
"Yeah, man, he's my fucking brother."
Mendoza's voice was loud and happy. If it were a color, it would be yellow, where Cale's was more of a dark navy blue. Wait, were they actually brothers? They were different races, but that didn't mean anything, really. Or was this soldier talk, always calling one another family?
"We were in basic together and we deployed—" "Mendoza, this is Karina,"
Cale interrupted, looking at me.
"My sister,"
Austin said to both guys. "We met before, I don't know if you remember," I said. It shouldn't have rattled me that Cale and this guy knew each other, but it did. Military bases always seemed so small, but they were really their own cities with hundreds of thousands of people. When someone said, "Oh, your dad's in the army, I bet he knows my cousin Jeff. He's in the army too," it didn't really work that way. So Mendoza knowing Cale and Austin, and sort of knowing me, was a coincidence to say the least.
"I do. We met a couple times."
Mendoza cocked his head to the side.
"Didn't we go to the castle one night? What was that, like last summer?"
I thought back to the end of summer, riding in my dad's van, which had been too full of Austin's friends. Definitely squished. "We did," I told him. "I forgot all about that." Brian was there too. We had just met, in fact. I didn't mention that.
"Your brother in that damn castle."
He laughed, and Austin flipped him off. Cale was looking at us both like we were crazy. "Have you heard about it, Dracula's castle?" I asked. It sounded ridiculous out loud. He shook his head, and I continued to explain. "It's not really a castle, but it's this big stone tower that everyone says was haunted."
"Is haunted,"
Austin argued. "Is haunted," I said, rolling my eyes. I had gone to Dracula's castle at least 5 times with Austin since we'd moved here. I didn't know if the story about the kid getting electrocuted at the top was really true, but the old tower had earned a reputation for being haunted by ghosts. Actual ghosts, is what everyone said. There were all kinds of stories. "Anyway, so it's a tower and people drive up there at night to drink and try not to get caught," I explained to Cale.
"She's acting like she's cool now, but she's always the first one to run back to the car."
Austin held up his drink to Cale and Mendoza, laughing. "Oh, fuck off." I shot him a look. More laughter followed. Mendoza started to taunt Austin.
"Ooh, looks like Sis has grown up since I saw her last,"
he said, picking up a bottle of dark liquor from the table.
"Shots, anyone?"
he asked the room. Everyone took a shot of warm liquor. Everyone except Cale, that was. There were shouts of, "To Austin," and "Welcome back, bro." Austin gave a mock bow to acknowledge his friends as they celebrated his return. I wasn't sure if any of them knew that he had been arrested. Looking around at these guys, well, I wasn't sure if any of them would even concern themselves with something as trivial as a night in jail. But maybe I was being hard on them. We all migrated back to the kitchen to cheer Austin's return to Fort Benning. I put my shot glass in the sink and gathered up a few more. A guy in a bright blue t-shirt that said, "Bottoms up," grabbed his glass back from me and went for a refill. Definitely a soldier. He was with a younger-looking guy wearing a brown band tee, also a soldier. I kept forgetting how removed I had become from life on post. Sure, I still saw soldiers at work and at the grocery store. I still smiled at them while going through the gate to the great place, but I didn't have any friends who were soldiers. Not one. Not unless you counted my client, Stuart. She was the closest thing I had to an army friend. But even though I liked and respected her, even though I felt close to her, I couldn't really claim her as a friend. As Molly liked to remind us, clients were not our friends. I turned on the hot water and rinsed out a few shot glasses just for something to do. I was glad Austin didn't see me. He would have made some crack about my being responsible. It wouldn't have been a compliment. God, it was so weird having him back, being at my dad's, being surrounded by all these people. No doubt about it. This was Austin's world, and I was only visiting. I wasn't the same person as I was before he left, though. It felt good to remind myself of that. And Austin, as much as he gathered people around him, he latched onto them too. Which was risky in his case, because he was often the one to run, like our mother. And he often left broken hearts behind, also like her. I walked over to Cale, Austin, and Mendoza.
Another?
Mendoza asked. No way. I shook my head and held up my hand, the universal symbol for no thanks. My stomach still burned as the tequila settled inside of me. Mixing vodka and tequila was definitely going to have me suffering tomorrow. The flavor was strong. Pretty good, but so strong compared to the cheap vodka diluted with sweet cranberry juice that I usually drank.
Come on, anyone?
Austin's eyes were on Cale, who was also saying no. He didn't need to put his hand up or shake his head. Apparently, no is all the answer you need when it comes from a guy. Austin turned to Mendoza and refilled his glass.
He's trying to get as many shots in as possible before his wife calls for bedtime,
Austin heckled him. By the way Mendoza smiled when my brother teased him, I could see their bond. He was a nice guy, this Mendoza. I could feel it. It was never easy to predict the people I would meet through my twin because he never had a type. Soldiers were usually involved, but that could be more of a geographical thing. Mostly strays, mostly friendly, but every pack had a few wild cards.
Well, she did let him come out this week,
another male voice taunted. I turned around to see the guy in the bottoms-up t-shirt holding his shot glass in a way that was slightly menacing. He had a square face, tiny lips, and a bad crew cut. Mendoza laughed still, but it didn't reach his eyes. Not like it did when he had joked with Austin. The guy in the t-shirt snickered, pointing a Bud Light bottle at Mendoza.
How many kids you got now, anyway?
This question was delivered with a straight face.
3,
Mendoza replied, humorless now. Something shifted in the room. I could feel it. Cale stiffened next to me. Austin inched closer to the two jerks.
3, that's it? I thought I saw you driving out of the commissary with like 10. You're not funny, Jones. Neither are you, Dabrowski. Comedy's not your thing. Now move along or get out,
Austin snapped, pointing his chin toward the door. His eyes may have been glassy, but he was fully present. He wasn't having any of their shit. The room was silent, except for the obnoxious intro music to the video game that was playing on a loop in the background.
Chill, we're leaving anyway,
Bottoms Up said. No one made a sound as Jones and Dabrowski set their beers on the counter, opened the back door, and left. Mendoza and Austin stared at each other for a second. I tried not to look, but I caught a glimpse of it. Who were those guys? I asked Austin when the door shut.
They're in my new company,
Mendoza answered.
I thought they were cool and felt bad because they're so young and just got home and don't have any family here, you know? Quit being so fucking nice!
Austin slapped Mendoza on the back and we all laughed.
See where it gets you? Now let's have a drink and not waste any more time or tequila on those pricks. This isn't any old tequila, my friends.
Mendoza held up the bottle.
It's an añejo, aged to perfection. Smooth as butter.
He showed me the label, and I nodded, reading what I could as he watched me, before moving it to Cale. Añejo or not, I knew I shouldn't drink much more. Even with my mother's tolerance for all vices, I could tell the alcohol was settling into my bloodstream. My cheeks were red, I could feel them. But Cale was less blurry somehow. You know those moments when someone suddenly looks different to you? Like you swipe and a filter covers the picture? Everything about them becomes a little deeper in color, a little more vibrant. Cale was leaning against the counter in my dad's kitchen of all places, answering trivial questions from my brother when it all started to change. There was something about watching him there with Austin, the way he was standing with his back straight, his eyes a little more wild than usual. He was still the definition of composure, but there was something emanating from him in that moment. Something strong and dark. I had to see more. Chapter 34.
Martin, where are you from? Atlanta area. You?
Cale took a drink of his beer, and then another. I remembered that he said he was from Riverdale. Easier to say Atlanta, I supposed. I liked being in on one of his secrets. Austin crossed his arms.
All over. Fort Bragg, Texas, and a couple others. You know, Army brat.
Cale nodded.
Yeah, I can't imagine, man.
The doorbell rang.
Pizza? I hope so. I haven't eaten all day, Austin said, disappearing from the kitchen.
Are you hungry? I asked Cale.
Kind of. You?
I nodded. Shall we? I gestured toward the living room. He nodded, smiled at me, and tossed his beer into the trash. Do you want another one? I asked, looking into my almost empty cup and debating a refill.
I'm good. One of us has to drive,
he said. I said, biting my lower lip. Cale's shoulder brushed against mine. He was standing so close to me. I can stay here. His eyes widened a little. You can too, there's plenty of room. We had stopped walking, but I couldn't remember when. He was looking down at me, and I was looking up at him. The curve of his lashes shaded his brown eyes. The way he smelled like cinnamon. For the first time, the scent didn't remind me of anything, except him. My brain was short-circuiting, not connecting thought with my tongue. I mean, you don't have to stay here. You can use my car or an Uber, whatever. I was just suggesting because I'm obviously not driving in your car. Cale leaned toward me. I had to work hard to catch my breath.
I'll get another beer,
he told me in a whisper. He paused there so close to my mouth that the bottom of my stomach ached. He moved away, casually, and grabbed for another beer. I swallowed, blinking. Did I think he was going to kiss me? I so did. That had to be why I was breathing like I had run up a flight of stairs. I gathered myself as quickly as I could. Yeah, me too, I said, voice hoarse and audibly awkward. I pulled open the freezer door to grab some ice. The cold air felt so good against my hot face. I let it roll over me for a few seconds before I filled up my cup. Cale was waiting for me by the wall, sipping his new beer. My insides wouldn't settle. He made me feel on edge one second, yet so calm the next. We were both quiet as we walked into the living room. There seemed to be the same number of people in the house, minus the two assholes, but the crowd felt dense now that everyone was crammed into the living room. It didn't help that my heart was pounding in its cage, no matter how hard I tried to calm myself. Austin was talking to the pizza delivery man. I watched as he handed over some cash, shoving a wad back into his pocket. As far as I knew, Austin had been working only a few hours a week at Kmart, which he supplemented by asking my dad for money here and there. My brother was never good with money. Even when he worked summer jobs, he'd spend his check the day he got it. I wasn't much better, so I wasn't judging. But where did that cash come from? It didn't make sense. "Care, grab some plates," Austin yelled to me, passing out pizza boxes to the group. I didn't know what was going on, but my brain couldn't handle any more tonight. I wanted to have fun, to not worry about things that I couldn't control. I'd been trying that for years. Maybe tonight would be the night that I actually followed through with it. Black jeans were a girl's best friend. They stood out from the usual indigo. They made your legs look longer. And that dark wash was great when you were out on a date and needed to do something about greasy pizza fingers. Not that I was on a date. Was I on a date? There was just this way that Kale was looking at me that made me wonder. The fact that he'd agreed to come to the party at all made me wonder. But as with everything with this man, I couldn't be sure. We were still sitting next to each other on the couch. Kale's empty plate rested on a napkin on his lap. The plate was clean, and the napkin was spotless. My plate had a splinter of hard crust on it and a bit of stray pepperoni. My white paper napkin was splotched with pizza sauce. My black jeans didn't show my greasy handprints, though. Small mercies. I wasn't neat and tidy. Not like Kale. And certainly not like Estelle, the perfect housewife, whose picture was hanging in a thick black frame above us. A black cloud was more like it. I couldn't see her face, but I could feel her bearing down on me. I knew that picture well. It had been taken on one of their many vacations. My dad was next to her, wearing a big smile and a Florida tan. A beachfront American Gothic. Kale leaned up to grab a pizza box. "Can you hand me a napkin?" I asked. Another guy might have made a crack about the red sauce massacre I had going on, but he didn't say anything. Just grabbed some pizza and napkins, then leaned back into the couch cushion. I could feel the heat rising off him. My imagination was playing with that. My body, too. "Want some?" he asked. He offered his plate, which had 2 thick slices, glistening with cheese. I shook my head, thanking him. "I see you have a new twin." Austin pointed to Kale, and mostly everyone looked at him, then me. His shirt and jeans were practically identical to mine, only my shirt was plain gray. I thought back to the photograph of my dad and Estelle standing side by side in their matching Hawaiian shirts from Old Navy, and burned with embarrassment. Kale cracked a smile. A very small smile, but it was there all right. "Ha ha," I said, rolling my eyes. "You were gone a while, so—" Laughter bounced around the room. "Fair enough." Austin took a bite of pepperoni pizza. Cheese slid down the slice, and he caught it with his tongue. He was so much like a younger teenage boy sometimes, as if he had stopped maturing after 10th grade. It was part of his draw, I guess, the innocence of him. He really did have a good soul, and it was easy to see. He was the kind of boy who would start a fire and then save you from it. I wondered if this new girl understood what she was in for, if she knew she was playing in the brush on a hot day. A pretty brunette with a smattering of freckles across her cheeks. She had deep blue, almost navy, eyes. Her shirt set off her coloring, and the style of her loose peasant top resembled her hair, ruffled sleeves falling in waves down her arms, mimicking the curls in her long tresses. She was sitting on the floor by Austin's feet, looking up, a flower tilted to the sun. The attraction she had to him was clear as day. The way she almost willed him to turn his face to hers, to say something, anything to her. The way her shoulders were angled toward him, pulled back to expose her long, graceful neck. She wasn't sitting cross-legged like the others on the floor. The awkward child's pose was not for her. She had folded one leg on top of the other, ankle to knee, and she was tilted sideways so that her legs formed an arrow pointing toward my brother. This girl was vulnerable and open. Calculating, too. Body language could be so obvious. Did Austin know that she was planning their first kiss, their first date? The paper plate in his hand slipped a little, and she lifted the corner for him. He looked at her, smiling, thanking her, and then she did this pouty thing with her lips and a flippy thing with her hair. It was impressive as hell, even to me, and I wasn't the intended target. I looked away from my brother and the girl. I'd seen this movie before. "Mendoza seems great," I said to Cale.
Yeah, he is.
Cale looked at his friend, who was offering his special tequila to someone who had just come in. I thought I had seen the guy before. In the kitchen, maybe. I remembered his black and white checked t-shirt. From the way he reeked of cigarette smoke, it was clear that he had been outside for a smoke break. At least this group of friends was respectful enough not to smoke inside the house, unlike some Austin had had in the past. "He's married?" I asked. Cale's forehead scrunched up a little, and he nodded. "Cool." I was about out of small talk. I could have talked about the weather or the alcohol, but that would have seemed desperate. I was buzzed from the drinks and getting paranoid about Cale's silence, and while I may have been anxious, I wasn't desperate. I wasn't going to be the needy girl at a party at my dad's house, of all places. Cale nodded again, and then nothing. I should have been used to the barriers he put up, the distance between us, but he had let down his guard since coming to the party, so much so that I was beginning to forget it had even existed. But there it was, brewing next to me. And that was why I didn't like dating, or whatever this was. I knew I was being ridiculous. I mean, it had been only about 20 minutes since I'd decided to admit to myself that I was more than just attracted to him. I was completely fascinated. Enamored. We had been standing side by side in the kitchen, and I could feel that heat of his. It didn't matter that we weren't touching. I could feel myself being drawn toward him. It was strong, this pull, almost animal in its intensity. I lost myself in the physical for a moment, and then my brain took over and started to dissect the reasons he wouldn't like me, or why this wouldn't work. I was such a romantic. I looked around the room, to friendly Mendoza pouring Austin and the roughly brunette a shot, to the three guys sitting on the floor and the voices coming from the kitchen. Everyone was alive in their own way, talking, listening, drinking, laughing, playing with their phones. Everyone except the one person I really wanted to connect with. My frustration grew and grew inside my head, and by the time Austin and the girl were making out, which took less than 5 more minutes, I couldn't sit there anymore. I needed some air. I got up from the couch, and if Cale noticed, he didn't care to show it. Chapter 35. I sat down on my mom's swing, feeling the heaviness of the situation with Cale. Not for the first time, I thought of it as a mood swing. My own little joke, only it wasn't funny. I'd lost track of the number of times I'd made my way out to the porch at this house. If I was feeling anxious and alone, if I wanted to think something through or just daydream, I'd head to the swing. I was out there a lot after my mom left. Sometimes I thought maybe she would be sitting there. And when Dad was talking about shipping Austin off to live with our porn king uncle, you'd find me on the swing. There was something soothing about the gentle back and forth as the seat pushed into its arc and then returned. I could be close to full-on panic, but after a few minutes on the swing, my breathing would slow, and I'd feel myself calm down. Most of the time, anyway. When Brian and I were on the rocks, I'd planted myself out here, trying to get some perspective. But more than once, Estelle had followed me out to see how she could help. She'd give me this look that I could tell she thought was sympathetic. To me, it just seemed obnoxious, like she was trying to sell me something. A used car, maybe. A used stepmother was more like it. She'd say things like, "I was young once too, you know." That was my cue to say, "Oh, but you're still young, and you're so pretty." But I wasn't going there. I wouldn't have given her what she wanted, even if it had been true. Then she'd tell me that everything was going to be okay, that what I was going through was tough, but she understood how I was feeling. That bothered me the most. How could she possibly understand what I was feeling when she didn't know me, and I didn't know myself? And there I was again, sitting on my dad's porch, not really knowing what I was feeling. I wanted to get closer to Cale, but I felt stung by his silence. I wanted to ask him to join me on the swing, but I felt too timid. I wanted whatever it was I wanted. I wasn't getting it, so I had sulked off like a little kid. I was kicking my feet a bit and starting to move the swing when the front door creaked open and Cale stepped out onto the porch. He leaned against the railing, watching me with glassy eyes. He looked older somehow. I wasn't sure if I liked it. The street light hummed as it cast a dim glow over my dad's yard. I could make out cars, trees, houses, but only the outlines. I wasn't sure if this was because it was getting dark or because I was pretty buzzed. I didn't particularly care. It had been a while since I had had anything to drink other than a little wine, and I felt this hazy glow. Actually, I felt pretty damn good. Rocking gently back and forth, I was aware that my breathing was syncing to the rhythm of the swing, and that made it easier to pretend that I hadn't noticed Cale. No way was I going to be the first one to say something. I kept my mouth shut and my thoughts to myself. God, this guy was tough to figure out. Maybe it was the way he was with me. Observing, non-judgmental. That was rare. So often you could feel people sizing you up, trying to figure you out. Who are you, and what do you have that I want? Not Cale. He just noticed. I liked that. But it didn't seem fair, somehow. He knew a lot about me, and I hardly knew anything about him. The things I did know I could count on one hand. Almost reflexively, that's what I did. 1, he was charming in that strong, silent way. 2, he had this almost magnetic draw that attracted people to him. 3, he made you want to know what he thought of you. Or was that just me? 4, he was insanely attractive. 5, his family lived in Riverdale. And he knew what Twilight was. Maybe I could get to 10, but I liked the drama of one hand. Everything about Cale seemed so complex, yet uncomplicated at the same time. He hadn't said much to me while we were inside, other than to ask if I wanted a slice of pizza, but he had clearly followed me out. So why was he standing there with that force field around him, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, and looking at me as if words were a burden too heavy to carry? I started to say something to break the tension, but stopped myself just in time. No way was I going to make this easy on him. I'd give him a taste of his own medicine, and see how he liked it. The sky was darkening now, filling with the most gorgeous stars. I knew everyone thought they were magical, diamonds hung aloft in the sky and all that, but even though I found them beautiful, I mostly found them sad. Stars seemed so fierce and bright, but by the time they got to us, they were dying, almost gone. And the biggest stars, they burned the fastest, as if their intense radiance was too much for them to hold on to. Damn, there I was getting sappy. I always thought of how fragile things were when I drank. I could move from beauty to despair in the blink of an eye, or the twinkle of a star. As I said, damn.
Can I sit with you?
Cale finally asked. Had he seen the shadow cross my face? I nodded yes and moved over to make some room.
This is the swing?
He asked. I nodded again. I still had a dose or two of his own medicine to give him. Not really. I was just trying to stay cool. If I was going to second-guess myself, I might as well be cool about it.
She didn't take it with her?
He asked into the night air. I jerked my head, looking at his face. What?
When she...
He could see that he had struck a nerve, but he couldn't exactly backtrack. I blinked. He was referring to my mom, of course. Despite his reserved nature, he sure liked to ask questions that packed a punch. Left? I finished for him. No, she didn't take anything. Not even us. Not even me. I didn't really feel like talking about my mom, but I was happy he asked. Happy that he had remembered the swing. He was a good listener, I'd give him that. We sat with nothing but the stars between us for a while, which was fine by me. All I wanted was to sit next to Cale, to know he was there. In that moment, it was enough. The peace didn't last long, though.
Oh man, you wiped out. No, hey, Austin, watch! Dude, you are crazy. I mean, what the fuck?
It was just a lame video game, but it had put Cale on high alert. It was hard not to notice how hyper-aware he was of his surroundings. I couldn't imagine how tough that must be, to never be able to relax. It must be exhausting. He turned to say something, but was interrupted by wild shouts from inside the house.
You got him, man. Killed him with one shot. Fuck yeah, dead as a fucking doornail, man.
I shook my head. Cale clenched his jaw. At least we agreed on something.
Am I making you uncomfortable?
Cale asked, picking at his fingers. How the heck was I supposed to respond to that? Do you think you're making me uncomfortable? The best way to avoid answering a question was to repeat it. I had learned that from my dad. He let out a breath.
That's not an answer. But yeah, probably,
he said, cracking a smile. I loved the way his whole face changed when he smiled. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, my answer is no. But 1 minute you're ignoring me and the—
Ignoring you?
He asked, startled. Yeah, I explained. You were kind of blowing me off. He seemed genuinely surprised, almost hurt.
I wasn't trying to.
He hesitated.
It's kind of hard to adjust to being back here. It's only been a week and it's so different. It's hard to explain. I don't remember it feeling this weird last time I came back.
I can't even imagine, I told him, because I couldn't.
It's the small things, like using those coffee makers that brew individual cups, or being able to shower every day and wash my clothes in an actual machine.
I'm guessing there aren't any Tide Pods in the army, I said. My dad always hated them, even when he returned and could use them. He refused. He liked old-school powder, and it grossed me out.
Sometimes. Wives would send packages to their husbands, and we would all get the hookup,
he said. I wondered if anyone sent him packages, but I didn't ask. It was my turn to laugh now, but I didn't. If I wanted to connect with this guy, to find out who he was, I needed to take the first step, stop deflecting, build a bridge, find some common ground and all that. You know, I started. My dad always came back acting like he'd just got home from Survivor. It was kind of a joke in our house. Not that it was funny. I was so bad at this. I was overthinking every single word that came out of my mouth.
It's fine.
He smiled, obviously amused by my ramblings, and looked me straight in the eye.
Honestly, Karina, it's fine. You're fine.
I kept going, more relaxed now, more reassured. He would crave the weirdest things and eat Taco Bell for a week straight after coming home. Cale nodded slowly, sucking on his lips.
How many times has it gone?
4.
Wow.
Cale blew out a breath.
I'm over here complaining about 2,
he said, laughing weakly. That's a lot, though. And you're my age. I'm over here complaining about 0.
Did you ever think about joining?
I shook my head so quickly. The army? Nope, no way. Austin and I always said we wouldn't. I sounded like one of those twins you read about in sappy books where they make lifelong promises to each other. One lives in the shadows and the other has to live out their twin's legacy. I didn't want to think about which role I played in that saga.
Why not? Just not your thing?
Cale asked. I don't know, I started. Careful, Karina, I warned myself. I didn't want to offend him, but my mouth was known for spitting out words without my brain's approval. We agreed on it one day. I don't remember what even triggered it. My dad was deep into his 3rd deployment, and I could picture the smoke as it billowed through the hallways. I smelled the fire before I saw it. And my mom well, let's say she made a mess in the living room. A charred mess. Cale looked at me, puzzled. She said it was from a glue gun, like for crafts, but it was a cigarette. She fell asleep on the couch with a lit cigarette in her hand and had barely woken up when I came rushing down the stairs to find the room filled with smoke. It was crazy. As I was telling Cale this, a few people came out of the house. A few people went in. Party traffic. The last guy to come out was wearing a plain white t-shirt with a red stain on the chest. I stopped talking when I saw him and kept my imagination from turning a pizza sauce stain into anything else. Cale kept his eyes on me the whole time. It was intense, the way he looked at me. The bottom of my tummy ached, and eventually I had to break eye contact with him. Pizza stain guy walked down the steps and got into his car. I recognized him from the kitchen. He was one of Austin's quiet friends. The quiet guys always left first.
And what did your mom do when you found her in the room full of smoke?
Cale encouraged. She was walking toward the door straight ahead like she was going out to buy milk or some orange juice. She didn't yell for us. She didn't look for us. No, nothing. Cale cleared his throat. I gauged his expression to make sure he wasn't uncomfortable with the details. So, you know those quizzes where they ask you what you would save if your house was on fire? I looked at him.
Not really,
he answered. I guess that's a Facebook thing. They ask what possessions you would save if your house was burning down, and your response is supposed to reveal your personality. If you say you'd save your wedding album, that says one thing about you, but if your choice is to save your vinyl collection, that says something else. Cale raised his eyebrows, as if he hadn't ever heard of anything so absurd. I know, right? I continued with my story. Anyway, it's so insane, but the smoke was growing, and as I rushed up the stairs to get Austin, I remember thinking, that quiz is the most ridiculous thing ever. Who would even think about possessions at a time like this? But there I was, in the moment, thinking about that stupid quiz. So what does that say about me?
I think it says that your mind was keeping you from panicking. I think it says that you have good instincts.
I let that sink in for a moment before continuing. When I got to Austin's room, I shook him awake. We ran downstairs together. He was leading now, squeezing my wrist so hard, and when we got outside to the lawn, our mother was standing there just watching the smoke. She hadn't tried to set the house on fire, nothing like that. But oddly, she wasn't alarmed. More like she didn't even realize what was going on.
Karina.
It was like one of those old movies, you know, where the mad woman starts the fire and gets mesmerized by it, like she goes into a trance. I laughed a little, not wanting to be awkward. Sorry, all of my stories are over the top.
Karina.
God, I loved the way he said my name. Oh, I was going to say, it's okay. That's what I always said when I told this story. Not that I told it often. But the thing was, sitting in the dark with Cale beside me, urging me on, listening, not judging, well, I knew that it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay at all. I could have been killed. Austin could have been killed. It was so not okay. But what was not okay was usually my reality.
You're a good storyteller.
That was a kind thing to say. Not, God, your mom sounds like a whack job. I was a good storyteller. I liked the sound of that. I liked the certainty with which he said it. Yeah, well, I don't know what even got me started talking about this. I did that a lot. told long tales with lots of sidetracking and other mini-stories in between.
You not wanting to join the military.
Cale reminded me. Right. I pulled myself together. I mean, my dad was gone so much of the time, and coming home from deployment, but still being constantly absent while training. He was always so unhappy. My mom, too. The lifestyle basically broke her. You know. He nodded. So my brother and I promised after that fire that we wouldn't live our lives that way.
Makes sense,
Cale said, looking around the yard, then back to me.
Want to hear my side?
I shook my head, teasing. He smiled.
I get that. For real, I do. But to me, a black kid from Riverdale joining the army changed the trajectory of my life. It was the thing that changed my whole family. My great-grandpa's dad was a slave. My grandpa couldn't find a regular fair-paying job, and my mother struggled her whole life. Always encouraging me to find a way to leave, and here I am, you know? Until now, the only job I'd ever had was bagging groceries at Kroger, and now I drive a decent car, can help my mom.
He stopped abruptly. Don't stop, I urged him. That earned me a small smile.
All the shit like that. It's hard, yeah, really fucking hard sometimes. But the army was the only way I was able to afford living on my own, getting a college education, having health insurance.
I sat, digesting. He had extremely valid points, given that his opinion of the army was the opposite of mine. I get it, I told him.
There are two sides to everything, you know?
I nodded, whispering, yeah, two sides at least. I tilted my head and asked, is your mom proud of you now?
Oh, of course. She tells everyone at church and anyone who will listen that her son is a decorated soldier. For my town, it's kind of a big deal.
It was beyond adorable to see him turn shy and even a little embarrassed. Local celebrity, I teased, leaning into his shoulder.
Right,
he said, smiling.
Not like Austin,
he joked, as we heard my brother yelling again. What's your mom like? I bet she's...
We should probably go inside. You're the chaperone, and if it stays this loud, the MPs will definitely come.
I was well aware that he was avoiding my question, but I had already gotten more out of him than usual, so I decided not to be greedy. It was almost his birthday, after all. Chapter 36. The party had quieted down after a few warnings to my brother about the military police coming. The coffee table was littered with beer bottles and plastic cups. The game controller sat idle in front of the TV. Limp bodies covered the couch, and a few people had made themselves comfortable on the floor. It was mostly guys and mostly soldiers, except for the girl who earlier had been entwined with Austin. She was sitting alone on the floor now, moving slightly to the music, her shoulders doing this chill dance. Basically, she was doing that thing you do when you're all alone at a party and you want to say, "It's fine, I'm fine, everything's fine." "Do you need another drink?" I asked Cale. He held up his beer, shaking the empty bottle.
Yeah, please.
We made our way out of the living room, stepping carefully over denim-clad limbs. The kitchen was empty of people. Estelle's attempts at what she called French country decor, a dish towel that said café, a ceramic rooster, a little metal boulangerie sign that Elodie says Estelle pronounces wrong, were visible among the litter of empty bottles and pizza boxes. Still, seeing Cale here against the backdrop of so many familiar things, feeling him next to me, watching me, in the small space of his kitchen, made me anxious. He seemed outsized now, larger than life, and when I scooted past him I almost elbowed him in the ribcage. He inched farther away from me, toward the fridge. Of course, I needed to get ice from the tray in the freezer.
Sorry,
he said, nearly tripping over my feet to get out of my way. It's fine, I told him, my words blending together. He made me feel nervous. Maybe that wasn't the right word. I didn't feel tense or panicky, the things that usually come with nerves. He made me feel as if everything was so much closer to the surface, raw and more alive. When I was around him, my brain processed everything so fast, but everything felt still and calm in the cracks of him opening up to me. I felt bright and quick and stable and level all at once. My heart raced when I glanced over and caught him looking back at me, his long fingers toying with the necklace around his neck. Maybe it was the effect of the vodka, but as I refilled my glass, I could feel Cale's eyes on me, as if he was taking me in, head to toe. He wasn't appraising me in that skeevy way some guys do when they are so obviously checking someone out. It wasn't like that at all. When Cale looked at me, it was as if he saw me, the real me, who I was, not who I was trying to be. He held my gaze for a moment, then lowered his eyes. My chest fluttered. Forget butterflies, these were blackbirds. Big, glossy blackbirds flapping their wings, making my heart take flight. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I felt him looking at me and tried to ignore the pang at the bottom of my stomach. I put the bottle back on the counter and mixed in apple juice. Someone had cleared out the cranberry.
What's that going to taste like?
He was standing right behind me now. Whether he had moved or I had, I couldn't say. I saw his shadow in the metal sink and hoped like hell that he couldn't hear the wild beating in my chest. I turned slowly to face him. He was so close. Either great or not. I shrugged. He took a half step back. My body didn't calm.
And you're willing to take that risk?
He asked, smiling behind his drink. I wanted to tell him that he didn't need to hide it. His smile, that was. That I really liked it when he was funny, when he teased me. But I needed a few more shots to be at that level of bold. Yeah, I guess so. I put my nose to the glass and took a sniff. It wasn't so bad. I took a sip. It wasn't horrible. But maybe I should microwave it to pretend it was a cider.
Good?
He asked. Yeah, I said. I lifted the cup between us. Want a taste?
No thanks.
He shook his head, holding up his beer. Do you always drink beer? I asked him.
Yeah, mostly. Not in a while, though,
he said, smiling but trying not to.
Because of being gone. Of being over there,
he clarified. Oh, because you were gone. Right. Gone, over there. I was an idiot, echoing everything he said. But it took me a second to catch on, regardless of how many times we had repeated the word gone. Wow. Yeah, adjusting to being back must be so weird. Every time he reminded me that his life was drastically different from mine, I felt shaken. I noticed his glassy eyes again. His beautiful brown eyes. Maybe he was as buzzed as I was. I leaned toward Cale to ask if he was drunk, to ask him if he was okay. That's when Austin barreled into the kitchen with Mendoza right behind him. Way to kill the moment. Hey guys, it's awfully quiet in here, Austin howled, clapping his hands together as if he were trying to frighten a small animal. Cale and I stepped back from each other, as if by instinct. Mendoza rested an almost empty tequila bottle on the counter by the kitchen door. My man, you leaving? Austin asked, as Mendoza nodded and clasped his shoulder.
Thanks for coming,
Austin continued.
I know it's hard to get out. Yeah.
Mendoza turned to Cale. I felt like something significant was going on in front of me, but I wasn't really able to decipher it.
Next time, bring Gloria,
Austin said, reaching for the tequila bottle.
One more before you go?
Mendoza looked at the thick, white watch strapped to his wrist and shook his head.
No way, man. I have to go home. Kids get to be a handful, and Gloria's tired. The baby is keeping her up all night.
I didn't mean you. Austin touched Mendoza's car keys on his belt loop.
But for me?
Mendoza took the bottle and emptied the remaining tequila into Austin's glass. It wasn't my responsibility to worry about my brother. This was his party, and I was already over being the house mother. Not tonight. It was nice to meet you again, I told Mendoza when he said bye to me.
Take care of my boy,
he whispered. Then he hugged Cale and went out the back door, leaving me to wonder what on earth he meant. Chapter 37.
Man, I love that guy. He's a grade A fucking guy.
Austin was over the top cheerful, even for him. It made me a little afraid of what was coming next. It wasn't that I was worried about him getting into trouble. Not really. It was hard to see him standing there, swaying like that.
My sister, my beautiful sis.
Austin wrapped his arm around me. His movements were fluid, and his pale cheeks were red. He was clearly smashed.
Isn't she beautiful?
He asked Cale. I froze. I hated when Austin talked about my looks. Cale nodded yes, clearly uncomfortable.
You've really grown up, buying your own house and shit,
he said, squeezing me.
I mean, there you are, holding down a steady job and shit, paying bills.
And shit, I finished for him.
Exactly,
he said. Something on the bridge of his nose caught my eye. I moved toward him. Did you actually break your nose? I asked, lifting my hand to his face. He jerked away, laughing me off.
It didn't break, it just, it moved over a little.
Then he turned to Cale with a goofy smile plastered on his face.
Be careful with her, bro. I'm not going to be that guy who's, like, threatening dudes over his sister or anything like that. Nothing like that. I'm just saying, my sister, well, she flips on you and man...
He used his fingers like a knife under his throat. Cale cast his eyes downward, giving no indication of what he thought about what he'd just heard.
I'm kidding, she's a peach.
He hugged me again.
A real peachy peach of a sister, aren't you?
Oh yeah, totally smashed. The kitchen was getting busy now, with people coming in to refill their drinks, as if a shift change had been announced or something. It wasn't until Cale looked at me that I felt like a kid. I probably seemed so immature, borderline wrestling with my brother, who was completely out of it. Right. Thanks for the news bulletin, I said, maneuvering out of his arm. Your new little friend is waiting for you. She looks lonely. I saw her a few minutes ago sitting by herself on the floor. I nodded toward the living room.
Katie, she's cute, huh? She's going to school to be a nurse, he told us with pride.
Cale made a face like he was impressed, but I wasn't as drunk as Austin was, and I could tell that Cale was humoring him. He mostly hid his mouth behind the dark beer bottle. You mean the little girl wants to be a nurse when she gets to be all grown up? After she's out of high school and into the big world? It was how I was with Austin, teasing him about stuff. It was part of our twin dynamic. We didn't have that mythical twin thing where we could read each other's minds or feel each other's pain. Nothing weird like that. Okay, I understood him on a level that I didn't feel with most people, and I felt a closeness to him that I couldn't explain, but a lot of siblings felt that, especially when they'd gone through their parents' divorce and all the mess that came with it. So, really, my comment was not intentionally mean-spirited. It was just part of the teasing that went on with Austin and me. Only it sometimes caught other people in the middle of our fun, like the comment he made to Cale. The comment that I swore to myself I wouldn't obsess over until later, when I was alone.
She's 19, okay? And she's going to actual nursing school.
Austin lifted his plastic cup to his mouth, pouring out the last drops of the añejo he had been downing the whole night. I'm sure she is. I rolled my eyes at Austin. And the next Barbie will be... It took me a moment to register that everyone was looking over my shoulder to something behind me. MPs, I thought for a split second. Damn, we're busted. I turned around to face the officers, to give them some sort of excuse or attempt some type of negotiation. Only, when I turned around, I saw that it wasn't the MPs at all. It was the girl in the ruffly shirt, and she had heard every word I'd said. Damn. I was the one who was busted. The girl's face fell. My face fell. We stood there in silence, caught, 2 deer in the headlights. I had insulted her, insinuating that not only was she in high school, but that tomorrow night, my brother would be making out with someone else. Which not only made my brother seem like a total douchebag, it was rude as all hell to her. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Sorry," I said. "I'm so sorry. It wasn't anything against you. I just meant—" She looked so young when she pouted like that, her bottom lip quivering. Damn. I didn't want to give her a half-assed apology or make something up to make her feel better. But I couldn't tell her that she really did look like she was in high school, and I sure as hell couldn't tell her that, in all likelihood, my brother would be making out with someone else. If not tomorrow, then the day after. I stood in the doorway for a second, not facing the group, contemplating apologizing to her again. I am thinking of how to smooth things over with Austin, too, even though he wasn't likely to be that annoyed with me. He knew my sense of humor better than anyone, and he gave as good as he got. But Austin spoke first. "Nice, Care. Real nice." He moved toward the girl and put a comforting arm around her. "This here is my sister, Karina," he said, squeezing her shoulder. "Karina, this is—" She cut him off. "You can call me Barbie," she said through her breaking voice. The room erupted with laughter. Big, bold, side-splitting laughter. Score 1 for Barbie. And who could blame her? Certainly not me. I let myself exhale. Everything would have been okay if we'd stopped there. Awkward moment confronted and dealt with. Move on, folks, nothing to see here. Only Austin had to open his big mouth. "Don't worry about her," he said, throwing his chin in my direction. "She's pissed. She's always pissed," he corrected. The word sounded slippery, mean. I opened my mouth to say something, but apparently he wasn't finished yet. "She likes to play the big sister.